Chapter 641. Too arrogant. The inner sect elders on the battle stage were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. They had never seen such an arrogant disciple before. Jiang Chen had scolded the second steward, but the second steward's face was filled with anger. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. If they were to fight, he wouldn't stand a chance. Even Hu Song, who was a second-grade combat emperor, wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, let alone himself. Moreover, the chief steward and Jiang Chen had just exchanged a blow, but he didn't gain any advantage over Jiang Chen. Good. Brat, this manager has never seen such an arrogant person like you before. Today, I'll let you experience this manager's power. As long as you can defeat me, I'll give you the emperor pill. Song Zhongxing was so angry that his voice was trembling. Today, he had lost all his face. If he didn't teach Jiang Chen a lesson, how could he establish his prestige in the inner sect? No disciple would be afraid of him anymore. Whenever he walked on the streets, he would be ridiculed by a new disciple. He was the dignified chief steward of the inner sect, but he was humiliated by a new disciple in public. Song Zhongxing flew up to the sky. He waved his hand and opened up a new battlefield in the sky. There wasn't any fear on Jiang Chen's face. No one saw how he moved, but he had already flown up to the sky and stood in front of Song Zhongxing. I won't show any mercy when I attack. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. If Song Zhongxing wanted to fight, then he would accompany him. It was a good opportunity to test his current combat strength with a third-grade combat emperor. He had to get the emperor elixir. If it was before, he wouldn't care so much about it, but it was different now. The northern and southern dynasties had appeared. They were the only people who could make Jiang Chen feel a sense of urgency. Since the northern and southern dynasties had appeared in Xuanyu, Xuanyu wouldn't be peaceful anymore. The northern and southern dynasties had already led the White Tiger to fight against Nebula Kid. If Jiang Chen's guess was right, the northern and southern dynasties had secretly probed the experts of the other major powers. According to what Nebula Kid said, Nanbei Chao was only a first-grade combat emperor, but he had the immortal soul body. You would never know how fast he would grow. Jiang Chen was only a ninth-grade combat king. He wasn't even a combat emperor yet. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to deal with the turbulence of the mysterious domain in the future. Only then would he be able to confront Nanbei Chao. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to get his hands on the emperor elixir. With his current strength, he would be able to break through to the combat emperor realm after obtaining the emperor elixir. They are really going to fight. The new disciple and the chief steward are going to fight on the first day. This is the first time in the history of the Nebula sect. No matter whether Jiang Chen wins or loses in the end, his name will be recorded in the history of the Nebula sect. Yeah, Brother Jiang is a madman when it comes to fighting. This can be seen from the way he killed the demons. I just don't know if he is a match for the chief steward. Brother Jiang has defeated Hu Song before. Now that his cultivation has improved, it shouldn't be difficult for him to fight against a third-grade combat emperor. Didn't you see that he had the upper hand when he was fighting against the chief steward? He is a peerless genius. We can't use common sense to judge him. Plus, Brother Jiang is not a reckless person. Just like when he killed the leader of the demons, he had the confidence to win. That's why I have high hopes for him. However, if he really beats the chief steward, this matter will be blown out of proportion. Looking at Jiang Chen and Song Zhongxing, who were at daggers drawn, a lot of people's faces changed. Both of them were going to fight without any hesitation. One of them was fighting for the pill that he was supposed to get, the other one was fighting for his reputation and to avenge Hu Song. If this battle continued, no matter what the result was, Jiang Chen would have blown the matter out of proportion. 3 Pure Chi Fist. Song Zongxing didn't have anything else to say to Jiang Qin. He struck out the three purities fist. The entire void was filled with the shadows of his fists, tearing the void into pieces. Each of his fists glowed with dazzling light and boundless power. It seemed like each of his fists could destroy a mountain. Song Zongxing and Jiang Qin didn't say anything else. This combat skill was extremely terrifying and ferocious. It showed how much hatred Song Zongxing had for Jiang Qin. He had unleashed his ultimate attack, wanting to defeat Jiang Qin in a single strike to defend his dignity. Roar, an earth-shattering dragon roar was heard. Song Zongxing was ferocious. Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't be polite. He struck out with the fire dragon seal. A huge fire dragon hovered above the void, rushing into the fist shadows with irresistible force. Hong hong. The terrifying energy collided with each other. The void was shattered. Destructive energy waves were everywhere. Cold wind was blowing. If someone appeared in the battlefield of the two of them, they would be killed instantly. Dang dang dang. Song Zongxing was hit by a huge counterforce. He was pushed back 3 steps. After Jiang Qin had absorbed the demonic chi of the white tiger, his combat power had improved tremendously. He was now a peak 9th grade combat king. Adding the terrifying true dragon combat skill, even Song Zongxing, a 3rd grade combat emperor, couldn't withstand it. Impossible. How can a 9th grade combat king be so strong? Song Zongxing's face turned pale. He knew better than anyone how strong the 3 pure chi fist was. However, he was still defeated by Jiang Qin under such circumstances. He was a 3rd grade combat emperor, but he was defeated by a 9th grade combat king. He would be a laughing stock if this was spread out. In fact, when he was facing Jiang Qin, he didn't feel like he was facing a 9th grade combat king, but a combat emperor who was stronger than him. Song Zongxing, it's your misfortune to provoke me. Jiang Qin shouted. A dragon roar was formed between his palms. This time, it wasn't the fire dragon seal, but the water dragon seal. When the water dragon seal was unleashed, the temperature of the sky suddenly dropped. Roar! The water dragon rushed forward and the dragon roar shook the sky. Jiang Qin didn't want to give Song Zongxing any chance to breathe. The water dragon that was fused with the pure water of heaven and earth froze the void wherever it went. Even those who were standing far away from it could feel the extreme coldness. Many of their faces changed. They had seen the blazing fire dragon with their own eyes. Now, Jiang Qin had unleashed the icy cold water dragon. The contrast between the two was so great that it shocked them. What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? He could actually fuse the two opposite attributes of ice and fire together. This is too abnormal. He was using a fire-attributed battle skill before, and now he's using a water-attributed battle skill. There's even an element of ice in it. He can actually fuse these two elements together. I can't believe there's such a monster in this world. Too powerful, too ferocious. He's only a 9th grade combat king, but he's already so powerful. If he advances to the combat emperor realm, I wonder how terrifying he will be. It seems like even the chief steward of the 3rd grade combat emperor is no match for him. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Qin's technique was too horrifying, so horrifying that they couldn't accept it. The one who was truly shocked was Song Zongxing. He was high up in the sky and he could clearly feel the coldness coming from the water dragon. This coldness made his soul tremble. It was not hard to imagine that if he cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method, he would definitely be suppressed by it. King Song Zongxing didn't dare to be careless. He knew that he had underestimated Jiang Qin. Immediately, he took out a long and narrow sword that was shining brightly. It was an emperor weapon. Jiang Qin was too powerful, he had no choice but to use his full strength to fight against him. How the long sword made a sharp howl and slashed at the water dragon. Wherever the long sword passed, the void was sliced into half. At last, it slashed at the head of the fire dragon. Hong Long under Song Zhongxing's attack, the water dragon was sliced into half. However, the energy and coldness from the water dragon's body didn't weaken at all. All of it was used on Song Zhongxing's long sword. Once again, Song Zhongxing received a huge counterforce. His hand that was holding the sword was trembling. The surface of his sword was covered with a layer of frost. This was the terror of the heavenly earth, pure water. The coldness of it wasn't something that could be compared with any other cold objects. Another sharp howl was heard. A long sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. It was the heavenly saint's sword. The blood-red sword light transformed into a ferocious dragon head. This was an extremely powerful sword. Once the heavenly saint's sword was taken out, no one could compete with it. Old man, today I will let you know the terror of your grandfather. Jiang Chen shouted. He used the spatial shift and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Song Zhongxing. The heavenly saint's sword slashed down like a heavenly sword descending from the sky. Song Zhongxing's expression changed dramatically when he felt the terrifying destructive energy coming from the heavenly saint's sword. Song Zhongxing started to regret. He regretted that he shouldn't have tried to cause trouble for Jiang Chen in the first place. He had already felt the terror of Jiang Chen. He knew that he was definitely not a match for Jiang Chen. However, he couldn't give up now. If he did, he would lose a lot of face. As the chief steward of the inner sect, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Clang! Two long swords collided with each other, creating a large amount of sparks. Jiang Chen's body was emitting a golden light. His black hair was dancing wildly. He looked like a god of war descending from the heavens. Song Zhongxing was sent flying dozens of feet away. Not giving Song Zhongxing any chance, Jiang Chen slashed at Song Zhongxing again with the heavenly saint sword. His speed was too fast. Song Zhongxing didn't even have the chance to breathe. He had to face the second attack of Jiang Chen. Clang! 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 Next, Jiang Chen was like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. His aura was as vast as the ocean. He continuously attacked Song Zhongxing. In the end, Song Zhongxing could only mechanically raise the long sword in his hand to resist. Every time he clashed with Jiang Chen's sword, he would spurt out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen's strength was too great. It was as if Jiang Chen had been possessed by an ancient beast. He was so ferocious that he couldn't resist. Clang! Chapter 642. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's series of movements were too fast. It was so fast that the third-grade combat emperor couldn't react in time. Song Zhongxing only realized that his combat weapon had flown out from his hand. He saw Jiang Chen's long sword was already in front of his neck and his combat weapon had fallen into Jiang Chen's other hand. The tip of the heavenly saint's sword emitted a cold light. Traces of trembling killing intent made Song Zhongxing feel that his soul was trembling. It was too scary. This young man was too scary. He was a third-grade combat emperor, but he wasn't his match at all. He was easily defeated. Try to imagine, if this wasn't the Nebula sect, if the battle just now was a life-and-death battle, he was afraid that he would have been killed by Jiang Chen's sword. No, this is impossible. Song Zhongxing was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme point. He couldn't believe it at all, but the situation in front of him was the truth. He was a dignified chief steward, a third-grade combat emperor, but he was defeated by Jiang Chen. For a moment, the entire training field was in dead silence. Nobody could use words to express the shock in their hearts. Each and every one of them widened their eyes, looking at the two men who were still standing in the sky. Now, not only the inner sect disciples who didn't go to Huangling Desert, the core disciples who were here to watch the show, even the inner sect disciples who had followed Jiang Qin to fight against the demonic devils were shocked. They had never seen a man who could be so strong. Hu Song and the Hu Lai brothers, who had lost an arm, appeared on the training field. They happened to see the scene of Jiang Qin defeating Cong Zhongxing. The depressed Hu Song spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. After he came back, he had planned to teach Jiang Qin a lesson. No matter what, they had to get the Emperor Elixir back. Now, not only did Zhongxing fail to bully Jiang Qin, but he was also being bullied by Jiang Qin. Brother, this man is too strong. Even the head butler is no match for him. I don't think it's possible for us to take revenge. Hu Lai also had an ugly expression on his face. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about his imperial elixir. Now, it seemed that he had no chance of obtaining imperial elixir. Hu Song didn't say anything, but from the way he gritted his teeth, it was obvious that he was still very unwilling. In the sky, Jiang Qin sheathed his long sword. He grabbed Cong Zhongxing's collar and jumped down from the sky towards the high platform. The inner sect elder on the high platform immediately retreated from the fighting platform. Jiang Qin, you dare to be indifferent to the chief steward. This is treason. The deputy steward was flustered and exasperated as he shouted at Jiang Qin. Scram! Jiang Qin turned his head and glanced at the deputy steward. Leng Leng shouted at the deputy steward. The deputy steward was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. This new disciple in front of him was a madman. He even dared to hit the deputy steward, let alone the deputy steward. If Jiang Qin angered Jiang Qin, the deputy steward would definitely give him a good beating. Jiang Qin, return the combat weapon to me. You were disrespectful to me today. This is treason. The sect will definitely punish you. The deputy steward said with his eyes wide open. Slap! As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qin slapped him across the face, causing him to spin 3 times on the spot. Jiang Qin, you, Cong Zhongxing was furious. He was a dignified chief steward, but he was slapped by a disciple in public. This was a great humiliation. Unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, Jiang Qin slapped him again. After that, Jiang Qin picked Cong Zhongxing up and slapped him left and right with his other hand. After a dozen slaps, Cong Zhongxing's face turned into a pig's head, dripping with blood. One more word and I'll slap you again. Jiang Qin looked at Cong Zhongxing's angry eyes with a smile. He would never be polite to people like this. Cong Zhongxing was a disciple of the Nebula sect. If Cong Zhongxing was Jiang Qin's enemy, he would have killed him on the spot. Cong Zhongxing felt extremely humiliated. He was so angry that he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't threaten Jiang Qin anymore. He was not an idiot, he could naturally see how difficult it was to deal with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was an extremely ruthless man, and he would never show any mercy when he attacked. If he continued to threaten Jiang Qin would stand there and slap him for a whole day and night. At that time, he would be the one losing face. Even with his current appearance, his image and dignity in the inner circle would be completely lost, and he would become the laughingstock of the Nebula sect. Chief Steward, if I were you, I would immediately take out the Emperor Elixir and give it to me. Jiang Qin said indifferently. After that, he gave Cong Zhongxing's combat weapon to him. He wasn't interested in this combat weapon, and he didn't care about it at all. The current power of the Heavenly Saint Sword couldn't even be compared to an ordinary Emperor weapon. Although Cong Zhongxing was extremely unwilling, he also knew that if he didn't take out the Emperor Elixir today, Jiang Qin would definitely not let this matter go. Song Zhongxing turned his palm, took out the last Emperor elixir and threw it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin revealed a smile on his face, then he loosened Song Zhongxing's collar and said, Song Zhongxing, today is just a lesson for you. You better not provoke me in the future. Of course, if you want to find someone to stand up for you, I'll accept it. As soon as Jiang Qin finished his words, his body swayed and left the high platform. He ignored the gazes of the crowd and strode out of the training field. He had beaten up the chief steward today, but he wasn't afraid of revenge. He was eager to improve his cultivation, so he would accept all the pressure from the outside world. Song Zhongxing stood on the high platform and let out a roar towards the sky. After that, he disappeared. The disciples on the training field looked at each other. No one had thought that such a thing would happen in today's new disciple assessment. The name of Jiang Qin was destined to be a figure that could never be erased in the history of Nebula sect. This is too overbearing. If I could have half of Brother Zhang's aggressiveness, even if I die, it would be worth it. Forget it. Look at yourself after taking a piss. You still want to compare yourself with Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is only a 9th grade combat king, but he has defeated a 3rd grade combat emperor. Can you even do that? He beat up the chief steward on his first day here. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible, and have another battle with the northern and southern dynasties in this land of Xuanyu. I want to let him know that meeting me is the misfortune of his life, not only in the Qi province, but also in Xuanyu. Chapter 643. What did you say? The northern and southern dynasties have subdued a white tiger divine beast. Upon hearing the words white tiger divine beast, the Huang dog exclaimed. White tiger is one of the 5 divine beasts. Its bloodline is even higher than mine, comparable to that of a true dragon. Such a divine beast's bloodline is extremely noble, it's the king of all beasts, a true aristocrat. Let alone a 3rd grade minor demon saint, even a newborn white tiger cub wouldn't submit to a human. The Huang dog was shocked. He knew the nobility of a divine beast too well. It wasn't comparable to ordinary beasts and beasts. A divine beast could be friends with a human, but it would never submit to a human. Just like the Huang dog and Jiang Qin, their relationship was that of friends and brothers, absolutely not that of a master and servant. If Jiang Qin was thinking of how to subdue the Huang dog when he first met the Huang dog, they wouldn't have what they had today. This was also the reason why the Huang dog was shocked. The bloodline of a white tiger divine beast was the noblest, let alone a 4th grade minor demon saint. It was impossible for a 1st grade combat emperor to submit to him. The northern and southern dynasties have the body of an immortal soul, they are the reincarnation of an immortal soul. We can't judge them with the eyes of ordinary people. Besides, the relationship between the white tiger and him might be the same as ours. No matter what, the northern and southern dynasties have appeared in Xuanyu, Xuanyu won't be peaceful anymore. Jiang Qin said. When he thought about the origin of the northern and southern dynasties, he smiled bitterly in his heart. It could be said that there wouldn't be northern and southern dynasties without him. If he didn't slash the heavens with his sword and split open the gate of the immortal world, the immortal soul wouldn't have descended and the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't exist. I never thought that there would be a white tiger in a world like Saint Origin World. The Huang dog was still sighing. Ever since the gate to the immortal realm was split open 100 years ago, the Saint Origin World has changed. Even sages have the opportunity to become immortals. It's not a big deal for a white tiger to appear. You, the dragon horse, even have a white tiger. Jiang Qin smiled. He could feel that this world had changed a lot compared to the past. The Saint Origin World that he came from was a completely isolated small world. The gateway to the immortal world had been sealed, and all kinds of resources were scarce. Even Jiang Qin, the greatest saint in the world, had never seen a divine beast before. Now, he had an abnormal divine beast following him. Hee, the Huang dog suddenly laughed sinisterly and said, "Since this white tiger is our enemy, we can't let him go. When the time comes, we'll kill him. You can swallow his blood essence and bloodline, and I can swallow him." Demon spirit. Wakaka. That's so cool. The Huang dog smiled complacently. He had already divided the white tiger. He knew that Jiang Qin had a powerful cultivation method that could absorb the innate ability of any beast. The innate ability of the divine beast white tiger must be extremely terrifying. As for the demon spirit of the white tiger, he would swallow it himself. Paw! Jiang Qin lifted his leg and kicked the Huang dog's head. Wake up! He's a 3rd-grade minor demon saint, and you're just a 9th-grade demon king. Jiang Qin was speechless towards this dog. A 9th-grade demon king wanted to swallow a 3rd-grade minor demon saint's demon spirit. That was daydreaming. That's only a matter of time. How dare you look down on Master Dog? Master Dog is going to sleep now. The Huang dog shook his head and ran to a room in the courtyard to sleep. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin's face revealed a trace of joy. It was good that the Huang dog was going to sleep. Now that the Huang dog was feeling the pressure from the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger, and Jiang Qin had obtained the Emperor Elixir, he would soon advance to the Combat Emperor realm. Under such pressure, the Huang dog immediately felt sleepy. Needless to say, when he woke up, the Huang dog would become a 1st-grade demon emperor. This was the weirdest and most abnormal way of advancement. It made countless people envious and jealous. The Huang dog went to sleep. Jiang Qin didn't waste any time and immediately took out the Emperor Elixir, preparing to refine it. With this Emperor Elixir, I can break through to the Combat Emperor realm directly. The white tiger's demon chi in Nebula Kid's body is really great. Without the support of the white tiger's demon chi, even with the Emperor Elixir, I wouldn't be able to break through to the Combat Emperor realm with my current foundation. Now that I have the white tiger's demon chi, it's perfect. Jiang Qin revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This time, because of the brilliant mirror, he had an unexpected harvest. If it wasn't because of the white tiger's demon chi, his foundation wouldn't be so stable. Even with the Emperor Elixir, Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to break through to the Combat Emperor realm directly. The Emperor Elixir was an extremely precious pill. It was extremely rare and difficult to concoct. This time, the Nebula sect was able to offer 3 pills of the Emperor Elixir as a reward. It was quite good. However, this pill had its limitations. It was only useful for combat emperors, it was useless for combat emperors. Jiang Qin was now at the peak of the 9th-grade combat king. He could exert the effect of the Emperor Elixir to the maximum. With the help of the Emperor Elixir, condensing 1,000 dragon marks wouldn't be a problem at all. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin swallowed the Emperor Elixir and started to refine it using the dragon transformation art. Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. He didn't panic at all. Since there was a suitable environment for him to practice, no one would come and disturb him. Today, he had caused such a ruckus that no one in the inner sect would dare to find trouble with him. Jiang Qin was in contact with the Emperor Elixir to stabilize his foundation. After advancing to the Combat Emperor realm, he would have the foundation of a Combat Emperor. For 2 days, Jiang Qin had been in seclusion to practice and refine the Emperor Elixir. The Huang dog had been sleeping. The inner sect was still discussing the incident of Jiang Qin beating up the chief steward. Not only the inner sect, but the whole Nebula sect knew about it. The people of the core sect had heard about the unusual person, Jiang Qin. Many of the geniuses of the core sect wanted to witness the mission of Jiang Qin. Some of them even said that they wanted to spar with Jiang Qin to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Chapter 644. On the third day of Jiang Chen's seclusion, the emperor elixir in his body had been completely refined and absorbed. The number of dragon marks on his body began to increase. The surface of Jiang Chen's body was glowing with a golden light, forming a huge golden cocoon. It looked very mystical. Now is the time to break through to the combat emperor realm. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Two bright lights shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. A huge amount of heaven elixir was being burned as if it was free, turning into the purest energy for Jiang Qin to absorb. The amount of heaven elixir needed to break through from the 9th grade combat king to the 1st grade combat emperor was extremely terrifying. Only Jiang Qin could afford such a huge amount of energy. If this news was spread out, no one could imagine how shocked they would be. Very quickly, 40,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. The emperor elixir was just enough for Jiang Qin to break through to the combat emperor realm. 40,000 dragon marks was just right. At the moment of breaking through to the combat emperor realm, the surface of Jiang Chen's body was once again covered with blood-red dragon scales, making him look very mystical and scary. At the same time, a tribulation chi descended from the unseen world. It was the chi of the heavenly tribulation. This situation was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Ever since he broke through to the combat soul realm, he had been facing tribulation from the minor 3-grade tribulation to the intermediate 6-grade tribulation. This time, the heavenly tribulation of the combat emperor realm might be the 9-grade tribulation. Facing such a situation, Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The dragon transformation skill was too terrifying. It was destined to create a heaven-defying existence like him. There would be a lot of tribulations along the way, but it would also bring great benefits to Jiang Qin. Therefore, if he didn't perish in the tribulations, he would undergo a metamorphosis. Every heavenly tribulation would bring great changes to Jiang Qin. His body would become stronger and stronger. Accepting the baptism of lightning would bring him endless benefits. After breaking through to the combat emperor realm, Jiang Qin didn't exit his seclusion immediately. Instead, he went deeper into his seclusion. He seemed to have touched something that was worth studying. He continued to circulate the dragon transformation skill. After several metamorphoses, the circulation speed of the skill had become extremely fast. It wasn't something any ordinary skill could compare with. Roar as the dragon transformation skill continued to circulate, Jiang Qin felt like he could hear an ancient dragon roar coming from the depths of his soul. It was the roar of the ancestral dragon, and it shook his soul. Jiang Qin was completely attracted by the dragon roar. He felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. Right at this moment, the circulation of the dragon transformation skill seemed to be flowing along with Jiang Chen's blood, completely merging with his body. Gradually, Jiang Qin felt like he could see a shadow in the depths of his soul. It was a human, no, it was a dragon, no, it was a half-human half-dragon. The shadow gradually became clearer, but it still hadn't solidified. It had a human head and a dragon body. Jiang Qin could clearly see that it was his own face. There were blood-red dragon scales on his face, and he had a pair of blood-red eyes. He looked very scary. His body was covered with blood-red dragon scales, and he was about 3 meters long. Both of his hands had turned into dragon claws, and they were incomparably sharp. Jiang Qin wanted to solidify the shadow, but it wasn't an easy task. However, Jiang Qin was still trying his best. He was very clear that if the shadow could solidify, it would bring him unimaginable benefits. It was very likely that the dragon transformation skill would undergo another metamorphosis. At this moment, outside Jiang Chen's courtyard, 3 figures appeared. They were wearing cold grins on their faces. 2 of them were the brothers Hu Song and Hu Lai. The last one was tall and muscular. The clothes of the Nebula sect seemed a little tight on him. He had a leopard's head and round eyes, and his beard was thicker than Hulai's. It was obvious that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Senior brother man, this is the place. We'll enter directly. Just say that you want to see the peerless genius of the Nebula sect. It won't be considered a provocation. Jiang Chen will definitely be unreasonable when he sees us. When that happens, he will offend you. An inner disciple offending a core disciple is disrespectful to a core disciple. Isn't that the same as courting death? Senior brother man will have an excuse to deal with him. If you can cut off one of his arms, humph." Hu Song's tone was cold. He glanced at his empty sleeve, and his heart was filled with anger. If he didn't get his revenge, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Humph. No matter how talented he is, he's just a nobody in my eyes. Song Zhongxing is such a piece of trash. He can't even defeat a disciple. He can forget about his position as the chief manager. Man Hong harumphed coldly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. This guy was ruthless and overbearing. He was determined to suppress the spirit of the new disciple. "Go knock on the door," Hu Song said to Hulai. Hulai came to the entrance of the courtyard and kicked the door. How was this knocking on the door? This guy with well-developed limbs but a simple mind was simply using Man Hong's influence to seek revenge. Bang! The wooden door was smashed by Hulai's kick. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a deep state of seclusion. The silhouette in the depths of his soul was about to solidify. But because of this huge movement, the silhouette disappeared without a trace. He couldn't find it anymore even if he wanted to. Swish! Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of ice-cold killing intent shot out from his eyes, creating sparks in the air. An ocean-like anger suddenly rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. Under the impact of this wave of qi, the entire house collapsed with a loud bang. Even the roof was lifted off. Jiang Chen was extremely angry. He had never been so angry before. He was very clear about how precious and rare the state he was in just now was. It was just like Tyrant's epiphany. That was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. And this time, Jiang Chen's opportunity was the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. This transformation would bring enormous benefits to Jiang Chen. If the transformation was completed, Jiang Chen would be able to directly transform into a half-dragon and half-human state. When fighting in that state, his battle prowess would increase by at least 10 times, and his body would become even more indestructible. Jiang Chen had fallen into that state and was unable to extricate himself from it. He just needed another half an hour, just half an hour, and he would be able to complete it. But now, because of the ruckus he caused, Jiang Chen was forcefully awakened from that state of enlightenment. No matter who it is, I'll make you pay a heavy price for it. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately turned red, and he was completely engulfed by anger. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. The so-called enlightenment was just an opportunity, and if he failed this time, he had no idea when the next enlightenment would come, and he had no idea how long it would take for the dragon transformation skill to evolve again. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned red, and he was completely enraged. The huge commotion caused by the collapse of the house naturally alarmed the entire inner academy. Quite a number of disciples were alarmed as their gazes turned towards this direction. What's going on? Why did the house collapse? That's senior brother Zhang's courtyard. I don't know what happened, let's go and take a look. Motherfucker, are they going to fight again? It seems like after senior brother Jiang came to the sect, there will be no peace in the sect. For a moment, the inner disciples all went to Jiang Chen's residence. Even the house had collapsed. Something must have happened. Jiang Chen had caused such a huge commotion on the first day he came to the Nebula sect. First, the brilliant mirror had collapsed, then he beat up the Great Elder. After 3 days of silence, no one knew what would happen next. Chief Steward Song Zhongxing also looked over there and revealed a trace of a sneer. They're going to fight. In Jiang Chen's courtyard, Hu Lai, who was originally extremely arrogant, suddenly saw the house collapse. He was stunned on the spot. Even Man Hong and Hu Song were stunned. They didn't know what this guy was doing. Wasn't it just a broken door? It shouldn't be enough to collapse the house. Shwa! Just when the 3 of them were stunned, a figure rushed out from the broken house like lightning and landed in front of Hu Lai. Hu Lai saw Jiang Chen's cold and bloodthirsty eyes. He couldn't help but shiver. He felt like he had fallen into hell, his whole body was surrounded by coldness. You're the one who kicked the door. Jiang Chen's voice became a little hoarse. Hu Lai subconsciously nodded his head. Paw! Jiang Chen slapped Hu Lai's face. All the teeth in his mouth flew out. He slapped Hu Lai to the ground and he fainted on the spot. Only Jiang Chen himself knew how great the loss of Hu Lai's kick was. It was an irreparable loss. Jiang Chen, stop! Hu Song shouted. He originally wanted to bring Man Hong here today to find a way to anger Jiang Chen and make Jiang Chen offend Man Hong. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to go crazy and beat Hu Lai up. Roar! Jiang Chen completely ignored Hu Song and Man Hong. He let out a roar and grabbed Hu Lai from the ground. He then threw him out. The moment Hu Lai was thrown out, Jiang Chen punched Hu Lai's chi. Gotcha! Ah! Hu Lai let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was sent flying by Jiang Chen like a cannonball. Hu Song's expression changed. He saw it clearly. Jiang Chen's punch had directly destroyed Hu Lai's chi. In other words, from now on, Hu Lai had completely become a cripple. Jiang Chen, Hu Song was so angry that his entire body was trembling. This was simply a madman. Just because he broke the door, he wanted to completely cripple a person. This method was a bit too vicious. How could a wooden door cause such great anger? How could he know that if the 3 of them came an hour later, not to mention breaking the door, even if they burned the house down, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so angry? Chapter 645. Plop. On the empty ground a few thousand meters away, Hu Lai's body crashed down from the sky, creating a huge crater on the ground. Many inner circle disciples who were rushing toward Jiang Chen's residence saw what happened. Many of them stopped in their tracks, and when they saw Hu Lai's miserable condition, all of them couldn't help but gasp. Look, Hu Lai was beaten to this state. Who beat him up? Is there a need to ask? It must be the 2 brothers who went to find trouble with Senior Jiang and got beaten up by Senior Jiang. But he was beaten up too badly. No, look, Hu Lai's origin force is quickly dissipating. Oh my god, his chi has been destroyed. Heavens! Isn't Senior Brother Jiang a little too ruthless? He actually crippled Hu Lai's cultivation base. You should know that for a cultivator, crippling their sea of chi is worse than killing them. Now that Hu Lai's cultivation base is crippled, he will forever be a cripple. He asked for it. He clearly knew that Senior Brother Jiang couldn't be provoked. He even dared to beat up the head steward, let alone him. He must have done something to completely enrage Senior Brother Jiang. Otherwise, Senior Brother Jiang wouldn't have been so ruthless. Let's go and take a look. Hu Lai wouldn't dare to take the initiative to find trouble with Senior Jiang. There must be other experts. Maybe it's a core disciple invited by Hu Song. The entire inner courtyard was in an uproar again. Jiang Chen was too ruthless. He directly destroyed Hu Lai's cultivation. This kind of thing only happened in the life and death arena. Those disciples who had followed Jiang Qin in the desert were clear that although Jiang Qin was arrogant, he was still a person with a lot of magnanimity. One could imagine how angry Jiang Qin was when he destroyed his own house and destroyed Hu Lai's cultivation. In the courtyard, Jiang Qin was still furious. Today, he must make these two guys pay a heavy price. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart, and the cultivation of the dragon transformation skill would be hindered. Jiang Qin, how dare you? How dare you cripple someone in front of me? Who gave you the courage to do so? Man Hong was furious. He pointed at Jiang Qin's nose and shouted. Senior brother man, you must cripple him today and avenge my brother. Hu Song gritted his teeth, but he hid behind Man Hong and didn't dare to take a step forward. Jiang Qin was too terrifying. He wasn't his opponent at all. Furthermore, he could feel that after Jiang Qin obtained Emperor Elixir, he had already become a combat emperor. The gap between him and Jiang Qin would only get bigger and bigger. He would never be able to catch up to Jiang Qin. Who are you? State your name. Jiang Qin said coldly. He could feel the strength of Man Hong, a fourth-grade combat emperor. If it was before, Jiang Qin wouldn't be his opponent, but now that Jiang Qin had become a combat emperor, a fourth-grade combat emperor was nothing in his eyes. Jiang Qin, this is senior brother Man Hong of the core school. Today, I wanted to see a peerless genius like you, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. Just because my brother broke your door, you crippled him. You are so cruel and ruthless. You are simply a member of the devil religion. Hu Song said sternly. When he thought of how his younger brother had been crippled, he was filled with anger. Today's loss was too great. Hu Song's words were heard by some of the inner sect disciples who arrived first. Each of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. If Jiang Qin crippled someone just because he broke the door, what he did was a little too much. However, when they saw the furious Jiang Qin, it didn't seem as simple as just breaking the door. Just like what Hu Song said, breaking the door wouldn't cripple someone. Similarly, breaking the door wouldn't make Jiang Qin so angry, but the situation in front of them was very clear. Hu Song and his brother had invited Man Hong of the core school to deal with Jiang Qin. They were obviously here to find fault with Jiang Qin. They didn't come because of Jiang Qin's fame. Stop talking nonsense. Man Hong, cut off one of your arms and I won't make things difficult for you today. Jiang Qin said. His words immediately caused an uproar. Those inner sect disciples who had just arrived just in time to hear his words. All of them staggered and almost fell to the ground. They knew that Jiang Qin had always been arrogant. He had even defeated the chief steward, but asking Man Hong to cut off his arm. This was just too arrogant. Who was Man Hong? He was a famous existence in the core school. He was a fourth-grade combat emperor and a genius. How could the chief steward compare to him? Even if Jiang Qin had advanced to the combat emperor realm, he was still a first-grade combat emperor. How could he be Man Hong's opponent? Asking him to cut off one of his arms was too ridiculous. What did you say? Man Hong was stunned. He seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. I said, cut off one of your arms. Otherwise, your ending will be the same as Man Hong's. Jiang Qin's tone was very cold. If one made a mistake, one must bear the consequences. The mistake made by Man Hong and the other two was unforgivable. Arrogant. Jiang Qin, you are really arrogant. You are even more arrogant than me. In this nebulous sect, you are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Just because of what you said, I can cripple you today. Man Hong suddenly burst into laughter. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A newly advanced first-grade combat emperor wanted him to cut off one of his arms. Otherwise, he would cripple him. This was too ridiculous. If that's the case, let's fight. Jiang Qin flew up to the sky. There was nothing more to say. Man Hong had to pay for what he had done. Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will let you know that there's always someone better than you. Man Hong shouted. His body flashed and flew up to the sky, standing opposite to Jiang Qin. The inner sect disciples raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw that the one fighting with Jiang Qin was Man Hong, their faces changed. What happened? Why is Jiang Qin fighting with Man Hong? Someone said that Brother Hu Song asked Man Hong for help to deal with Jiang Qin. Just now, Hu Lai was crippled by Jiang Qin. Now, the two of them are going to fight. Jiang Qin has already advanced to combat emperor, but Man Hong is of famous existence in the core sect. He is cruel and ruthless. A fourth-grade combat emperor is not easy to deal with. That's right. A fourth-grade combat emperor of the core sect is incomparable to an ordinary cultivator of the same grade. Not even the chief steward can compare to him. Brother Jiang has just advanced to combat emperor. I'm afraid that he isn't Man Hong's opponent. A lot of people were shocked. They already knew why Jiang Qin and Man Hong were fighting, but they didn't know why Jiang Qin was so angry that he crippled Hu Lai. It seemed like the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Hu Lai and the other two must have done something that made Jiang Qin furious. Brother Man Hong, cripple him. Hu Song shouted while gritting his teeth. Hong Long. At this moment, another roar was heard from another room in the courtyard. Immediately, that room was the same as Jiang Chen's room. It was destroyed by the energy from the room. An incomparably majestic De Huang dog jumped out from the room. De Huang dog's divine aura was unfathomable. His eyes were filled with anger. Which bastard disturbed Master Dog's sleep? De Huang dog roared. It was very angry to be disturbed. However, Jiang Qin could tell from De Huang dog's qi that De Huang dog was already a first-grade demon emperor. He had successfully advanced. De Huang, cripple Hu Song for me. Turn him into a useless man. Jiang Qin shouted at De Huang dog. All right. De Huang dog's eyes locked onto Hu Song. He turned into a golden light and rushed down. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Hu Song. Damn dog, you're courting death. Hu Song was furious. A dog dared to threaten to cripple him. This was a humiliation to him. He immediately struck out his steel-breaking palm and slapped at De Huang dog's head. De Huang dog didn't dodge or evade. He directly rammed his head against the attack. Bang! Ka-cha along with a muffled sound, Hu Song's palm was twisted by the impact. He was sent flying more than 100 meters away. A big hole was formed on the wall of the courtyard. Disturbing Master Dog's sleep, you're courting death. De Huang dog was ferocious. He pounced at Hu Song again. Hu Song had lost an arm and was still suffering from the backlash of the forbidden pill. Even if he was in his peak condition, even if he was a second-grade combat emperor, he still wouldn't be a match for De Huang dog. De Huang dog possessed the noble divine beast bloodline. His dragon horse body was terrifying. He had just advanced to the demon emperor realm. His strength wasn't something that Hu Song could compare with. Even if an ordinary second-grade combat emperor attacked him, he wouldn't be a match for De Huang dog. De Huang dog was too ferocious. He was like a huge mountain. His majestic body pressed on Hu Song's body. The qi of a beast king was completely unleashed. This qi alone had scared Hu Song silly. He was lying on the ground, he didn't even have the strength to struggle, let alone resist. Ka-cha, the Huang dog opened his big mouth and bit Hu Song's other arm. He exerted his strength and tore it. Chi-la, another arm was ripped off. Fresh blood was dripping from the wound. It was a horrible scene that made people's hair stand on end. Arg! Hu Song's scream made people's scalp tingle. Many of the inner disciples saw this scene with their own eyes. Each and every one of their faces turned pale. This dog was too ferocious. Hu Song was going to die today. The Huang dog didn't care about Hu Song's scream. His sharp teeth kept biting on Hu Song's body. Blood splashed everywhere. Jiang Chen had already said that he would cripple Hu Song. However, the way that the Huang dog crippled someone wasn't by destroying his qi. It was another barbaric way, but it was obviously more bloody. It was 100 times more painful than destroying his qi. Chapter 646. Hu Song was really miserable. He was totally abused by the dog. However, many people knew how terrifying this De Huang dog was. Back in the Huangling Desert, this dog was able to fight against a first-grade demon emperor with the cultivation of a 9th-grade demon king. Now that he had advanced to a first-grade demon emperor, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Hu Song easily. Many people sighed, but no one felt pity for Hu Song. In many people's opinion, the Hu brothers were asking for it. Jiang Chen had even beaten up the chief steward, and he was still unscathed after doing so. This indicated that the position of the chief steward was far lower than the unparalleled genius Jiang Chen in the hearts of the higher-ups of the sect. Under such circumstances, the Hu brothers still took the initiative to provoke Jiang Chen. If it wasn't courting death, what else could it be? Jiang Chen's means were overbearing and ruthless. He was an existence that couldn't be provoked. This was the consequence of overestimating one's capabilities. The Huang dog completed the task given by Jiang Chen. He found a place to lie down and raised his head to look at Jiang Chen and Man Hong in the sky. He didn't look at Hu Song, who was lying on the ground again. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Man Hong hadn't started their battle yet. Their eyes were all on the Huang dog and Hu Song. At this moment, looking at Hu Song's miserable condition, Jiang Chen just revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't care about it at all. In his opinion, Hu Song deserved it. Forcibly interrupting his epiphany was already a very light punishment. If this place wasn't Nebula's sect, the Hu brothers would already be dead by now. Jiang Chen, you are so ruthless. How dare you treat your fellow disciple like this? Don't you have the rules of the sect in your eyes? Man Hong shouted at Jiang Chen. He thought that he was infamous in the Nebula sect. His means were extremely ruthless, but compared to Jiang Chen, he suddenly felt that he was still far behind. This guy in front of him could cripple people just because they kicked his door. Even Hu Song was no exception. His and De Huang dog's actions were no different from murder. Hu Lai was completely crippled. As a cultivator, having his qi destroyed was worse than death. Hu Song was the same. Even if he recovered, his cultivation grade wouldn't improve at all. He would stay at the first-grade combat emperor for the rest of his life. Of course, being a first-grade combat emperor was better than being crippled. I will accept whatever the sect wants, but this is what you guys asked for. Even if you are a core disciple, you won't be an exception. Your ending won't be any better than theirs. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. He understood the reason why Man Hong came today. It was to deal with him. If that was the case, there was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite. Plus, if it wasn't because of Man Hong, the Hu brothers wouldn't have dared to find trouble with him. If it wasn't because of Man Hong, Jiang Chen's enlightenment wouldn't have been interrupted. Perhaps, the dragon transformation art would have undergone a new transformation, and he would have obtained the dragon transformation skill. His cultivation grade would have reached the 2nd grade combat emperor or even the 3rd grade combat emperor. But now, everything was in vain. Not to mention the 2nd grade combat emperor, it was unknown when the dragon transformation art would undergo another transformation. It could be said that Man Hong was the main character today. Jiang Qin wouldn't let him have a good time. If he had committed an unforgivable mistake, he would have to pay a heavy price. Jiang Qin, you have a big mouth. A newly advanced 1st grade combat emperor dares to talk big in front of me. Even if you are a genius, the gap between your cultivation grade and mine is unbridgeable. Today, I will represent the sect and let you know the rules of the Nebula sect. You have killed a fellow disciple, you will be severely punished. Man Hong was infuriated. He unleashed his chi of a 4th grade combat emperor. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Qin. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. There were many geniuses in the Nebula sect, especially in the core disciples. There were all kinds of arrogant people. He was also an arrogant person, but it was his first time seeing someone like Jiang Qin. At this moment, there were countless inner sect disciples standing in front of him. If he didn't teach Jiang Qin a lesson, he would lose his face in the future. Hong. Jiang Qin didn't want to talk nonsense with Man Hong. He struck out the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Man Hong. The 40,000 dragon marks in his body surged at the same time, providing endless energy to Jiang Qin. After advancing to the Combat Emperor realm, the circulation speed of the dragon transformation art had become faster, and Jiang Qin's combat strength had become more terrifying. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Man Hong shouted and struck out a punch. This punch was extremely strong and fast like a Pegasus meteor. In a blink of an eye, it collided with the true dragon palm. Hong Long. Two terrifying attacks collided with each other. The spatial zone was destroyed in an instant. Cold wind rustled and gushed out from the crack of the spatial zone. It was extremely cold. Dang under the huge impact, Man Hong took 2 steps back before he could stabilize his body. On the other hand, Jiang Qin stood at the same spot without moving an inch. What? This situation made Man Hong cry out in surprise. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Jiang Qin was a 1st grade combat emperor who had just advanced to the combat emperor realm, but his combat strength was so terrifying. A casual strike from him was enough to push him back. This was too shocking. This is terrifying. It has only been 3 days and Brother Jiang has become so powerful. Even a 4th grade combat emperor like Man Hong was pushed back by him. I think this is very normal. Everyone knows about Brother Jiang's ferocity. He had defeated a 3rd grade combat emperor when he was still a 9th grade combat king. Now that he has advanced to the combat emperor realm, defeating a 4th grade combat emperor isn't a strange thing. Brother Jiang is an existence that could trigger the heavenly tribulation. He is a true monstrous genius. No ordinary people can compare to him. Let's see. Man Hong isn't easy to deal with. After all, he is a core disciple. Even if Brother Jiang can defeat him, I'm afraid that it's not realistic to cripple him. Everyone on the scene was shocked. There was no way that they wouldn't be shocked. Jiang Qin was too powerful. Not only that, his speed of growth was too fast. With Man Hong's current condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Man Hong roared in anger. He had no choice but to raise his battle axe. Today, he had finally seen what was called power. He was a famous ruthless man in the Nebula sect, but today, he had met someone even more ruthless than him. At this moment, he was cursing Husong and the chief steward in his heart. Dong! Now, he was going to cause trouble for the chief manager. This was a scene that none of them had ever dreamed of. Jiang Chen's methods were indeed ruthless, but in their eyes, it wasn't a big deal. The cultivation world had always been like this, the strong preyed on the weak. If someone was bullying you, why wouldn't you fight back? Old dog, come out now. In the sky above Chief Steward Song Zhongxing's courtyard, a sudden wave of qi rolled. A loud shout was heard, echoing across the entire nebulous sect. Song Zhongxing was pacing back and forth in the courtyard. He had witnessed the scene where Man Hong was crippled by Jiang Qin. He was shocked to the extreme, but he didn't think that Jiang Qin would know that this matter was related to him. What was more unexpected was that Jiang Qin dared to come and deal with him. Jiang Qin, what are you doing? Song Zhongxing's voice was trembling. The situation 3 days ago was still vivid in his mind. Now that Jiang Qin had advanced to the first-grade combat emperor, he was no match for him. If he were to fight with Jiang Qin, he would be at the mercy of Jiang Qin. Humph! You are a dignified chief steward, how dare you collude with a core disciple to deal with me? I, Jiang Qin, am not that easy to bully. 3 days ago, I have already told you not to provoke me. I didn't think that you would still dare to come. In that case, I will cripple you and let the sect choose a new chief steward. Jiang Chen's qi shook the sky. He clenched his hand and the true dragon palm was struck again. The blood-red dragon claw turned into a cage and fell from the sky, trapping Song Zhongxing completely. After that, Jiang Qin exerted his strength and lifted Song Zhongxing up into the sky. Jiang Qin, don't cripple me. I know I'm wrong. From now on, I will never find trouble with you. Please forgive me. Song Zhongxing was terrified. He immediately begged for mercy. He didn't want to be crippled. He had spent most of his life to achieve what he had today. If he was crippled by Jiang Qin like this, it would be worse than being killed. You won't have the chance. Jiang Qin was merciless. He slammed his palm on Song Zhongxing's qi si. A wave of qi rushed into Song Zhongxing's qi si and exploded, shattering his qi si. Arg! Song Zhongxing let out a blood-curdling scream. The pain of having his qi si destroyed wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. The physical pain was incomparable to the mental pain. It was a feeling that was worse than death. This scene was seen by many people. It could be said that all the inner disciples had seen it. Each and every one of them opened their mouths wide in shock. The high and mighty steward who was in charge of everything in the inner sect had been crippled just like that. Moreover, he was crippled by a new disciple. This was too shocking. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Oh my God, something big has happened. Even the high and mighty steward has been crippled. This is bad. Yeah, crippling Man Hong is fine. At most, it will be a fight between disciples. But the steward is different. He is the steward of the sect. He was personally appointed by the higher-ups of the sect. Crippling the high and mighty steward means that he didn't put the rules of the sect in his eyes. The nature of this matter is completely different. Too fierce, too overbearing. This matter will definitely alarm the higher-ups of the sect. I wonder how they will deal with it. Crippling a core disciple, crippling a great elder of the inner sect. Looking at the whole world, perhaps only Jiang Qin had the guts to do this. For God's sake, these bastards, we should have killed them directly. The Huang dog immediately changed his attitude. He finally understood why Jiang Qin was so ruthless. The loss was too great, especially the state of enlightenment, it could only be found by chance. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to have it in their lifetime. Last time, Tyrant had achieved enlightenment and his cultivation grade had reached the peak of the 9th grade combat king. Perhaps he had already become a combat emperor. Such a loss was inestimable. The Huang dog felt that if he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would have bitten all of them to death on the spot. I don't care about these people at all, but sometimes, they are very annoying. They are like flies. They don't pose any threat to you, but they keep buzzing in front of you. The best way to deal with these flies is to pinch them to death, so that they can never fly again. Jiang Chen said. But that old man and that core disciple aren't ordinary people. You have crippled them today, which has caused a huge commotion in the sect. I'm afraid that the higher-ups of the Nebula sect will find trouble with you. The Huang dog said worriedly. This guy had just arrived at the Nebula sect and caused such a huge commotion. He didn't put the rules of the Nebula sect in his eyes at all. The higher-ups of the Nebula sect wouldn't allow him to continue messing around. Don't worry, the higher-ups of the Nebula sect won't dare to do anything to me. Just focus on your cultivation. I will go into seclusion to see if I can find the feeling again. Jiang Chen said casually. Nebula Kid already knew his identity. Even if he caused a huge commotion in the Nebula sect, Nebula Kid would still be responsible for it. Inside the Nebula sect, under the leadership of the vice steward of the inner sect, a few elders carried the chief steward Song Zhongxing and Man Hong, who had been crippled by Jiang Chen, and the Hu brothers to the elders' hall. At this moment, the 7 Feng Yun brothers and Hua Gui were also there. They were the highest elders of the Nebula sect, and they were in charge of everything. Elder, you must help us. This Jiang Chen is really cruel. It's just a small fight between the disciples of the same sect, but he used such a cruel method. He even crippled the chief steward. Such a crazy person is no different from the people of the devil cult. Jiang Chen doesn't put the rules of the sect in his eyes at all. If we don't punish him, he will definitely be more presumptuous in the future. The vice steward said with a wronged expression. Yes, this person is too arrogant. As an inner sect disciple, he doesn't put us, the stewards, in his eyes. He doesn't even care about the rules of the sect. If we let him continue to be arrogant, it will become a scandal. I beg the elders to punish this kid and teach him a lesson. I beg the elders to avenge the chief steward. He is a dignified third-grade combat emperor, but he was crippled just like that. The rest of his life is going to be ruined. Each of the elders felt incomparably wronged. Looking at the way they were gnashing their teeth, it was as if they were the ones who were crippled by Jiang Chen and not the chief steward. As a matter of fact, they didn't hate Jiang Chen, but fear. If such a crazy disciple existed in the inner sect, they, as stewards, wouldn't be able to manage the inner sect affairs in the future. What an arrogant kid. He is simply lawless. Elders, do you have any opinion? Feng Yun Lao slammed his palm on the table, causing the stone table to make a caw-caw sound. He does have some guts and is quite arrogant, but I have to say that he is a rare genius. Think about it, who could defeat a third-grade combat emperor when he was only a ninth-grade combat king? Now that he has advanced to the first-grade combat emperor, he killed a fourth-grade combat emperor, Man Hong. Such a genius is what our Nebula sect needs. It is a pity that we didn't accept him as a true disciple. Feng Yun Lao said. His words didn't mean to blame Jiang Chen, instead, he praised Jiang Chen. A genius is indeed a rare genius, but if we don't punish him for flouting the rules, where will we put our faces? As for accepting a true disciple, I'm afraid that such an arrogant and unruly disciple won't be willing to accept us as his master. Feng Yun Lao Lu said. Hua Gui, what do you say? Feng Yun Lao looked at Hua Gui. They are the ones who asked for it. It is their own fault for not having the ability to do so. The dignified chief steward was beaten up by a new disciple. This is really shameful. You still have the nerve to complain. Jiang Chen has been interrogated by the sect master himself, so there is no problem. He is also loyal to our Nebula sect. Are you going to punish a genius just because of a few trash? Although Hua Gui was a woman, she was a person who cared about her feelings. Of course, the reason why she stood firmly on Jiang Chen's side was because of her beloved disciple, Zhuo Ling'er. After all, Zhuo Ling'er and Jiang Chen had a good relationship. If she punished Jiang Chen, Zhuo Ling'er wouldn't let it go. Hua Gui treasured this new disciple very much. Geniuses are hard to come by, but they shouldn't be lawless. He has been doing whatever he wants in the Nebula sect. He doesn't care about the rules of the Nebula sect. No matter how talented he is, he must be punished. At least, he must be taught a lesson. I think so too. If we don't punish him, it won't look good on us. He has just advanced to the first-grade combat emperor and he has already crippled the chief steward. When he grows stronger, I'm afraid that he won't even put us in his eyes. The other two of the Fengyun 7 said. They agreed to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. After all, this matter was too big. If they didn't teach him a lesson, it wouldn't be good for the management of the disciples in the future. Elders, please help us. If we don't punish Jiang Chen, we won't be able to manage the inner sect in the future. The second steward pulled a long face, he was about to cry. Enough. Look at all of your faces. How dare you call yourselves elders? You don't have the bearing of an elder. I feel annoyed just by looking at you. If you can't do it, I will replace all of you. The hot-tempered Hua Gu couldn't stand it anymore. The second steward and the others were shivering when they saw Hua Gu's outburst. They quickly looked at the Fengyun 7. Fengyun big brother frowned and murmured, if we are going to punish him, how should we punish him? While the 7 of them were discussing how to punish Jiang Chen, a figure suddenly appeared in the main hall like a ghost. This figure looked a little illusory. He was wearing a green robe and had an extraordinary bearing. There was a domineering aura in between his eyebrows. Master. Everyone in the main hall quickly bowed to greet the person who came. Chapter 649. Nebula Kid's appearance had surprised the 8 great elders. One should know that the sect master was high and mighty. He only cared about his cultivation and didn't care about the affairs of the sect. He rarely asked about the affairs of the core sect, let alone the affairs of the inner sect disciples. Today, he personally appeared because of Jiang Chen. It showed how much Nebula Kid valued Jiang Chen. Of course, Nebula Kid couldn't ignore Jiang Chen. The reincarnation of the greatest saint was not a joke. Now that Jiang Chen had entered the Nebula sect, it was a good thing for both the Nebula sect and Nebula Kid himself. Jiang Chen's means were not something they could imagine. Moreover, in Nebula Kid's heart, he had always regarded the greatest saint as his idol. Now that he had seen the reincarnation of the greatest saint, he had reason to believe that Jiang Chen would reach the peak of his previous life. It was a great honor for him to follow such a person. More importantly, following Jiang Chen would also bring him great benefits. Becoming a great saint was not out of his reach. The vice steward and the others were stunned on the spot. They couldn't say anything to punish Jiang Chen anymore. Even the sect master had appeared to protect Jiang Chen. It meant that Jiang Chen was being trained as a genius. If they continued to complain, they would be looking for trouble. In the Nebula sect, no one dared to go against Nebula Kid. Get out of here quickly. The sect master has said that you should stay far away from Jiang Chen when you see him in the future. Don't provoke him. If Zhong Zhongxing didn't provoke Jiang Chen and tried to embezzle Jiang Chen's emperor elixir, he wouldn't be here today. Hua Gui said impolitely. That's right. Although Jiang Chen is arrogant and ruthless, according to what this elder knows, it was Zhong Zhongxing, Man Hong, and the Hu brothers who took the initiative to provoke Jiang Chen. Jiang Qin didn't take the initiative to provoke Jiang Qin. Besides, a dignified chief manager who was beaten up by a disciple to such an extent still has the nerve to complain. Isn't that too shameful? Fifth brother Feng Yun said, changing his attitude of wanting to punish Jiang Qin. The 7 brothers Feng Yun were no fools. They had some understanding of their sect leader. Once the sect leader took a liking to someone, no one in the Nebula sect would dare to provoke Jiang Qin. It was impossible for them to punish Jiang Qin, but they wouldn't take the initiative to help Jiang Qin either. When it came to fights between disciples, the upper echelons of the sect would always turn a blind eye to it. When Jiang Qin went to the core courtyard, they would turn a blind eye to it as well. All right. The 7 brothers Feng Yun and the others nodded their heads. They had no other choice. Even they wouldn't dare to touch a disciple that was personally protected by the sect leader. Moreover, as the highly respected elders of the Nebula sect, they naturally had to consider the future of the Nebula sect. Just like what Hua Gui said, how could they make things difficult for a peerless genius for the sake of a few trash? Finally, the second steward and the others left the elders' hall with the crippled chief manager and returned to the inner sect. Second steward, what should we do now? An elder asked. What else can we do? Don't provoke Jiang Qin in the future. He is protected by the sect leader, we can't afford to offend him. Even if the sect leader doesn't protect him, we can't afford to offend him either. The chief manager is an example. Anyway, Jiang Qin is already a combat emperor now. He will report to the core courtyard in a few days. After sending off this malignant star, the inner sect will be as peaceful as before. The second steward said. They couldn't afford to offend Jiang Qin, so they could only hide. Even if Jiang Qin was not a good person, if he could look at them for a while, they would feel very happy. As a woman, who didn't want to find a handsome and powerful man like Jiang Qin, who was filled with masculinity and domineering? For 2 days, not a single female disciple paid attention to De Huang Dog. This made De Huang Dog very disappointed. When he returned to the courtyard, he started to look at himself in the mirror. Damn it, a bunch of little girls with no taste. Master Dog is so majestic and domineering, but I can't find a bosom friend to talk to. Failure, failure. De Huang Dog sighed and looked at himself in the mirror again. The more he looked at himself, the more handsome and satisfied he became. He felt that he was the most handsome existence in the world. Even if he was just a dog, he was still the most handsome. Unable to restrain himself, De Huang Dog directly kowtowed to himself in the mirror. He worshipped himself so much that he couldn't help himself. This scene was coincidentally seen by Jiang Qin, who had just woken up from his closed-door cultivation. Jiang Qin immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva and almost vomited blood. A big foot flew out and directly kicked De Huang Dog's head. Despicable dog, can you not be so narcissistic? Jiang Qin was speechless towards De Huang Dog. What else could he say when he was following such a top-notch existence? Say, this master dog is so handsome, but why do those female disciples run away when they see me? De Huang Dog asked Jiang Qin in an extremely serious manner. Hearing this, Jiang Qin immediately rolled his eyes. He didn't even need to think to know what De Huang Dog had been doing for the past 2 days. He must have gone out to flirt with the female disciples. He could even imagine the words De Huang Dog said when he was flirting with the female disciples. Immediately, he couldn't help but grab De Huang Dog's ear and said, "Can't you just be a little more obedient? My image has been ruined by you. Image my ass, brat, you are now in limitless glory. When those female disciples mention your name, their eyes will light up. In my opinion, with just a word from you, you can get all those female disciples. You are a man, so you have to use the number of women to prove your success." De Huang Dog acted as if he understood women very well. He patiently educated Jiang Qin. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Jiang Qin was speechless. Oh right, 2 days ago, I saw those old fellows of the inner sect carrying the fainted chief steward to the elder hall. It seems like they are going to complain about you. However, 2 days have passed and there is no movement from the top. This is really strange. When De Huang Dog thought of this, he couldn't help but say. What's so strange about it? They are already crippled. Why would they punish me for a few crippled people? Jiang Chen's face was full of confidence. He had already expected this result. Even if the 8 great elders wanted to punish him, Nebula Kid would come out and stop them. Brat, you have always been meticulous. Oh right, you have been in closed-door training for 2 days. Did you get anything? De Huang Dog asked. Jiang Chen shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Enlightenment is something that can only be discovered by luck. Last time, I was disturbed. If I want to link it again, it will be extremely difficult. Jiang Chen had been trying his best for 2 days. He tried his best to see his dragon form in the depth of his soul, but he couldn't even see a strand of hair. In the end, he had to give up. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't help but want to beat Man Hong and the others up again. This thing still depends on luck. Just like monks, when luck comes, it can't be stopped. Since I was disturbed this time, I will wait for the next time. De Huang Dog said it casually. Anyway, it wasn't his enlightenment. However, what he said was right. Otherwise, what else could he do? Even if he beat Man Hong and the others to death and whipped their corpses, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the loss. The next day, the sect suddenly announced that one of the 8 forbidden areas of the Divine Continent, the Death Mountain, would open in 10 days. The 5 major powers of Xuanyu would send their young disciples to the Death Mountain to gain experience. Once this news came out, all the disciples in the sect were in an uproar. Chapter 650. The Death Mountain had existed for a very long time, much longer than the existence of Jiang Qin. It had at least a few thousand years of history. The Death Mountain, it sounds very scary. De Huang Dog said. He looked at Jiang Qin. Kid, do you know anything about the Death Mountain? In the heart of De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin was an omnipotent and omniscient existence. Even in the Divine Land, there seemed to be no existence that Jiang Qin didn't know. The Death Mountain has existed for a very long time. Even I don't know how long it has existed. The Death Mountain has existed for a very long time. Even I don't know how long it has existed. It is said that there was a super big sect there a long time ago. It was the super big sect of the Divine Continent. At that time, the Divine Continent didn't have the division of big domains and the Divine Continent's pure land. Later, no one knew why this super big sect perished overnight. Tens of thousands of disciples were buried there, and there was a lot of resentment. Later, many masters wanted to enter it to explore, but they all died inside. Therefore, it was called the Death Mountain. The masters of the super big sect used their lives to create a permanent barrier in the Death Mountain. Even a great sage couldn't break the barrier. Jiang Qin said. Since the prohibition is so powerful, why do you still need to open it after 10 days? Isn't it sending people to their death? De Huang Dog was puzzled. The prohibition is built with the heaven and earth as the foundation. It can communicate with the 7 stars. It is extremely terrifying. However, every 30 years, the prohibition will have a weak period. Many forces will choose to open the Death Mountain at this time to search for the treasures. Everything of that super big sect is sealed. The treasures inside will naturally attract people's attention. It seems that 10 days later will be the time when the prohibition weakens. Jiang Qin said. In the past, he had also entered the Death Mountain and obtained some benefits from it. Later on, after he became a peerless great sage, he was obsessed with martial arts and wanted to open the gate of the immortal realm. Therefore, he lost interest in the Death Mountain and never entered it again. Therefore, he didn't really explore the secrets inside the Death Mountain. However, the legend was true after all, so there was nothing to explore. So much time has passed. Even if it opens once every 30 years, the treasures inside would have been taken away long ago. De Huang Dog curled his lips. He wasn't very interested in the Death Mountain. You're wrong. There are a lot of spaces in the Death Mountain. They overlap with each other and they often shift positions. Furthermore, after being sealed for a long time, there will be a lot of living beings and spiritual medicines. The treasures inside are endless. Jiang Chen said that he was very interested in this trip to the Death Mountain. Hearing this, De Huang Dog's eyes instantly brightened. He was most interested in treasures, and he was also an expert in finding treasures. Since there were still many treasures in the Death Mountain that hadn't been discovered yet, he must go in and try his luck. In that case, we must try our luck in the Death Mountain. However, we aren't that strong. If those minor saints also enter the mountain, we won't be able to get any treasures. De Huang Dog said. Impossible. Although the seal of the Death Mountain has become weaker after 30 years, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. If a minor saint expert enters the mountain, he will immediately trigger the seal, causing the strength of the expert to return to its previous state. To those who enter the mountain, it will undoubtedly be a disaster. The 5 major powers of Xuanyu won't allow experts above the minor saint realm to enter the mountain. As for the specifics, it will depend on the sect. Come, let's go out and have a look. Jiang Chen said. He knew a little about the Death Mountain, but after all, more than 100 years had passed. Some changes might have happened. Moreover, there was a condition to enter the Undying Mountain, and it would depend on the sect's decision. In the inner sect's martial arena, many people were discussing the opening of the Death Mountain. The forbidden area of the Death Mountain opens once every 30 years. This time, it's finally our turn. This is our honor. I heard that there are 3 layers of spatial zones in the forbidden area. With our combat king strength, we should be able to enter the 2nd layer. This is indeed a rare opportunity to gain experience. It is said that the Death Mountain used to be the location of a super sect. After the sect was destroyed, it became the forbidden area. There are a lot of treasures in there, but there are also a lot of dangers. Although the seal of the Death Mountain has become weaker, it is still very dangerous. We must be careful when we enter. We're going to set off in 10 days. I've got to make some preparations. Every time the forbidden ground opens, there are always a lot of people entering. Other than the 5 major powers, there are also many other powers of various sizes. Many rogue cultivators will enter as well. Battles are inevitable. Everyone was talking about the Death Mountain. It was a major event in Xuanyu every 30 years. The 5 major powers didn't monopolize the Death Mountain. Instead, they completely opened it to the public. Even ordinary rogue cultivators could enter. There was once a person who was lucky enough to obtain a great opportunity in the Death Mountain. After he came out, he amazed everyone. Of course, there were more people who died in there and turned into dark spirits. The Death Mountain was just like its name, it carried the aura of death. However, this couldn't stop the footsteps of the cultivators. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. In order to obtain good resources and good opportunities, many people were risking their lives. For those major powers, this kind of life and death experience could allow their disciples to grow tremendously. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest, those who could grow would be able to stand firm. Those who failed would be stepped on by others. Lan Yi and Lin Kong were also on the martial arena. When they saw Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog walking towards them, they immediately greeted them. When the others saw Jiang Qin, they immediately stopped talking and looked at Jiang Qin with reverence. Brother Jiang. Many people greeted him. They didn't dare to show any neglect towards Jiang Qin. Many of the disciples on the scene had followed Jiang Qin to fight against the demons in Huangling Desert. They admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of their hearts. After Jiang Qin came to the sect, he crippled the chief steward and Man Hong, which made everyone revere him even more. Even Lan Yi felt a little unnatural when speaking in front of Jiang Qin. After witnessing Jiang Qin's means, they didn't dare to act rashly. And, it seems like all of you are preparing for the opening of the Death Mountain. It's best to be more prepared. The forbidden area is called a forbidden area because there are too many dangers and unknowns inside. In addition, we still have to deal with the disciples of other major powers and some rogue cultivators who are secretly scheming against us. This trip to the Death Mountain is related to the entire Xuanyu. We must not be careless. Jiang Qin said, reminding everyone. He had a smile on his face, and his handsome face made him look like a boy next door. Looking at him now, it was really hard to associate him with the brutal and overbearing little devil from 3 days ago, who had crippled someone with just a single strike. Thank you for reminding us, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang will definitely go to the Death Mountain. As long as we follow Brother Jiang, we won't be afraid. Someone said. Seeing Jiang Chen smile, the atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. They felt that Brother Jiang wasn't that hard to get along with. He was ruthless to his enemies, but he was still very kind to his own people. When we are really in the forbidden area, I might not be able to help you. But you don't have to worry. If you meet the people from the Moyin cult and the Tan clan, just mention my name. I am a good friend of the young master of the Moyin cult. I have saved the life of Tan Jihao from the Tan clan before. At the crucial moment, you can choose to ally with them. Jiang Qin said. Brother Jiang, the Moyin cult is an evil cult. Our relationship with the Moyin cult has always been bad. Lin Kong said cautiously. He felt that it was a bit awkward to ally with the evil cult. Humph. In my eyes, the people of the evil cult are much better than those hypocrites of the so-called righteous sections. Although the people of the evil cult are cruel and merciless, it's not like we can't get along with them. When the time comes, you just have to act according to the situation. If there is a conflict with the evil cult, just mention my name or their young master's name. Jiang Qin said. Brother Jiang is doing this for our own good. If we listen to him, there won't be any mistakes. Blue Robe said loudly. That's for sure. We all follow Brother Jiang as our leader. Someone said. Blue Robe, is there any condition for entering the Death Mountain? Jiang Qin looked at Blue Robe. Yes, it's mainly about cultivation grade. From the Combat Soul Realm to the 8th grade Combat Emperor, anyone can choose to enter the Death Mountain for training. Because of the consideration that those with high cultivation grade might be triggered everywhere, they have to suppress their cultivation grade to the 8th grade Combat Emperor. Those who are above the 8th grade Combat Emperor are not allowed to enter. Blue Robe said. 8th grade Combat Emperor, it seems like the pressure is not small. De Huang Dog murmured. It's only fun when there's pressure. Jiang Qin smiled. If there wasn't any pressure, it wouldn't be interesting. If it was Jiang Qin in his previous life, he wouldn't be interested in the Death Mountain. He had more than enough treasures to use, but it was different now. The treasures he had left behind were in the deepest part of the Saint Cliff. He couldn't go there temporarily, so he couldn't help but be interested in the Death Mountain. Although Brother Jiang is strong and can defeat a 4th grade Combat Emperor, we can't underestimate him. There are many geniuses in the core sect. Xiaoyao Palace, Sky Hill School, Tan family and Moyne cult also have many capable people. We can't underestimate him. Blue Robe reminded. I understand. You guys go and prepare yourselves. Jiang Chen nodded and left with De Huang Dog. Little Chenzi, there are still 10 days left. What are we going to do now? Are we just going to wait here? De Huang Dog asked. Let's go and find Tyrant. We have to bring him along for this. After his enlightenment, I think the potential of his Saraira has been stimulated. I'm afraid that he is already a combat emperor now. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jia, it's been a long time. I miss that shameless tyrant. De Huang Dog chuckled. Chapter 651. The Ranfeng Monastery was rebuilt after it was destroyed. It looked exactly the same as the original one. After Tyrant moved into the monastery, he received the best treatment. Whether it was the Zhuo family or the abbot, no one dared to neglect him. Tyrant's master had done a great favor to the ancestors of the Zhuo family and Tyrant had done a great favor to the Zhuo family. There was no way to repay such kindness. It was the honor of the Zhuo family that Tyrant was going to stay in the monastery to meditate. The scorching sun was high up in the sky. It was noon. The sky was clear and cloudy, it was hard to feel the breeze. However, a golden light suddenly rushed out from one of the rooms in the monastery. It set off a blazing wave of wind and made a whistling sound. That golden pillar of light was condensed from pure Buddhist light. It was covered with complex and indescribable Sanskrit characters, and one could even hear the resounding Sanskrit chanting. Under such Sanskrit chanting, one's soul would calm down. The golden light was very bright. The qi that was overflowing from it was very strong. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog who came from the Nebula sect. Both of them saw the pure Buddha light from afar and felt a very familiar qi from the golden light. Look, it's Tyrant. It seems like we have come at the right time. Tyrant has just broken through. De Huang Dog's eyes brightened and said in surprise. It's a very pure light. It seems like the Saraira is very helpful to Tyrant. This isn't the qi of a first-grade combat emperor but a second-grade combat emperor. This guy has broken through to the second-grade combat emperor. He is the disciple of Great Master Ranfeng, a peerless genius of Buddha sect. His comprehension is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. Tyrant was a different kind of Buddha sect. He had never looked down on Tyrant because he had inherited the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, the #1 monk of Buddha sect. Under the guidance of Great Master Ranfeng, Tyrant would become a supreme Buddha sooner or later. Damn it, a second-grade combat emperor, very powerful. Let's go and have a look. De Huang Dog increased his speed. A man and a dog turned into 2 green smoke and reached the sky above Ranfeng Monastery in a blink of an eye. Who is it? A loud shout rang out, and more than a dozen monks flew up from below. The one leading them was Abbot Yuanming. All of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. This was a crucial moment for Tyrant's advancement, and they had been guarding him all this time, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Abbot, don't be nervous. Jiang Chen quickly said. Due to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's speed, Abbot Yuanming and the others only saw them clearly when Jiang Chen spoke. When they saw that it was Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, the tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Abbot Yuanming's face revealed a look of surprise. So young Master Jiang has returned. Abbot Yuanming bowed slightly towards Jiang Chen. Abbot, don't be so courteous. Let's go down and talk. Such a huge commotion will affect Tyrant. Jiang Chen said. Everyone quickly descended and entered Ranfeng Monastery. Abbot Yuanming could feel the qi of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He could feel an enormous pressure from them. It was the pressure of an emperor. His facial expression changed slightly. How long had it been? Jiang Chen had already advanced to combat emperor. This speed was too fast. I didn't expect that young Master Jiang has advanced to combat emperor in such a short period of time. Congratulations. Abbot Yuanming said, then thought of Zhuo Ling-er. I wonder how is Ling-er now? Don't worry, Abbot. Little Ling-er is doing well. Her innate talent is extraordinary. On the first day she entered Nebula sect, she was accepted as a direct disciple by a 9th grade combat emperor. Now, she is already a combat emperor. Her future achievements will be limitless. Jiang Chen said. He didn't bring Zhuo Ling-er with him this time. She was Hua Guyi's precious daughter. She wasn't someone he could bring out whenever he wanted. She had obtained the Emperor Elixir. With her innate talent, she must have advanced to combat emperor. The ancestors have accumulated a lot of good karma. Hearing that Zhuo Ling-er had become a combat emperor and was accepted as a direct disciple by a 9th grade combat emperor, her eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Jiang Chen was right. With her innate talent, her future achievements would be immeasurable. Hong Long. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. The golden light pillar that was hovering above Ran Feng Monastery shattered, turning into specks of light that fell into the room. Creak, the door was pushed open. Tyrant was wearing a golden robe. He put his palms together, looking like an enlightened monk. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh when they saw him like this. Seeing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, Tyrant's expression changed immediately. He grinned. Little Chenzi, De Huang Dog, didn't you two go to Nebula sect? Why did you come back all of a sudden? I know, it must be because your image is too bad, that's why you were chased back by the Nebula sect. Get lost. Master Dog's image is enough to kill all of you. Master Dog is doing very well in the Nebula sect. There are a lot of female disciples following behind me every day. De Huang Dog didn't have any shame in boasting. Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to kick him. Tyrant, it seems like this enlightenment has helped you a lot. You are now a 2nd grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen stepped forward and patted Tyrant's shoulder. Congratulations on your advancement. This is worthy of celebration. Abbot Yuanming stepped forward and congratulated Tyrant. Abbot, we brothers have something to talk about. You guys can leave now. Jiang Chen said to Abbot Yuanming. Abbot Yuanming was a sensible man. He knew that Jiang Chen must have something to discuss since he came back from Nebula sect to look for Tyrant. He immediately brought the monks of Ran Feng Monastery and left. Little Chenzi, why did you come back so suddenly? Of course, you came back at the right time. If you came back 2 days later, I would have left. Tyrant said. Left? Where are you going? De Huang Dog said. I am going back to the western region. My master said that when I reach the combat emperor realm, he will let me go back and accept the inheritance of my ancestor. He will pass down the other 2 seals to me and the ancient scriptures of Buddha sect. I am now a 2nd grade combat emperor. I am going back to find my master and accept the inheritance. You two must have thought that I am about to advance, so you came back to send me off. You two have a conscience. Tyrant said shamelessly. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and kicked Tyrant's butt. The assassin didn't stop when he saw that another expert had arrived. In addition to the fact that Jiang Chen was too strong, his body swayed and disappeared again. It was obvious that the assassin didn't only use the spatial force, he also used an incomparably mysterious body art. He came and went without a trace, disappearing in an instant without leaving a trace. Others might not be able to sense it, but Jiang Qin could. At the moment when the assassin disappeared, Jiang Qin moved. He used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and stomped fiercely in the air. Bang! The air was crushed by the stomp. Another dull sound was heard in the night. The assassin had suffered a stomp from Jiang Qin and was forced out from the void once again. The assassin's current appearance was incomparably embarrassing. His body was swaying. After suffering the attack of Jiang Qin's Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he was still able to stand there. This indicated that this assassin wasn't an ordinary assassin. Although Jiang Qin was a first-grade combat emperor, he could even kill a fourth-grade combat emperor, let alone the assassin who was only a third-grade combat emperor. If the assassin didn't have a brilliant technique, he would have been dead by now. An assassin who hides in the dark, once exposed, is no longer an assassin. Your advantage is gone in front of me, Jiang Qin said. It seems like the information we received was wrong. The assassin's tone was very calm, there was no trace of panic. This was the quality that an assassin should have. As an assassin, he had already disregarded life and death when he entered this profession. You are one of the Dark Shadow's men. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with 2 rays of cold light, threatening the assassin. The assassin's expression suddenly changed. He didn't think that Jiang Qin would be able to guess his identity. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? I can spare your life. To be able to ask the Dark Shadow to kill me, I think the person must have a certain status. Jiang Qin said. Since you already know my identity, do you think I will tell you? The assassin laughed. He knew that he had completely failed. He wouldn't have another chance to assassinate Jiang Qin in the future. If that's the case, then go to hell. Jiang Qin's murderous aura burst out. He never had anything to say to his enemies. The Heavenly Saint sword rippled out, his body turned into an arrow that was released from the bow, appearing in front of the assassin in a blink of an eye. The long sword pierced through the assassin's head. At the last moment, when he saw Jiang Qin's imposing manner, the assassin directly gave up resisting. He knew that he would definitely die. The information he received was wrong. Originally, he thought that sending him to assassinate a small fry was already a sure win. Before he came, he was still very dissatisfied. He felt that sending him to assassinate a small fry was simply looking down on him. Now, it seemed that the information he received was really harmful. These guys are like ghosts, extremely difficult to deal with. If you are targeted by them, you won't be able to sleep well. Tyrant said. Don't worry. When the Dark Shadow sends out killers, they won't send out the real experts at once. They will first measure the strength of the opponent and select the corresponding killer. To those killers, this is also a trial. This is their killer mode. Humph. However, I'm not afraid. If the Dark Shadow wants to kill me, I will reap their lives. Even if they are ghosts, I will turn them into ghosts. Jiang Qin said Lang. He had always had a lot of enemies. Jiang Qin wasn't someone who would be easily frightened. In his previous life, he was able to kill the leader of the Dark Shadow. In this life, he could similarly destroy this organization. Regarding the opening of the Death Mountain, Jiang Qin, Tyrant and the Huang Dog weren't considered weak, but they weren't too strong either. The limit of entering the Death Mountain was an 8th grade combat emperor. With their current strength, they weren't a match for an 8th grade combat emperor. Therefore, improving their strength was still a top priority. Jiang Qin had been working hard to improve his strength throughout his journey. His progress was undoubtedly very fast, but it was still far from enough compared to the current situation. 2 men and a dog didn't travel fast. It was as if they were on a sightseeing tour. They reached a wasteland in the evening. The wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. There were only a few people on the way. There was still some time before the opening of the Death Mountain. There were only a few combat soul cultivators who were rushing towards the Death Mountain. Xuanyu was very big. For those combat soul cultivators who hadn't comprehended the spatial force, it was a long distance to reach the Death Mountain. Hong Long. A loud sound was heard from the sky. Suddenly, there was a battle in front of them. Jiang Chen and Tyrant looked at each other and flew towards the direction of the battle at the same time. In the sky above the wasteland, an intense battle was taking place. 3 yellow-robed old men were besieging a black-clothed old man. The chi of these 4 men was very strong. All of them were 5th-grade combat emperors. The black-clothed old man had a ferocious expression on his face, but his body was already injured. Being besieged by 3 experts of the same grade as him, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Despicable. The black-clothed old man said ferociously. Old Impermanence, your devil cult has done a lot of evil deeds. You deserve to die. Today, we have spent a lot of effort to stop you. Of course, we will eliminate you, the Scourge. One of the yellow-robed old men said with a sneer on his face. The black-clothed old man was none other than the Old Impermanence of the Moyne cult. He had helped Jiang Qin back in the Liang province. The other 3 were from the Xiaoyao Palace. The one who spoke was Yun Xin Rei. He and the Old Impermanence were enemies. It wasn't easy for the 3 elders of the Xiaoyao Palace to besiege the Old Impermanence. Yun Xin Rei, the Weiyu people from the Xiaoyao Palace are the despicable ones. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. I won't be afraid of you. The Old Impermanence's face was filled with anger. Ha, sod old man, there's no such thing as credibility with people from the devil cult like you. We have already sealed the space here. You're already seriously injured and will die for sure. I advise you to surrender and die a quick death. Another elder of the Xiaoyao Palace said loudly. In their eyes, the Old Impermanence was already a dead man. If they couldn't make use of such a genius, they had to eliminate him as soon as possible. However, it seemed that Jiang Qin had colluded with the devil religion. It was impossible to make him work for them. So, the only thing they could do was to eliminate him. I have no intention of leaving since I came here. I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill me. But the 3 of you, if you choose to run away now, you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, you will die for sure. Jiang Qin pretended to be ruthless. However, his ruthless words didn't scare them. Instead, it made Yun Xin Rei and the other 2 elders burst into laughter. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. A 1st-grade combat emperor had threatened to kill them. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? Humph. Since you aren't leaving, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Ha! Kid, don't talk big. Show us how impolite you are. Yun Xin Rei couldn't stop laughing. He felt that Jiang Qin was too cute. However, at the next moment, he didn't feel that way anymore. Instead, he felt that his perception was too stupid. Hong Long. A wave of qi burst out from Jiang Qin's body. Under the impact of this wave of qi, the sky that was originally calm and tranquil was suddenly struck by lightning. The strong wind whistled, as if it was the end of the world. The lightning came too fast. In just a few seconds, the sky was filled with endless dark clouds. A terrifying pressure fell from the clouds, making people tremble in fear. Including Old Man Impermanence, everyone's facial expression changed dramatically. The three elders of Xiaoyao Palace couldn't laugh anymore. As fifth-grade combat emperors, it was impossible for them to not know what was going on. It's the heavenly tribulation. Motherfucker, this kid actually created the heavenly tribulation. Motherfucker, he's a monster. The elder of Xiaoyao Palace finally changed his expression. I had forgotten that when he broke through to the Combat King realm in Liang province, he had also triggered the heavenly tribulation. Let's leave this place quickly, or else we will be caught in the crossfire. Boon Sin Rei said loudly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about killing Old Man Impermanence. Facing the legendary heavenly tribulation, even if they were fifth-grade combat emperors, they couldn't maintain their composure. The higher one's grade was, the more they knew about the heavenly tribulation. The more they knew about it, the more they knew about the terror of the heavenly tribulation. Motherfucker, young master's friend is really a monstrous genius. He can actually trigger the heavenly tribulation. Old Man Impermanence was also shocked, but he was more surprised. He thought that Jiang Qin was too impulsive, coming here to seek his own death when he was only a first-grade combat emperor. Now, it seemed like Jiang Qin had some kind of trump card. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the sky. In the dark clouds, there were 9 dark red lightning bolts. Seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. The 9 major tribulation. Anyone would smile bitterly in the face of such a terrifying tribulation. Only Jiang Qin, who had cultivated the dragon transformation art, could withstand this level of tribulation. However, facing this 9 major tribulation, Jiang Qin was still pleasantly surprised. This heavenly tribulation could refine his body and stimulate his potential. As long as he could safely pass this tribulation, he would be able to break through to the second-grade combat emperor realm. This was what Jiang Qin hoped to see. Don't delay any longer. Run, leave this place quickly. We will watch from afar. This brat won't be able to pass such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Even if he does, his body will be in a weakened state. When that time comes, we can easily kill him. Boon Sin Rei said loudly. His technique was just too skillful. Hong Long. When the 6th lightning bolt struck, there were 6 golden pills in Jiang Qin's hand. They were jumping up and down in the sea of fire. Hong Long. The 7th heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Jiang Qin's face finally revealed a trace of seriousness. He kept the pills in his hand at lightning speed and raised his head to look at the sky. He could clearly feel that the heavenly might coming from the clouds had become even more terrifying. Right now, Jiang Qin's eyes were tightly shut, and his body was covered in blood. His entire body was covered in blood, but one could feel that his qi hadn't died yet. He had just fainted. What was even more shocking was that Jiang Qin's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the self-recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill. It was more terrifying than any divine pill. It wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. However, Jiang Qin's injuries were too severe. Even with the self-recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill, it was unrealistic to think that he could recover in such a short period of time. His injuries are too severe. Although he only fainted, he has entered a weakened state. Because of the heavenly tribulation, there will be people coming soon. We have to leave this place immediately. Old Man Impermanence said. That's right. Let's leave this place first. The monk nodded his head, then he carried Jiang Qin in his arms. After that, the trio turned into 3 beams of light and disappeared from the scene. However, it seems like Jiang brother won't wake up in a short period of time. We have let an elder of Xiaoyao Palace go. Xiaoyao Palace certainly won't let this matter go. They will surely send an expert to cause trouble. We can't hide from the senses of a combat emperor even if we hide here. I'm afraid that this isn't a long-term plan. However, escaping with Jiang brother isn't a solution either. Elder Impermanence said worriedly. Escape? Why do we need to escape? We will stay here and not go anywhere else. Just wait and see what Master Dog can do. As soon as De Huang Dog finished talking, he rushed out of the cave with a swoosh. His mouth was mumbling some incantations. His 2 dog hooves were drawing in the air, casting out mystical talismans. Very quickly, a large formation was formed, sealing the entrance of the cave. After doing all this, De Huang Dog returned to the cave and said to Tyrant and Elder Impermanence, "This formation that Master Dog has set up, as long as it's not a minor saint, no one will be able to find us." De Huang Dog was very confident. He was proficient in the heavenly book of formation source. His attainments in the Tao of formations and restrictions were far beyond that of an ordinary person. Elder Impermanence's face was filled with fear. He slowly walked to the entrance of the cave. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't sense the existence of a formation. He wasn't a person who knew about formations, but he had seen some powerful formations. It was his first time seeing a formation as profound as De Huang Dog's. If he didn't see De Huang Dog setting up the formation with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that there was such a formation in front of him. Amazing! Elder Impermanence couldn't help but give a thumbs up to De Huang Dog. His eyes were filled with praise. He glanced at Jiang Chen and thought to himself that a genius was indeed a genius. Even a dog following him was so mystical. I can see that you have suffered some serious injuries. You should take this time to recuperate. Tyrant said to Elder Impermanence. As a Buddhist, he didn't have a good impression of the devil cult. However, it was different if the devil cult was Jiang Chen's friend. Moreover, Tyrant wasn't the kind of person who stuck to the rules. He was unrestrained and didn't judge people by the rules. This old man in front of him had saved Jiang Chen's life before, so he was his friend. Elder Impermanence nodded. He took out a healing pill from his cheese sea and swallowed it. After that, he sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. De Huang Dog and Tyrant came out from the entrance of the cave and became Jiang Chen's protectors. Jiang Chen was lying there without moving, but his body was undergoing tremendous changes. The 9 major tribulations had brought him endless benefits. It had stimulated his latent potential once again. The dragon transformation art was circulating. Motherfucker, the people of Xiaoyao Palace have found us. Tyrant couldn't help but curse when he saw the 3 of them through the cave. Old Man Impermanence also felt the overbearing qi. He woke up from his seclusion and came to the entrance of the cave. His face was filled with vigilance. Don't worry. They won't be able to detect the formation that Master Dog has set. Chapter 658. Even if De Huang Dog was very confident, Tyrant and Elder Impermanence's faces were filled with nervousness. After all, their opponents were too strong. A 6th grade combat emperor genius and 2 5th grade combat emperor elders. They couldn't deal with such a lineup. Jiang Chen was lying on the ground, unable to fight. Although Elder Impermanence was a 5th grade combat emperor, his injuries hadn't fully recovered. Even if Elder Impermanence was in his peak condition, it wouldn't help them. 3 powerful divine senses were like 3 invisible sides, sweeping every inch of the valley, leaving nothing behind. As combat emperors, they could create a special spatial zone, but this kind of spatial zone was built with the help of a great world. Once a stronger expert came, it would be easy for them to be discovered. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. Also, creating a special spatial zone was very troublesome. It wasn't something that could be done casually. That was why they chose to hide in the cave. Wang Yi was a 6th-grade combat emperor, a rare genius of Xiaoyao Palace. His strength was much stronger than the other 2 elders. The Huang Dog's formation was very powerful. The 2 5th-grade combat emperors didn't stop after sweeping through the cave, not even a strand of hair was found. However, when Wang Yi's divine sense swept through the cave, he purposely stopped for a while. He had swept through the cave 3 times. Elder Impermanence and Tyrant frowned. They thought that they were going to be discovered, but Wang Yi's divine sense had already left. The 3 of them wandered around the valley again, but found nothing. "It's not here, let's go to other places," one of the elders said. Wang Yi knitted his brows. His eyes scanned the valley again, then he brought the 2 elders and flew to other places. Tyrant and Elder Impermanence heaved a sigh of relief when they felt the chi of the 3 of them getting further and further away. The scene just now was too nerve-wracking. They were almost discovered. No wonder they were so nervous. If they were discovered, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. They might even lose their lives. For God's sake, why are you 2 so nervous? Are you not confident in Master Dog's formation? The Huang Dog said ferociously to the 2 elders. The Huang Dog wasn't satisfied with their nervous expressions. Putting aside other aspects, the Huang Dog's confidence in the Tao of formations was inflated. Both of them looked at each other and gave big yellow thumbs up at the same time. Their admiration for Big Yellow was genuine. There was absolutely no pretense. Their impression of Big Yellow had improved. Even the divine sense of a 6th-grade combat emperor was repelled by Big Yellow. Now, they could rest peacefully in the cave. With Big Yellow's formation, nothing could go wrong. Even if the Freedom Palace wanted to kill Jiang Qin, they wouldn't be able to send out a minor saint. The Huang's formation is really powerful. I can now rest in peace. My injuries aren't serious. I will fully recover in 3 days. Old Man Impermanence said and entered into his meditative state again. This time, his state was different from the previous one where he was on tenterhooks. This time, he was very relaxed. He didn't need to worry about the people of Xiaoyao Palace coming to kill him. Besides, the people of Xiaoyao Palace shouldn't be coming back after they left. In the following time, the Huang Dog was bored to death. He lied on the ground and slept. Tyrant sat cross-legged in meditation while chanting the Lotus Sutra. Jiang Chen was lying on the ground. Golden light could be seen flickering on the surface of his body from time to time. Old Man Impermanence was like a petrified statue. He was in a meditative state. As for the people of Xiaoyao Palace, it was just like what Old Man Impermanence had said. They had been searching for a very long time, but they couldn't sense the chi of Jiang Chen and Old Man Impermanence. In the end, they had to give up. Motherfucker, we have been searching for 3 days. The Death Mountain will open in a few days. The elder of Xiaoyao Palace said. He felt very uncomfortable when he thought that he couldn't get rid of Jiang Qin. He had witnessed the terror of Jiang Qin with his own eyes. The thought of the terrifying heavenly tribulation still made him shudder. Let's go. We will go to the Death Mountain first. The opening of the Death Mountain is a big event for Xuanyu. Jiang Qin will definitely go there. When we arrive at the Death Mountain, it will be the time of his death. We will let him live for a few more days. Wang Yi said in an extremely cold tone. That brat isn't easy to deal with. The elder frowned and said. Humph. He was able to kill the 2 elders, Boon Sin Rei, because of the power of the heavenly tribulation. He's just a 1st-grade combat emperor, how powerful can he be? Don't tell me that he can trigger another heavenly tribulation when he arrives at the Death Mountain. Wang Yi harumphed coldly and flew towards the direction of the Death Mountain. The valley was quiet. Old Man Impermanence had been in seclusion for 3 days. Finally, he opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. The chi of a 5th-grade combat emperor was perfectly unleashed. The surface of his body was filled with devil chi, which was very scary. Finally, I have fully recovered. I must take revenge for this. Old Man Impermanence said viciously. He wasn't a person who could be easily provoked. The people of the devil religion weren't easy to deal with, especially someone as cruel as Old Man Impermanence. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Wang Wang, there was a buzzing sound in the cave. The golden light on the surface of Jiang Chen's body was getting denser. His condition was many times stronger than before. His distressed look had disappeared, and his face had regained its resolute look. Jiang Chen's recovery is very fast. It seems that he will be fully recovered in a few days. It won't affect his ability to enter the Death Mountain. Oh right, you are here for the Death Mountain, right? Old Man Impermanence looked at Tyrant and De Huang Dog. That's right. Jiang Chen has joined the Nebula sect. He is now a member of the Nebula sect. He is here for the Death Mountain and met you on the way. De Huang Dog said. The Nebula sect is one of the 5 major powers. With Jiang Chen's talent, I'm afraid that Nebula Kid will be overjoyed if he joins the Nebula sect. In a few years' time, the Nebula sect will become stronger because of Jiang Chen. At that time, the balance of Xuanyu will be broken. Old Man Impermanence had a far-sighted vision. A person like Jiang Chen joining the Nebula sect would be a huge threat to the other 4 major powers. However, Old Man Impermanence was secretly glad that Jiang Chen and the young master of the Moyin cult were good friends. In this way, even if the structure of Xuanyu was changed, the Moyin cult wouldn't have any big problems. Of course. By the way, is the young master of the Moyin cult Han Yan? De Huang Dog asked. Although he had already guessed it, he didn't get confirmation from Old Man Impermanence. That's right. Young master was indeed Han Yan. He was hit by the spatial storm and was severely injured. Fortunately, he met our hierarch. Our hierarch saw that young master had the rare Gu Tianmao physique, so he was overjoyed and brought him back to the Moyin cult and adopted him as his son. When I arrived, young master was refining in the devil blood pool. He should have come out by now. This time, young master will also participate in the training in the Death Mountain. Old Man Impermanence said. Ha, that brat Han Yan also wants to come here to gain experience. That's great. This guy is really promising now. He came to the Divine Prefecture and even became a young master, while the 2 of us are being hunted everywhere. Compared to him, it's really infuriating. De Huang Dog said indignantly. Thinking about the encounters he and Jiang Chen had along the way, compared to Han Yan, the difference was like heaven and earth. De Huang, who is Han Yan? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. He had long heard that Jiang Chen and the young master of the Moyin cult were friends. Now, it seemed like they had known each other for a long time. We came from the same place. There were a total of 5 of us. Unexpectedly, we encountered a spatial storm and got separated. De Huang Dog told Tyrant about Han Yan, Nangong Wendian and Wuningzhu. Now that Han Yan had become the young master, there was no need to worry about him anymore. However, Nangong Wendian and Wuningzhu's whereabouts were still unknown. Old Man Impermanence and Tyrant were astonished. It turned out that they came from the faraway eastern continent. What was even more unexpected was that there were so many peerless geniuses in the eastern continent. There was no need to mention Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, but Han Yan also had the Gu Tianma physique. For the next few days, Jiang Chen was still in a coma. He didn't wake up, but these days, the Death Mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. Outside the Death Mountain, a lot of people had appeared. Countless cultivators had gathered here. Countless forces of Xuanyu had participated in this. They wanted to enter the Death Mountain to search for treasures and obtain some opportunities. The geniuses of the 5 major forces had also appeared, but there were no particularly powerful experts among them. On the 9th day, which was also the day before the opening of the Death Mountain, Jiang Qin, who had been sleeping for so long, finally moved. The golden cocoon on the surface of his body shattered. Jiang Qin, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly sat up. He didn't open his eyes, he just sat there. Incomparably powerful airwaves rushed out from his body, causing the entire mountain to shake. At this moment, the injuries in Jiang Chen's body had completely recovered. Lightning flashed when he moved his body. The 9 major tribulations had tempered his body to an unimaginable level, and the benefits he had obtained were not as simple as just improving his body. In Jiang Chen's body, new dragon marks began to condense. The advancement between combat emperors and combat kings was the same. Each advancement required 2,000 dragon marks. In just a few minutes, the 2,000 dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had completely condensed. Jiang Chen was as still as a mountain. He had mobilized a large amount of heaven elixir from his Qi Si to aid him in his advancement. Every advancement was a huge project, and the consumption was so huge that it left people speechless. Boom! The airwaves became stronger. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's control, the entire mountain would have collapsed. Second Grade Combat Emperor. Tyrant and Old Man Impermanence's eyes sparkled when they sensed Jiang Chen's qi. Their faces were filled with joy. However, 2,000 dragon marks wasn't the limit. After Jiang Chen advanced to the Second Grade Combat Emperor, the dragon marks in his body were still condensing. Chapter 659. The qi on the surface of Jiang Chen's body was rippling layer by layer. His qi was increasing bit by bit. Tyrant and De Huang Dog's reaction was better because they knew how abnormal Jiang Chen was. However, Old Impermanence was different. After Jiang Chen advanced to the Second Grade Combat Emperor, the qi that was overflowing from his body made him feel pressured even though he was a 5th Grade Combat Emperor. In other words, after advancing to the Second Grade Combat Emperor, Jiang Chen's combat strength might be stronger than him, a 5th Grade Combat Emperor. This was too ridiculous. He had never seen such a powerful being in his life. However, when he thought of Jiang Chen's ability to attract the heavenly tribulation, he felt relieved. A person like Jiang Chen couldn't be judged by normal standards. After the 9 revolutions major tribulation, Jiang Chen's potential was stimulated once again. His body had obtained great benefits. The number of dragon marks in his body kept increasing. After advancing to the Second Grade Combat Emperor, he condensed another 1,000 dragon marks before stopping. Until now, there was a total of 43,000 dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's grade had reached the middle of the Second Grade Combat Emperor. With an additional 1,000 dragon marks, his combat strength had increased by a lot. With his current condition, he was confident that he could kill a 5th Grade Combat Emperor. Even if he encountered a 6th Grade Combat Emperor, he would still have the strength to fight. If he used the Saint Bone, he could kill a 6th Grade Combat Emperor. This was the terror of the dragon transformation art. However, to Jiang Chen, there was still regret that the dragon transformation art wasn't able to undergo another transformation. When he thought of this, he couldn't wait to beat the Hu brothers and Man Hong up again. However, after cultivating the dragon transformation skill to this level, Jiang Chen began to ponder about something. When he first started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, the skill had clearly stated that once he formed 100,000 dragon marks in his body, he would be able to reach the major stage. He had already condensed more than 40,000 dragon marks, but the dragon transformation skill was becoming more and more mysterious. Those true dragon combat skills, the blood runes in the purgatory, the sudden appearance of dragon blood essence, and the dragon roar in the depths of the dragon's soul all showed that the dragon transformation skill was extraordinary. Jiang Chen felt that even if he condensed 100,000 dragon patterns, it would definitely not be the peak of the dragonization art. It could not be the end. Of course, Jiang Chen did not know where the final destination of the dragon transformation skill was. He still had to continue to explore in the process of cultivation, but one thing was for sure, cultivating this skill would not bring any harm to his body. It would allow him to walk further and further on the path of cultivation and become stronger and stronger. 43,000 dragon marks had filled him with confidence for the trip to the Death Mountain. As for the next transformation of the dragon transformation skill, it was just like Tyrant's sudden enlightenment. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. It would come when the time came. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the ground. He casually glanced at his surroundings and guessed what was going on. "Brother Jiang, you're awake." Old Man Impermanence's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "How long have I been unconscious?" Jiang Chen asked. "It's been a few days. Tomorrow is the opening day of the Death Mountain." Old Man Impermanence said. "It seems like there's no delay." "Old Man Impermanence, are you going to enter the Death Mountain as well?" Jiang Chen looked at Old Man Impermanence and saw that his qi had fully recovered. "That's right. I'm now a 5th grade combat emperor. I'm qualified to enter the Death Mountain. I want to find some opportunities inside." Old Man Impermanence nodded and said. "Is your young master here?" Jiang Chen asked again. "Young master will definitely come. This is a major event in Xuanyu. Young master will definitely participate in it. Brother Jiang will be able to meet young master tomorrow." Old Man Impermanence said with a smile. Good. This bastard has become the young master. I want to see how much he has changed." Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He felt indescribably happy when he thought that he would be able to meet his brother soon. "Brother Jiang, are we going to the Death Mountain now? The mountain must be crowded with people now." Old Man Impermanence asked about Jiang Chen's next plan. He had already regarded Jiang Chen as his backbone. "The Death Mountain will only open tomorrow. We don't have to rush there. Old Man Impermanence, I will give you a treasure. It will allow you to advance to the 6th grade combat emperor tomorrow." Jiang Chen turned his palm and took out a 9-yang less rond pill. He gave it to Old Man Impermanence. "This is the 9-yang less rond pill that I have concocted myself. After you refine it, not only will it improve your physique, it won't be a problem for you to advance to the next grade." Jiang Chen wouldn't show such a precious thing to anyone, let alone give it to someone else. However, Old Man Impermanence wasn't a stranger. He was one of them. Moreover, Old Man Impermanence had once saved his life. This kindness had been engraved in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen was cruel and merciless to his enemies, but he had always been generous to his friends. The current situation was different. They lacked experts by their side. If Old Man Impermanence could advance to the 6th grade combat emperor, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. He would be able to handle the situation independently. What? 9-yang less rond pill. Old Man Impermanence stared at the pill in Jiang Chen's hand and couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled that Jiang Chen had concocted a pill during his tribulation, but he didn't expect it to be the legendary 9-yang less rond pill. With Old Man Impermanence's knowledge, he had naturally heard of this legendary pill. However, it was only a legend because it was too difficult to concoct. Even the strongest expert in the world couldn't concoct it. That was why this pill only existed in the legends. It had never appeared in the continent. He didn't expect to see one in front of him today. Old Man Impermanence naturally knew the value of the 9 yang less rond pill. If this pill was known to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It might even cause a bloody storm. Today, this legendary pill was right in front of him. Even with his 5th-grade combat emperor's temperament, he couldn't help but panic. This. Jiang brother, this pill is too precious. I can't accept it. Old Man Impermanence's voice was trembling. He didn't dare to estimate how precious this pill was. If it was someone else who had the 9 yang less rond pill in his hand, with Old Man Impermanence's temperament, he was afraid that he would directly snatch it away. However, the person in front of him was Jiang Qin. He didn't dare to accept it. The people of the devil religion are all straightforward people. Just take it. If you don't want it, I will take it back. Jiang Chen was about to take the pill back when Jiang Qin stopped. I want it. Old Man Impermanence snatched the pill away with lightning speed and smiled at Jiang Qin. I am just being polite. Jiang brother is right. We, the people of the devil religion, are straightforward people. Today's kindness, Old Man Impermanence will remember it. In the future, if Jiang brother has any requests, Impermanence will go through water and tread on fire, even if it means death. Old Man Impermanence didn't act bashful anymore. He could see that Jiang Qin was a straightforward person. If he acted bashful, he would be looked down upon. Moreover, if he obtained this pill, his cultivation grade would increase in a short period of time. It would be beneficial to their current situation. Many rogue cultivators had special abilities. For example, some rogue cultivators were born to be proficient in some strange techniques. They were good at finding treasures. If they let these rogue cultivators enter the mountain, once they found the treasures, they would eventually fall into the hands of the 5 major powers. Just like the Huang Dog, he was a real alien. The Death Mountain only opens once every 30 years. Most of the people only have one chance to enter the mountain in their lifetime. I hope that I will be able to obtain the inheritance left behind by a senior expert. It will allow me to soar to the sky and become famous. Stop dreaming. Only those who possess great luck can get such a thing. Why don't you take a look at your own appearance? You have a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. One look and I can tell that you are not fated with luck. That's right. The real treasures won't belong to us. Only the experts of the 5 major powers can open the Death Mountain. It's already good enough for us to enter the mountain. Do you dare to snatch the treasures from the geniuses of the 5 major powers? Isn't that courting death? I heard that the requirement to enter the Death Mountain is between the Combat Soul Realm and the 8th-grade Combat Emperor. The core disciples of the 5 major powers are all very powerful. I wonder what kind of people will appear. Besides, the relationship between the 5 major powers has never been harmonious. When these disciples meet each other, it is inevitable that there will be a conflict. That is the competition between the 5 major powers. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to take care of ourselves. When we enter the Death Mountain, we better stick together. I heard that the mountain is extremely dangerous. Some of the seniors who have entered before said that this is the remains of an ancient sect. Some of the disciples of the sect have turned into dark souls. This is too scary. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Everyone knew about the legend of the Death Mountain. Although the opening of the Death Mountain was a rare opportunity for many people, they understood that there were still endless dangers in the mountain. Walking one round in the mountain could be said to be 9 out of 10 out of 10. However, the path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. No matter how many difficulties there were in front of them, many people were willing to try. Outside of the Death Mountain, there were 5 special formations. Each of them occupied one side of the mountain. No one dared to get close to them. These people were facing the disciples of the 5 major powers. Looking at them, there were at least a few hundred people in each of the formations. These were the disciples of the 5 major powers. They had arrived as soon as they heard the news, but the important figures hadn't appeared yet. The true geniuses of the 5 major powers haven't appeared yet, but I think they will be here soon. They will be here before the opening of the Death Mountain. Look, those are the geniuses of the Nebula sect. They are the first to appear. Someone exclaimed. Many of them raised their head and looked at a direction. They saw a powerful chi soaring up to the sky. Young men in blue robes were walking in the sky. There were also many elders who were wearing elder robes. This time, the opening of the Death Mountain only restricted one's cultivation grade, but not their age. There were at least a few dozen people in this group. All of them were combat emperors and combat kings. When they arrived at the camp of the Nebula sect, the disciples of the Nebula sect looked at them with reverence. The leader of the Nebula sect was a young man who seemed to be in his late 20s. His chi was unparalleled. His face was sharp and handsome. His cultivation grade seemed to have reached the peak of the 8th grade combat emperor, only a step away from the 9th grade combat emperor. His name was Guo Fei. He was an outstanding disciple of the core sect, a figure on the sky ranking. Other than that, there were a few other powerful 8th grade combat emperors who came with them. Each of them had an arrogant look on their faces. Zhuo Ling was among them. She stood at the front with Guo Fei, looking around as if she was looking for something. The current Zhuo Ling was much stronger than when she had just entered the Nebula sect. She was already a 2nd grade combat emperor. Normally, a new 2nd grade combat emperor wasn't qualified to stand beside Guo Fei, but Zhuo Ling's identity was different. She was the direct disciple of the first elder of the Flower Valley. Her status was higher than the disciples of the core sect. Moreover, she was a rare genius with extraordinary innate talent. She was the focus of the Nebula sect's nurturing. No one dared to neglect her. Look, the leader of the Nebula sect is Guo Fei. Even the 8th grade combat emperor elders have to listen to him. I heard that he is ranked 5th in the sky ranking of the Nebula sect. Scary. Look at that little girl. I heard that the Nebula sect has recently recruited 2 geniuses. One of them is this little girl. She has already reached the combat emperor grade at the age of 12. This is a monstrous genius. The other one is even scarier. Is that Jiang Chen who can trigger the heavenly tribulation? What? Jiang Chen has joined the Nebula sect. I have heard of Jiang Chen. He is a true monstrous genius. His means are cruel and ruthless. He isn't someone to be trifled with. He is a real devil incarnate. I didn't expect him to join the Nebula sect. Look, such a strong devil chi. The people of the Moine cult are here. High up in the sky in another direction, a mass of black demonic cloud suddenly appeared. The entire sky was engulfed by the ice-cold demonic chi. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi arrived in front of them and turned into dozens of black-clothed men. Each of their faces was filled with grave and stern expressions. Judging from their chi, the chi of the Moine cult wasn't any weaker than that of the Nebula sect. However, what made people puzzled was that the leader of the Moine cult was a young man who was only a 6th grade combat emperor. This man had a head full of flowing white hair. He looked very handsome. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, bottomless. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, carrying a trace of unrestrained taste. Behind him, there were a few powerful 8th grade combat emperors. Some of them were young, some of them were elders, but all of them were standing behind the young man. It was obvious that although their cultivation grade was high, their status was far lower than the young man in front of them. This white-haired man wasn't someone else. He was Han Yan. The current Han Yan was a 6th grade combat emperor. If Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were to see this, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Gu Tianma's bloodline had finally unleashed its power in the devil blood pool. Han Yan had advanced to the 6th grade combat emperor after coming out from the pool, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Look, that is the new young master of the Moyin cult. I heard that he is the adopted son of the master of the Moyin cult. It is said that he was born with the physique of Gu Tianma. He is a rare genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. He is extremely terrifying. A while ago, he had entered the devil blood pool of the Moyin cult to cultivate. I didn't expect that he would advance to the 6th grade combat emperor. His physique is extremely terrifying. I guess that even though he is only a 6th grade combat emperor, he is strong enough to fight against those 8th grade combat emperors. Yes, this man is deeply loved by the master of the Moyin cult. His status in the Moyin cult is very high. Even those geniuses and elders are far inferior to him. Chapter 661. The nebula sex Guo Xiao Fei was a genius on the sky ranking. His name had spread far and wide. His appearance in the Death Mountain wasn't a surprise to the people. What really caught everyone's attention was the young master of the Moyin cult and Zhuo Ling'er. Both of them were famous people who had recently appeared in Xuanyu. There was no need to mention the young master of the Moyin cult. Just this title alone was enough to frighten people. He was the foster son of the devil cult's master. No matter where he went, he could do whatever he wanted. Although Zhuo Ling'er wasn't strong, her potential was the greatest. In the whole of Xuanyu, there wasn't a genius with such a great potential. A 12-year-old 2nd grade combat emperor. Even those ancient families in the pure land of the divine continent couldn't find such a genius. It was a miracle that an unusual person like Zhuo Ling'er could appear in a place like Xuanyu. After Han Yan appeared, his eyes fell on the group of the Nebula sect. After a quick glance, his face revealed a disappointed expression because he didn't see the people he wanted to see. If Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were here, he would be able to see them at first glance. Han Yan knew that Jiang Chen had entered the Nebula sect. As the young master of the Moyin cult, he had sent people to spy on Jiang Chen's actions. He isn't in the Nebula sect's formation. It seems like he didn't come with the people of the Nebula sect. However, this is such an important event. These two guys will never miss it. Han Yan's mouth revealed a smile. He knew Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog too well. These two were the devil kings of the world. They were people who wished for the whole world to be in chaos. The opening of the Death Mountain was a big event. Without them, it would be meaningless. Besides, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to gain experience. Hong Long, another wave of tyrannical qi, came from afar. These qi didn't belong to one person. Judging from the qi alone, it wasn't any weaker than the Nebula sect and Moyin cult. Without a doubt, one of the 5 major powers had arrived. A large group of experts came from afar. They were the people of the Tan family. The leader of the group was a young man with an unparalleled qi. The training in the Death Mountain was actually a competition between geniuses. The geniuses sent by the major powers couldn't be too shameful. Basically, they were all peak 8th grade combat emperors. If they were defeated by other major powers, it would be an incomparably shameful matter. Look, the people from the Qin clan are here. The young man in the lead is dressed in white and holding a folding fan in his hand. He looks like Tanji Bai. These are the people from the main Qin clan, the side branches and outsiders. This disciple is different. His status is incomparably noble. This person's cultivation is not below Guo Xiaofei at all. The Tan family is a big family. To be able to become one of the 5 major powers in Xuanyu, they are incomparably strong. There are also many geniuses in the family. Their overall strength isn't any weaker than the other 4 major powers. Yeah, it seems like this time's training will be a fierce battle between 2 giants. If these geniuses can obtain some benefits from the Death Mountain, their future will be limitless. The crowd discussed fervently as they looked at the disciples of the 5 major powers. Their eyes were filled with envy, thinking to themselves that if they could join them and become a member of the 5 major powers, how blissful and proud would that be? After the experts of the Tan family appeared, they stood in the camp of the Tan family. Although the restriction of the Death Mountain had weakened, the true experts of the 5 major powers were still needed to open the door of the Death Mountain. Before the Death Mountain was truly opened, no one could enter. Look, the people from Xiaoyao Palace are here too. Someone cried out in surprise. They saw the people of Xiaoyao Palace approaching from afar. Very quickly, they arrived. There wasn't much difference between their camp and the camp of the other 3 major powers. The leader was also a young man. However, this young man was incomparably majestic. He had thick hair and a thick beard on his face. With one glance, one could tell that he was the type of burly man. He was 2 heads taller than an ordinary person. The muscles on his arms bulged like a small mountain. It was obvious that he was a cultivator of the body. That's Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace. He's also a figure on the heavenly list of Xiaoyao Palace. I heard that his physique has been cultivated to the extreme. One punch can shatter a mountain. It's rather terrifying. I'm really envious of the geniuses of the major powers. Their innate talents are not bad, and they can even obtain good cultivation resources. How can we, the rogue cultivators, compare to them? It's useless to be envious. That's why we have to enter the Death Mountain to search for opportunities. If we're lucky, we can be like them in the future and become a superior person. Even if we can't join the 5 major powers, it's not bad to join the ordinary powers. Looking at the geniuses of the 5 major powers, the rogue cultivator's words were filled with envy and jealousy. However, the reality was always cruel. If they wanted to change their current situation, they had to work hard continuously. They had to put in 10 times more effort than the others in order to become a superior person. After the arrival of the people from Xiaoyao Palace, 3 people walked out from the camp. These 3 people were the ones who had been searching for Jiang Chen, an old man impermanence. The leader was Wang Yi, a 6th-grade combat emperor. When Wang Yi stood out, the conflict immediately pointed to the Nebula sect. Where's Jiang Chen of Nebula sect? Come out now. Wang Yi's voice was loud and clear, making everyone hear him clearly. While once his words were out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Wang Yi, who didn't look friendly at all. There were many who had heard of Jiang Chen's name. They rolled their eyes, thinking that he was really a troublemaker. No matter where he went, there would be no peace. Before he had done anything, he had already offended the people from Xiaoyao Palace. When the Death Mountain was about to open, the people from Xiaoyao Palace were going to interrogate him. It could be seen that Jiang Chen had done something infuriating to Xiaoyao Palace. After hearing that Wang Yi was going to accuse Jiang Chen, the originally calm and composed Han Yan's eyes immediately revealed 2 rays of cold light. He didn't care how Jiang Chen had offended the Freedom Palace. Jiang Chen had offended too many people. As a brother, he would only help Jiang Chen, even if he had to go against the whole world, he wouldn't hesitate. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask my big brother to come out? Are you courting death? Zhuo Ling was the first one who couldn't stand it. Wang Yi's tone made her extremely angry. The little girl immediately took a step forward, pointed her finger at Wang Yi and said loudly, "Where did this silly girl come from? Your nebulous sect had better hand over Jiang Qin. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of our Xiaoyao palace." Wang Yi gritted his teeth and said, "So what if I am the enemy of your Xiaoyao palace?" He thought to himself, "Do you think that your Xiaoyao palace can dominate the Xian region? Junior Jiang isn't here." Guo Xiaofei Lengleng said. His interest in Junior Jiang, whom he had never met before, was aroused again. He knew what Jiang Qin had done in the Nebula sect. He was really a troublemaker. Now, he had even offended the Xiaoyao palace. However, Guo Xiaofei didn't care. The Nebula sect wasn't afraid of Xiaoyao palace. That Jiang Qin has killed 2 of our 5th-grade combat emperors. We must avenge him. This is related to the reputation of our freedom sect. Guo Xiaofei, now that the Death Mountain is about to open, you better hand over Jiang Qin to us. Don't hurt our relationship. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Wang Yi continued to speak loudly. What? Jiang Qin killed 2 5th-grade combat emperors. Wasn't Jiang Qin only a combat king before this? Even if he has advanced to the combat emperor realm, how could he kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? This is too outrageous. How powerful is this Jiang Qin? How could he kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? I can't believe it. Yeah, but if it's true, no wonder the Xiaoyao palace is so angry. They have lost 2 5th-grade combat emperors. This isn't a small loss. For a moment, Jiang Qin had become the focus and topic of discussion before he even arrived. Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? You even dare to order me to hand him over. You are courting death. Guo Xiaofei harumphed coldly. He didn't put Wang Yi in his eyes at all. He naturally didn't care about Wang Yi because the 2 of them weren't on the same level. If Wang Yi dared to shout in front of him during normal times, Guo Xiaofei would kill him with just a finger. He doesn't have the qualifications, but I don't know if I have the qualifications. Guo Xiaofei, Jiang Qin has killed 2 of our great elders of the Xiaoyao palace. We, the Xiaoyao palace, will naturally demand an explanation. The tall and burly Li Long took a step forward. He didn't purposely raise his voice, but the words that came out of his mouth were like rolling thunder. He was a typical fierce man. Li Long, are you kidding me? Junior Jiang is only a 1st-grade combat emperor. No matter how powerful he is, how could he kill 2 5th-grade combat emperors like you? Or are you saying that the 5th-grade combat emperors of the Xiaoyao palace are all cowards that they can even need a 1st-grade combat emperor? Guo Xiaofei sneered, but he was very surprised in his heart. He knew that the Xiaoyao palace wouldn't joke about such a thing. The 2 elders of the Xiaoyao palace must have died in the hands of Jiang Qin. This was what surprised him. He knew that Jiang Qin had defeated the 4th-grade combat emperor Man Hong in the sect, but defeating a 4th-grade combat emperor and killing a 5th-grade combat emperor were 2 completely different things. If he's only a 1st-grade combat emperor, he naturally isn't a match for a 5th-grade combat emperor, but that brat can trigger the heavenly tribulation. He used the heavenly tribulation to kill 2 of our elders. Many people have seen it. The elder who had escaped from Jiang Qin said loudly. After hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. The heavenly tribulation was such a distant thing, but many of them did see the destruction of the wasteland, but they didn't think that it was caused by the heavenly tribulation. I have long heard that Jiang Qin is a peerless monster that can trigger the heavenly tribulation. It turns out that he used the heavenly tribulation to kill the disciples of the Xiaoyao palace. No wonder. This is a monster. The Xiaoyao palace has suffered a great loss this time, and they have lost their face. They won't let this matter go easily. Now that Jiang Qin hasn't appeared, the two great sects have already started a war. From afar, 4 silhouettes appeared like lightning. They were 3 men and a dog who were rushing here. They saw the battle between Imo Sang and Tan Ji Bai from afar. Why are they fighting? Tyrant was stunned. That is the genius of our Moin cult, Imo Sang. Why is he fighting with the genius of the Tan family? Old man Impermanence was stunned. It seems like the relationship between the Moin cult and the Tan family isn't good. I am friends with Tan Ji Hao of the Tan family. I will help you to mediate later. Now that we are entering the Death Mountain, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He could feel that Tan Ji Hao's status in the Tan family wasn't ordinary. He had saved Tan Ji Hao's life before, so naturally, he could be considered as a friend of the Tan family. Jiang Qin still didn't know what was happening outside the Death Mountain. Their imposing manner was like a rainbow. Very soon, they appeared in everyone's field of vision. Such a huge imposing manner instantly attracted everyone's attention. The people who saw them first were the people from Xiaoyao Palace. It's Jiang Qin. He finally appeared. Go and kill him. The 2 elders from Xiaoyao Palace shouted. They took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Qin. Wang Yi's body flashed and rushed over as well. These 3 people were the ones who were looking for Jiang Qin previously but couldn't find him. Now that they saw Jiang Qin, their murderous aura instantly soared to the sky. Look, that young man in white is Jiang Qin. He looks so young. Yeah. It seems like Xiaoyao Palace won't let him go. I wonder how he is going to deal with it. That is old man Impermanence of the devil cult. Jiang Qin is really colluding with the devil cult. It seems like what Xiaoyao Palace said is right. Many people's gaze fell on Jiang Qin. Just as they were discussing, Wang Yi and the other 2 from Xiaoyao Palace had already rushed forward and blocked Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, you killed my elder from Xiaoyao Palace. Die! Wang Yi roared, his murderous aura soared to the sky. People of Xiaoyao Palace, humph. Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He humphed coldly. Old man Impermanence, block this guy for me. Needless to say, old man Impermanence had already rushed out. He was now a peak 6th grade combat emperor, he could totally block Wang Yi. His devil chi soared to the sky, a cold devil weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Wang Yi. Jiang Qin, you don't have any heavenly tribulation now. Let's see how powerful you can be. The 2 elders from Xiaoyao Palace gritted their teeth. One on the left and the other on the right, they besieged Jiang Qin. The speed of the 3 of them was too fast. It was too late for the people of Nebula sect to react when they started to attack. However, Jiang Qin didn't need help. King the Sword Light soared to the sky. Jiang Qin's domineering aura was revealed. The Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in his hand. The mystical Heavenly Saint Sword was covered with blood-red dragon marks. The current Heavenly Saint Sword had become a powerful emperor weapon, it was much stronger than before. Swoosh! Without saying anything, Jiang Qin swung his sword toward the elder who had escaped from his grasp. The strike was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. The elder's face was originally filled with confidence, but when the Heavenly Saint Sword locked onto him, his heart immediately sank to the bottom. He could smell the aura of hell, the smell of death. In a moment of panic, the elder took out his combat weapon and defended against Jiang Chen's attack. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's all-out attack wasn't something that a 5th-grade combat emperor could resist. The Heavenly Saint Sword's divine power was unpredictable. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the Heavenly Saint Sword slashed through the elder's body. Chapter 663. Jiang Chen had killed the 2 5th-grade combat emperors of Xiaoyao Palace with just a wave of his hand. This scene was so shocking that everyone was dumbfounded. Even Elder Impermanence and Wang Yi, who were fighting each other, were dumbfounded. They stopped what they were doing. Even Imo Sang and Tan Ji Bai, who were fighting from afar, had stopped what they were doing. This was their first time seeing Jiang Chen. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. He killed 2 elders in front of Xiaoyao Palace's camp. This wasn't killing people, it was slapping the face of Xiaoyao Palace. My God! Is he Jiang Chen? I have heard that he is ruthless and ruthless, he doesn't have any scruples in his actions. Today, I can see that he really lives up to his reputation. He didn't even blink his eyes when killing people. The camp of Xiaoyao Palace is right here, but he killed 2 elders in front of them. His courage is unparalleled. Unparalleled, simply unparalleled. This is what is called domineering. I don't care who you are, I will kill you as soon as I see you. I have never seen such a powerful person before. What surprised me more was that Jiang Chen looked like a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but a 5th-grade combat emperor couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. This is too terrifying. No wonder he is the one who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Such combat strength is truly heaven-defying. The whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. The whole scene was ignited by the arrival of Jiang Chen. Many of them hadn't seen Jiang Chen before. Some of them even heard of Jiang Chen for the first time. After all, Xuanyu was too big. It was understandable that they didn't know who Jiang Chen was. However, after the scene just now, Jiang Chen's name had completely spread across Xuanyu. It was hard for them not to know who he was. He had done something that no one in the world dared to do. Holding the Heavenly Saint Sword in one hand, Jiang Chen's whole body was filled with a domineering aura. He strode toward Wang Yi and shouted, "Scram!" This roar was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing Wang Yi's ears to buzz. Wang Yi was a 6th-grade combat emperor, he shouldn't be afraid of Jiang Chen. Even if they were to fight, he would be able to suppress Jiang Chen. However, he didn't know why. Maybe it was because Jiang Chen's chi was too strong, plus the scene where Jiang Chen had killed a few people, Wang Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Trash, you want to kill me with just this? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yi with contempt, then flew toward the direction of the Nebula sect. Tyrant and De Huang Dog followed closely behind him. Old Man Impermanence stood at the back, in case Wang Yi launched a sneak attack. Wang Yi was stunned on the spot. When he regained his senses, Jiang Chen had already reached the front of the Nebula sect. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered just now, Wang Yi almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knew that he had lost all his face. Not only would he be looked down upon by the outsiders, he would also be looked down upon by his peers in Xiaoyao Palace. He would become a joke. Why would I be afraid? He is only a 2nd-grade combat emperor. So what if he can kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? He is still not my opponent, but why would I be afraid? Wang Yi had the urge to slap himself. He was scared silly by his opponent's chi. He was scared silly by a 2nd-grade combat emperor. How embarrassing was this? Big brother. Zhuo Ling Er greeted Jiang Chen cheerfully when she saw him. They had parted ways after entering the Nebula sect. This was the first time they met. She was very happy to see her big brother display his prowess. Her eyes were sparkling when she looked at Jiang Qin. "Little girl, you are not bad." Jiang Qin rubbed the little girl's head. Zhuoling heir reaching the second-grade combat emperor was within his expectation. "Junior Jiang, I was a little reckless just now," Guo Xiaofei said. Jiang Chen had killed 2 5th-grade combat emperor elders of Xiaoyao Palace in front of so many people. It was indeed reckless. Xiaoyao Palace wouldn't let go of this matter easily. The grudge between Jiang Qin and Xiaoyao Palace would never end until one of them was dead. Although Guo Xiaofei said so, his eyes were full of admiration for Jiang Qin. He had seen Jiang Chen's attack clearly. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to kill a 5th-grade combat emperor so easily, let alone a 2nd-grade combat emperor. Even if he was a 5th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to kill a 5th-grade combat emperor so easily. "Big brother, this is Brother Guo Xiaofei of the core school. He is the leader of this group," Zhuoling heir introduced. "Senior Brother Guo, you're wrong. If they want to kill me, should I just stand there and let them kill me?" Jiang Chen held his fists at Guo Xiaofei. Jiang Chen's first impression of this genius of the core school wasn't bad. All the disciples of Nebula sect were looking at Jiang Chen with admiration. Even some of the core disciples were the same. Many of them had heard of Jiang Chen before, but this was their first time seeing him in person, especially those Combat Soul Outer Sect disciples. After seeing him today, they treated Jiang Chen as a god of war. "Jiang Chen, you've got guts." Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace finally became furious. The Death Mountain hadn't been opened yet, but Xiaoyao Palace had already lost 2 5th-grade combat emperors, and they were killed in front of him. This was a slap to his face. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen today, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. Facing Li Long's threat, Jiang Chen didn't even look at him. He walked toward the direction of Moyne cult. His behavior showed that he didn't put Li Long in his heart. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to a genius like Li Long, courting death. Li Long was furious. He immediately attacked Jiang Chen. "Li Long, are you going to kill the disciples of Nebula sect in front of me?" Guo Xiaofei naturally wouldn't give Li Long the chance to attack Jiang Chen. He immediately stood in front of Li Long. "Guo Xiaofei, get out of my way. This is between Xiaoyao Palace and Jiang Chen." Li Long's eyes were red as he shouted. "You are an 8th-grade combat emperor, don't you feel ashamed to fight a 2nd-grade combat emperor? If you have the ability, let your 2nd-grade combat emperor fight me. I won't interfere." Guo Xiaofei responded with tit for tat. If anyone retreated at this moment, he would be a coward and would be looked down upon. Guo Xiaofei's words made many people roll their eyes. Asking a 2nd-grade combat emperor of Xiaoyao Palace to fight Jiang Chen was no different than courting death. Li Long gritted his teeth, but he had no other choice. He knew that it was impossible to kill Jiang Chen in front of Guo Xiaofei. "He's just a trash," Tan Ji-bai said indifferently as he waved the folding fan in front of his chest. Chapter 664. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He initially thought that he and the Tan family were friends. But now, it seemed that they might not be friends anymore. They might even become enemies in the future. However, Jiang Chen didn't say anything more. Now that the Death Mountain was about to open, even if something happened to Tan Ji Hao, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only wait until he came out from the Death Mountain and then think of a solution. The few major powers on the scene were filled with the smell of gunpowder, but they didn't really start a fight. If it wasn't for the opening of the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen's situation might have already started a fight. But today's situation wasn't suitable for a fight as it wouldn't benefit any of the major powers. Even if the Xiaoyao Palace really wanted to kill Jiang Qin, they would have to wait until they entered the Death Mountain. Once they entered the Death Mountain, there would be more opportunities to kill Jiang Qin. At this time, 5 tyrannical auras came from 5 different directions. Their speed was extremely fast. Many of the weaker people couldn't even see their shadows. In the blink of an eye, 5 tyrannical figures appeared in the sky. These 5 people seemed to have planned this beforehand, as they appeared at the same time as well. After the 5 of them appeared, the entire place instantly fell silent. Dense saints' might gushed out from their bodies, spreading out like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky. Under this pressure, everyone felt their souls trembling, and they couldn't help but feel the urge to worship them. The master of Nebula Sect, Nebula Kid, the princess of Xiaoyao Palace, Unfettered King, the master of Tianshan School, Tianshan Daoist, the master of Tan Family, Qinjintian, and the master of Moyin Cult, Wu Emo. These were the 5 peerless figures of Xuanyu, the 5 legendary giants. For major powers like Nebula Sect and Xiaoyao Palace, the title of the sect master was passed down from generation to generation. The sect master of each generation would be called Nebula Kid and Unfettered King. This was a kind of inheritance that represented nobility and power. 5 4th-grade minor saints represented the peak combat strength of the entire Xuanyu. Everyone's eyes were fixed on these 5 people. Their eyes were filled with blazing light, especially those rogue cultivators and those from the minor powers. Each one of them was incomparably excited. Being able to see the legendary giants was beyond their wildest dreams, let alone the fact that there were 5 of them at the same time. This alone gave them the right to boast. Unfettered King was wearing a majestic purple battle robe. When he arrived, he saw 2 corpses lying on the ground. He could tell that they were the elders of Xiaoyao Palace from their robes. What happened? Who killed the elders of Xiaoyao Palace? Unfettered King was enraged. A powerful aura burst out from his body, making people tremble in fear. Master, it was done by Jiang Qin of Nebula Sect. He killed 4 of our 5th-grade combat emperor elders. Li Long clasped his fists at Unfettered King and pointed at Jiang Chen's direction. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 giants shifted their gaze to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't conceal his qi. He was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he could kill 5th-grade combat emperors. How could this be? The one who was most shocked was Nebula Kid. When Jiang Qin first entered Nebula Sect, he was only a 9th-grade combat king. Not long after that, he had already become a 2nd-grade combat emperor and could kill 5th-grade combat emperors. Although he was shocked, he was also the calmest. After knowing Jiang Chen's true identity, he wouldn't feel surprised even if he saw something heaven-defying from Jiang Qin. The reincarnation of the greatest saint wouldn't be normal if he didn't have some heaven-defying means. Looking at Jiang Chen's improvement, Nebula Kid was even more determined to cooperate with Jiang Qin. His future might lie on Jiang Chen's shoulders. Following the greatest saint would surely bring him many benefits. Humph! How dare a young brat kill an elder of Xiaoyao Palace? You're courting death. Unfettered King harumphed coldly. Immediately, he stretched out his palm and tried to grab Jiang Qin. The power of a 4th-grade minor saint was very strong. To put it bluntly, a trace of qi from Unfettered King was enough to suppress Jiang Qin to the point that he couldn't move. To Unfettered King, a genius like Jiang Qin was rare, but he was also an enemy. In front of a 4th-grade minor saint like him, Jiang Qin was like an ant that he could pinch to death with just a raise of his hand. Hong Long. Nebula Kid made his move. He naturally wouldn't let Unfettered King kill Jiang Qin. He exchanged a blow with Unfettered King, blocking Unfettered King's attack. Unfettered King, don't you think that you don't put me in your eyes? Don't tell me that you can kill a disciple of my Nebula sect just like that. Nebula sect was infuriated. His relationship with Unfettered King wasn't very good. Plus, Jiang Chen was very important to him. Moreover, Unfettered King wanted to kill a disciple of Nebula sect. If he, the sect master, didn't do anything, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Nebula Kid, are you going to fight with me just for an ordinary disciple? Unfettered King's expression was fierce. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Unfettered King, you are an overlord of your generation. Don't you think it's shameful for you to fight a second-grade combat emperor as a fourth-grade minor saint? Or is it that the younger generation of Xiaoyao Palace can't find a suitable candidate? Nebula Kid was giving tit for tat. Haha, Unfettered King, you are too shameful. A fifth-grade combat emperor elder of Xiaoyao Palace couldn't even defeat a second-grade combat emperor. This is already shameful enough. If you have the ability, ask the core disciples of Xiaoyao Palace to do it. You old bastard, I feel ashamed for you. The master of Moyin cult, Wu Emo, laughed heartily. He wasn't willing to let go of this good opportunity to mock Unfettered King. Unfettered King's expression turned serious. He let out a cold humph and stopped attacking Jiang Chen. It was indeed shameful for him to fight a second-grade combat emperor with his status. Besides, there were plenty of core disciples in Xiaoyao Palace who could kill Jiang Chen. Unfettered King immediately sent a message to the core disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. All of you listen to me. Don't let me see this disciple walk out of the Death Mountain alive. Hearing this, Li Long and the others trembled and slightly bowed to Unfettered King. Alright, let's not waste any more time. We should work together to open the Death Mountain. Chen Zhentian said. After that, the 5 great experts worked together and opened up 3 illusory passageways in the void. These 3 passageways were connected to the interior of the Death Mountain. Look, the Death Mountain is going to open soon. The 5 great minor saints are working together to open up the passageways. We are going to enter the Death Mountain soon. I'm really looking forward to it. I must get some good stuff when I enter the mountain. Many of them were getting nervous. They had been waiting for this day. The Death Mountain was going to be opened soon. They were all ready to rush into the passageways the moment they opened them. Soon, the 3 passageways became solid and turned into 3 real spatial passageways, appearing in the sky above the crowd. These 3 passageways were longer than the other, leading to different places in the Death Mountain. This time, the Death Mountain was opened into 3 levels. The level of danger in each level was different. The first level was suitable for combat soul warriors, the second for combat kings, and the third for combat emperors. Let's go in. Someone flew up in a frenzy, choosing the passageway according to his strength and flew into it with lightning speed. The entrances of the 3 passageways were huge. Those who entered were lined up like wasps. The geniuses of the 5 major powers also entered the passageways according to their strength. Basically, only a few of them would choose the wrong passageway. No matter how strong a combat king was, they wouldn't dare to be confident that they could enter the 3rd level. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. They were here to search for treasures, not to die. No one was willing to risk their lives. Big brother, let's go in. Zhuo Ling Er stood beside Jiang Chen. Who is this little girl? Han Yan asked. When Zhuo Ling Er stood out to speak for Jiang Chen, he had already guessed that the relationship between this little girl and Jiang Chen wasn't ordinary. Let me introduce. This is Zhuo Ling Er, my little sister. This is my good brother, Han Yan. Jiang Chen introduced them to each other. Han Yan had a smile on his face. He was shocked by this little girl who had reached the 2nd grade combat emperor at the age of 12. Such a genius was unimaginable in the Eastern continent. Ah Yen, this is Tyrant. You can call him Tyrant in the future. He is also a good brother. We have experienced life and death together. Jiang Chen patted Tyrant's shoulder and introduced him. This poor monk greets young master. Tyrant placed one of his hands in front of his chest and said solemnly, "Greetings, great master." Han Yen quickly returned the greeting. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. One of them raised his leg and the other opened his mouth, attacking Tyrant from both sides. "Will you die if you don't act?" Jiang Chen was speechless. This shameless monk's appearance could really tempt people. He acted like an enlightened monk, but Han Yen was obviously fooled by his appearance. Han Yen had never met Tyrant before, but judging from Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's attitude towards Tyrant, he could roughly guess what kind of person this monk was. He might be another weirdo. "Let's go quickly. They have already gone in. We shouldn't fall behind," Tyrant said and quickly flew towards the passageway of the third floor, as if he was escaping from something. "Let's go," Jiang Chen shouted. The few of them flew towards the passageway. Not long after Jiang Chen entered the passageway, he suddenly felt a strong wind attacking him from behind. The attack was extremely strong. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Courting death. Han Yen was infuriated. A monstrous devil wave suddenly shot out from his body, turning into a thick black light beam, striking towards the back. Hong Long. The huge impact caused the entire passageway to shake violently. The one who was attacked by Jiang Chen was none other than Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace. Han Yen used his 6th grade combat emperor to block Li Long's attack, but he was forced to take a few steps back. However, Han Yan's expression didn't change. If he fully activated his bloodline, he would be able to deal with Li Long. Chapter 665. Li Long, are you courting death? Han Yen was infuriated. Many people were infuriated. This was the spatial passageway. If they were to fight here and the passageway was destroyed, many people would be implicated. They would be directly transported to the crevice of the space and would never be able to come out again. Li Long, if you want to die, don't bring us along. I'll be the first one who won't listen to anyone who attacks in the passageway. Tan Ji Bai, who was at a distance, said loudly. The scene just now could be said to be soul-stirring. The attack from Li Long and Han Yen had caused the passageway to shake violently. There were already some cracks on the passageway. If they continued to fight, the passageway would be destroyed. At that time, no one would benefit from it. Li Long's attack had directly aroused public anger. It wasn't only Tan Ji Bai who was angry. Everyone was angry. Even the disciples of Xiaoyao Palace were secretly breaking out in cold sweat. They thought that Li Long was too impulsive. What he did was simply making an enemy out of the public. Upon seeing this, Li Long snorted coldly, but he didn't dare to attack again. He didn't kill Jiang Chen with his attack just now because he didn't expect the young master of the Moyin cult to be so powerful. It would be impossible for him to attack again. Once he provoked public anger, he would become the target of public criticism when they entered the Death Mountain. I will kill you. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Li Long who was behind him. He said in an extremely cold tone. He had already decided to kill Li Long. For those who wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen only had one method, and that was to let the other party die before him. Let's go. Ignore him for now. Han Yen glared at Li Long and said. Everyone hurriedly moved forward. Soon, a vast expanse of white fog appeared in front of them. The white fog was extremely dense, covering the sky and covering the earth. It completely covered the void in front of them. Even a powerful combat emperor couldn't see what was inside the white fog. However, while others couldn't see it, someone could. Jiang Chen's eyesight was better than anyone else's, or perhaps it could be said that his great soul derivation technique was too powerful. He could see everything in the white mist clearly. There were layers upon layers of space entrances everywhere. Moreover, these space entrances didn't give people the chance to enter because each of them had a strong suction force. As long as the cultivators who entered were caught off guard, they would be directly sucked in by the suction force. Big brother, the white fog in front of us feels very sinister. Will it be dangerous? Zwollinger asked curiously. What a dense white fog. Even I can't see what's inside. There might be unknown dangers. This place is called the Death Mountain. Death could appear at any time. Han Yen said. Don't worry, there's no danger in front of us. We haven't completely entered the interior of the Death Mountain yet. There are a lot of space entrances here. Those who enter will be sucked in by the space entrances and transported to different spaces. There are too many layers of space in the Death Mountain. This place used to be the ruins of a great sect. After countless years, there are still a lot of treasures here. Some of these spaces are opportunities, some of them are dangers, and some of them are dangers and opportunities. What you can get will depend on your own luck. Now, all of you come closer to me. I will use my power to envelop all of you. Later, we will enter the same space. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Everyone nodded and quickly moved closer to Jiang Chen. They trusted Jiang Chen very much. Moreover, they trusted Jiang Chen very much. Others couldn't see the situation inside the white fog, but Jiang Chen could. They weren't surprised at all. Let's go. Jiang Chen strode forward. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the white fog. At this time, an invisible force rushed out from Jiang Chen's body and enveloped everyone. The moment they stepped into the white fog, they couldn't help but shiver. They saw a lot of space entrances. Each of them was like the mouth of an ancient beast. They were pitch black and emitted an extremely cold aura. It was a huge suction force. If it wasn't because they were connected by Jiang Chen's power, they would have been sucked into different space entrances. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the foresight to use this method to prevent them from getting separated. The space passages here were exactly the same. They couldn't see anything, and there was no good choice. Jiang Chen followed the suction force of a space entrance and directly rushed in. At this time, the Huang dog hastily said, "Go to the one on the left, quickly." Jiang Chen was already in front of a space entrance. Under the powerful suction force, it was extremely difficult for him to change his direction. However, he must listen to the Huang dog's words. The Huang dog must have sensed something, which was why he suddenly changed his direction. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Chen almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struck out the true dragon palm to forcefully push the suction force out, but the difference in strength made Jiang Chen feel incomparably uncomfortable. Then, Jiang Chen's footsteps trembled, and he entered the spatial entrance that the Huang dog had mentioned at lightning speed. It was afraid that only Jiang Chen could have such a fast reaction speed. Even Li Long and Guo Xiaofei, who were 8th grade combat emperor geniuses, couldn't change their direction and enter another entrance when they arrived at the entrance of the spatial passage. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the entrance of the spatial zone, a shadowy figure followed them. This shadowy figure had never appeared before, but no one knew when he had appeared. It seemed like he had come for Jiang Chen, choosing to enter the same passageway as Jiang Chen. Someone has entered. We shouldn't delay any longer. If we are late, all the treasures will be taken away," shouted a rogue cultivator. Thus, groups of people madly rushed into the white mist. Every cultivator who entered was instantly sucked into a different spatial passageway and teleported to different places. As the saying goes, riches and honor depend on the heavens. No matter where you were transported to, it was your fate. This was the symbol of luck. Some people would be able to obtain the treasures and amaze everyone. Some people would be transported to a land of death, turning into desolate bones. Silhouettes were submerged by the white mist. In just a few minutes, all of them had disappeared. After everyone had entered the white mist, the spatial passage behind them disappeared as well. The opening of the Death Mountain would only last for a few minutes. The 5 minor saints didn't dare to get too close to the Death Mountain, and they didn't dare to maintain the spatial passage for too long. Once they triggered the backlash of the restriction, the consequences would be severe. Everyone who had entered the Death Mountain would die. This was a price that no one could afford. With a flash of brilliance, Jiang Chen and the others entered an independent spatial zone. Many of them had also entered this spatial zone, but the place where they landed was different. This place was filled with grayness, and the chi of death was everywhere, causing great pressure to one's soul. "We have now entered the inner part of the Death Mountain. Everyone, be careful," Old Man Impermanence reminded them. As soon as Jiang Qin steadied himself, he felt a chill behind his back. He quickly turned around and found that there was nothing behind him. However, the murderous intent just now was very obvious. The people of the dark shadow. Jiang Chen frowned. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. The people of the dark shadow had finally appeared. They would pester you endlessly like ghosts until they killed you. Jiang Chen didn't show it on his face. He was waiting for the dark shadow to attack him. He knew that the people of the dark shadow were looking for an opportunity to attack him. The lesson last time would certainly alert the dark shadow. This time, the people who attacked him wouldn't underestimate him. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to be more careful. It was impossible to guard against the people of the dark shadow. De Huang Dog, what did you sense? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. This space was chosen by De Huang Dog. Presumably, there must be something good here. I don't know what it is exactly, but my intuition tells me that there must be a treasure here. De Huang Dog said. That was a kind of intuition, the intuition towards treasures. It was De Huang Dog's innate ability. It could be considered as a terrifying innate ability. Big brother, there seems to be nothing here. Zhuo Ling Er looked around. There was nothing here other than the dusky fog. That ancient and gloomy aura made the little girl feel very uncomfortable. Ling Er, don't be afraid. Let's go to other places to have a look. Jiang Chen said. He chose a direction and strode towards the distance. The group's speed was extremely fast. Very soon, they passed through a wasteland. Extremely far away, they could already see a huge object. There is a building in front. It's very likely that it was left behind by that super sect. Let's go and have a look. Han Yen said. Everyone increased their speed again and arrived in front of the building. This was a palace, an extremely ancient palace. It was unknown how many years had passed. The exterior of the palace was filled with scars left behind by the passage of time. The palace was huge. Even though countless years had passed, it still retained its majesty. When people stood below the palace, they couldn't help but look up and worship it from the bottom of their hearts. De Huang Dog sniffed with his nose and said, There are treasures inside, but there are dangers as well. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. However, the palace in front of them had its door open. Faint smoke seeped out from within. That was the aura of death. The aura of death made them feel very uncomfortable. Let's go in and have a look. Everyone, be careful. Ah Yen, old man impermanence, the three of us will lead the way. Jiang Chen looked at Han Yen and old man impermanence. The three of them were the strongest here. If they encountered any danger, they could deal with it directly. All right. Chapter 666. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The way the two men died was too miserable. Their bodies were filled with death chi. It was obvious that they were attacked by a terrifying dead object. Their hearts were dug out. What a cruel method. Both of them were first-grade combat emperors, but judging from their expressions, they didn't even have the chance to react before their hearts were dug out. Tyrant said. Everyone could tell that these two men were rogue cultivators who had just entered the palace. They thought that there must be some precious treasures in the palace, so they barged into it. They didn't expect to meet with such an accident. The blood on the ground hadn't solidified yet. It was obvious that they were killed not long ago. It was highly possible that they were killed before Jiang Chen and the others arrived. However, Jiang Chen and the others didn't hear any movement. In other words, these two men didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. This was too terrifying. Two first-grade combat emperors didn't even have the chance to scream before dying tragically. It showed how powerful the attacker was. While they were talking, a cold wind drifted. A sharp claw with green hair suddenly appeared from the void. There was no sign of it coming. The speed of the claw was too fast. It appeared at the location of Jiang Chen's heart. The claw was filled with death chi, making people's souls feel extremely cold. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. The thing hidden in this palace could kill a first-grade combat emperor, but it was too difficult to kill him. Clang. The sharp claw fiercely clawed at the location of Jiang Chen's heart. A sound of iron striking was heard and a lot of sparks were produced. A layer of golden armor appeared on Jiang Chen's chest, blocking the attack of the sharp claw. It was the Firethorn combat armor. Jiang Chen's control over the Firethorn combat armor had reached a level where he could control it at will. He could control every part of his body with his will. Hiss. When the attack missed, the sharp claw emitted a trace of black death chi. The claw retracted, and just as it was about to escape into the void again, Jiang Chen grabbed it with lightning speed. Jiang Chen's palm was covered in dragon markings, turning into an incomparably sharp dragon claw. The sharp claws that were covered in green fur trembled violently, emitting even more death chi. This death chi was extremely sinister. If an ordinary person were to come in contact with it, it would be more terrifying than the most poisonous poison in the world. However, when this death chi landed on Jiang Chen's body, it was unable to cause any harm to Jiang Chen. The terror of the dragon transformation art was enough to restrain everything in the world. Come out! Jiang Chen roared and exerted force with his dragon claws, forcibly pulling out the thing that had been hidden in the darkness. The thing that had been pulled out was actually a skeleton. It was unknown how long this skeleton had existed, but it was surrounded by a dense deathly aura. Its body was covered in a layer of green fur, and it gave off a foul stench. Hafnium. After the skeleton appeared, its mouth wriggled and let out an extremely unpleasant sound. The sound was like the sound of a saw being pulled. It was extremely unpleasant to the ears. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and lunged at Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Chen was holding the skeleton in his hand. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and lunged at Jiang Chen with extreme speed. Arg, Zhuo Lingair was a daughter of a rich family. She had never seen such a ferocious creature before. She immediately screamed in fear. Although she was strong, she was still a child after all. Her mind wasn't mature yet. It was understandable that she would be frightened when she encountered such a terrifying creature. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a cold light. The thickness of the dust had increased the height of the staircase by more than 3 times. Jia Jia, there must be good stuff upstairs. Let's go up and have a look. The Huang dog said and strode forward. At this moment, another terrifying sharp claw stretched out from the void and grabbed the Huang dog's head. Bang! The sharp claw hit the big yellow dog's head. Due to the dog's head being too hard, it did not shatter as expected, but as it was caught off guard, the big yellow dog's enormous body was sent flying away and fell to the ground. The big yellow dog cursed and rolled around on the ground. Then, it stood up and bared its teeth as it looked around and scolded loudly. The death aura that the sharp claw left on the Huang dog's body didn't affect him at all. Be careful. The dark souls here are silent and hidden in the void. We can't sense them at all. It seems that it won't be easy to go upstairs. Tyrant said with a frown. For God's sake, you bunch of dead ghosts. If you have the guts, come out and fight Master Dog one-on-one. I'll bite you to death. The Huang dog was flustered and exasperated. He had always been the one who made others suffer losses. He had never suffered such a big loss before. He was quite unhappy in his heart. De Huang, come back. Jiang Chen shouted at De Huang dog, all of you stand at the door first. I'll go in after I eliminate all the dark souls inside. These dark souls are silent and can't be found. How are you going to eliminate them? Han Yen said. Dark souls are definitely afraid of fire. They might not be afraid of ordinary fire, but they are definitely afraid of my fire. My fire can make them have nowhere to hide. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He strode toward the interior of the palace. The hidden dark souls seemed to know that this young man in white was not someone to be trifled with. For a moment, they didn't make a move. However, Jiang Chen could feel that the dark souls in the dark were ready to make a move. Hong! Suddenly, a flame burst out from Jiang Chen's body. With Jiang Chen as the center, the flame overflowed in all directions, causing the entire palace to be plunged into a sea of fire. Jiang Chen's flame was extremely firm and yang. One could even vaguely hear the crackling sound of lightning. That was the terrifying true thunder fire. Jiang Chen had gone through 3 great tribulations. The true thunder fire had reached a very terrifying level. Now that the true thunder fire had fused with the true dragon fire, it was the most powerful flame in the world. It was the nemesis of all cold things. Brother Zhang's flame is so terrifying. Even I can feel my heart palpitating. His flame has a great restraining effect on our devil chi. The Impermanence Elder's face was filled with shock. He had never seen such a terrifying flame before. That kind of firm and yang aura made the devil chi in his body circulate abnormally. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, the Moyin cult and Jiang Chen were friends. If they were enemies, the threat would be too great. Little Chenzi still has a lot of terrifying tricks up his sleeves. Even if I have Gu Tianma's bloodline, there's still a huge gap between us, Han Yen said with a smile. There wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy in his tone. As a brother, the stronger Jiang Chen was, the happier he was for Jiang Chen. Chi. After Jiang Chen's flame was released, the deathly aura in the palace was directly incinerated. The dark souls in the dark were also affected by the terrifying flame and started to become restless. Hafnium. A demon spirit appeared. Although it didn't have eyes, its hollow pupils could still be seen. At this moment, the flame in front of it was like it had met its greatest nemesis. It wanted to rush forward and kill, but it didn't have the courage to do so. Jiang Chen didn't give it the chance. He stretched out his true dragon palm and grabbed the dark soul into the sea of flame. Hafnium, the dark soul, was being burned by the flame. It struggled violently. It seemed to be in extreme pain. Since you're dead, you can die in peace. I'll relieve your pain. Jiang Chen's voice was like thunder. The true dragon palm exerted force and crushed the dark soul into pieces. Chapter 667. No matter how strong the dark spirits were, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen's flames. That kind of suppression was too great, to the point that the dark spirits couldn't resist at all. Not long after, under the burning of Jiang Chen's flames, all the dark spirits in the palace had nowhere to hide, and all of them were revealed. There were a total of 6 dark spirits that were hiding in the palace. 2 of them had been killed by Jiang Chen earlier, and there were 4 left. All of them had the appearance of skeletons, and their expressions were very ferocious. They were filled with fear, and they were wailing painfully in the sea of flames. Although these dark spirits were very strong and could even kill combat emperors, they had a huge disadvantage, which was that they didn't have the support of Yuan force. They could only rely on their strong bones and death qi. However, when these death qi met Jiang Chen's flames, they were instantly incinerated. In other words, when facing the terrifying flames, they didn't even have the ability to resist. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill them, they would still be incinerated into ashes. However, it was obvious that Jiang Chen didn't want to torture them. With regards to the suffering of these dark spirits, his heart was filled with sympathy. Therefore, a powerful force rushed out from the sea of flames, and crushed the 4 dark spirits into pieces. Not a single piece of them was left, giving them a quick death. After getting rid of all the dark spirits, the flames receded like a tide, and were once again absorbed into Jiang Chen's body. After the palace was incinerated by the flames, there was no longer any death qi, and it gave everyone a much better feeling than before. Big Brother is so awesome. Zhuo Ling jumped up happily, and her eyes were filled with admiration when she looked at Jiang Chen. Let's go upstairs. Jiang Chen casually tidied up his clothes, and strode towards the stairs. I wonder if there are any dark spirits upstairs. Han Yen said. No, the dark spirits are guarding the first floor. There should be treasures upstairs. Jiang Chen smiled. When De Huang Dog heard the word treasure, he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately turned into a golden light and rushed over. On the second floor of the palace, the area was very big, and it was filled with a lot of treasures. Even though a long time had passed, the brilliance of these treasures still couldn't be covered. The first thing that caught Jiang Chen's eyes were many mystical combat weapons. These combat weapons were all floating in the air. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, all kinds of weapons. The lowest grade was a superior weapon, and there were many king weapons as well. There were even dozens of emperor weapons. There were at least a few hundred combat weapons here. Combat weapons were extremely important to a cultivator. Even in the Divine Continent, combat weapons were extremely precious. Just these combat weapons alone were enough to support a medium-sized power. So many war weapons. It's just a random palace, and yet, there are so many treasures inside. From this, one can tell how deep the foundation of this sect is. Old Man Impermanence's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but sigh. The battle weapon dazzled him. There are more than just combat weapons here. Jiang Chen's eyes weren't on the combat weapons. He wasn't interested in them at all. Compared to the Heavenly Saint Sword, these combat weapons were all trash. Unless it was a powerful minor saint weapon or a great saint weapon, only then would Jiang Chen be interested in them. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the ground below him. He saw many great chests placed side by side on the ground of the palace. The reason why these chests were gray was because they were covered with dust. The original color of these chests was definitely not like this. These chests are all storage-type treasures. There must be some good stuff inside. The Huang dog laughed loudly. Just like Jiang Qin, he wasn't interested in those combat weapons at all. He couldn't wait to rush to one of the chests and opened it with a loud bang. Suddenly, a bright light shone in all directions. The box was filled with medicinal pills. The medicinal pills emitted a golden light, and a dense medicinal fragrance filled the entire palace, making the air here much better. It's heavenly elixir. So many heavenly elixir. This chest contains at least 10 million heavenly elixir. Old Man Impermanence exclaimed. The chest wasn't big, but the space inside wasn't small. Storage-type treasures couldn't be judged by appearance alone. The value of this chest of heavenly elixir was too precious. Plus, there were more than 10 chests here. This amount of wealth was too shocking. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He didn't care about other things, but this heavenly elixir was what he needed the most. Although he had a lot of heavenly elixir with him now, with his current combat emperor cultivation, the consumption of heavenly elixir for every breakthrough was unimaginable. This is really good stuff. Jiang Chen's eyebrows arched. A bunch of trash. The Huang dog curled his lips, indicating that he wasn't interested in these heavenly elixir. He was the same as Han Yen, he only needed to rely on his bloodline to advance, he didn't need the support of pills. Therefore, heavenly elixir wasn't that attractive to them. The Huang dog couldn't wait to open the second chest. It was the same as the first one, all of them were heavenly elixir. Then, he opened the third, the fourth, all the way to the second last one, all of them were heavenly elixir. Seeing that they were all heavenly elixir, the Huang dog's face turned green. This was too disappointing, too disappointing. So many pills. The little girl's eyes were sparkling like stars. Jiang Chen's face was filled with a flower-like smile. This was a great fortune. If he kept all of it, it would be enough for him to advance his cultivation in the combat emperor realm to the minor saint realm. Damn it, there's nothing good here. There's only one last chest left. If it's still this trash, this master dog will eat the whole chest. The Huang dog clenched his teeth and opened the last chest. He saw that the chest was filled with all kinds of precious herbs. Although they had been stored for a long time and most of their efficacy had dissipated, these precious herbs were still hard to find in this world. The fire dragon fruit that was emitting a blood-red luster, the ancient dragon ginseng, the Tianshan snow lotus that was frozen, the Huang dog's eyes instantly widened. After that, he cried out loudly and opened his mouth to bite the Tianshan snow lotus. The Huang dog was a typical foodie. After eating the Tianshan snow lotus, he immediately started to stomp on the other herbs in the chest. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the Huang dog was like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. In just a few minutes, he swallowed all the herbs in the chest. He didn't forget to let out a satisfied burp after he finished eating. Oh my God! So many elixirs were eaten just like that. The old man of impermanence widened his eyes in shock. Even Zhuo Ling's small mouth was slightly open. Those were all rare treasures. Moreover, that chest was a storage space. The amount of herbs inside was far more than what they looked like on the surface. So many rare herbs were wasted by the Huang dog just like that. Of course, the old man of impermanence didn't think that the herbs were wasted. He was shocked that the Huang dog could swallow so many herbs. Even if he swallowed so many herbs at once, the vigorous efficacy of the herbs would make him explode. However, after the Huang dog finished eating, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen and Han Yen looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. However, this dog had eaten so many good things at once. The benefits he obtained were undoubtedly great. The power of these herbs was too great. If the Huang dog didn't level up, he would be letting down these herbs. Wang Wang in the next moment, the surface of the Huang dog's body began to emit golden light. The vigorous efficacy of the herbs had begun to take effect. Others wouldn't be able to withstand the tremendous efficacy of the herbs, but the Huang dog could. This was his abnormal ability. His qi began to surge like the tide. The power of his bloodline was revealed. In just a few minutes, the Huang dog's grade had reached the 3rd grade Demon Emperor. After reaching the 3rd grade Demon Emperor, the Huang dog's qi didn't stop rising. It finally stopped at the peak of the 3rd grade Demon Emperor. He was only one step away from the 4th grade Demon Emperor. Such a horrifying method of advancement was truly terrifying. Kakaka, awesome, awesome, this master dog is going to die from the pleasure. The Huang dog laughed loudly and jumped up and down excitedly. After reaching the peak of the 3rd grade Demon Emperor, the Huang dog's confidence was off the charts. His combat strength was much stronger than before. With his current combat strength, he was confident that he could kill a 5th grade combat emperor. This is the scariness of the divine beast bloodline. The higher the level, the scarier it will be. Tyrant said. The Huang dog had the complete dragon horse bloodline in his body. He couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. All the herbs had been consumed by the Huang dog. The Huang dog was extremely satisfied. As for those combat soldiers in Heaven Elixir, the Huang dog didn't care about them anymore. However, he wouldn't let go of these treasures. This was a great opportunity that he couldn't miss. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a sound was heard from the stairs. 3 silhouettes walked up from the stairs. They were wearing the uniform of the Tan family. They were the geniuses of the Tan family. One of them was a 3rd grade combat emperor, one was a 2nd grade combat emperor, and the last one was only a 9th grade combat king. A combat king could enter the 3rd level of the spatial zone. He was really confident. So many combat soldiers, so many pills. Haha, I'm rich. The 9th grade combat king's eyes fell on the combat soldiers and the Heaven Elixir, completely ignoring the existence of Jiang Qin and the others, as if these treasures belonged to them. However, the other 2 combat emperors weren't as excited. Instead, they frowned because they had noticed the people inside. These people weren't easy to provoke. They couldn't afford to offend them. That Jiang Qin even dared to kill the elders of Xiaoyao Palace. He was a cruel and merciless person. Needless to say, the young master of Moyin cult wasn't someone they could compare with. People of the Tan family. Jiang Qin looked at the 3 of them with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Ever since he knew what happened to Tan Jihao, he had completely lost his good impression of the Tan family. That's right. We are the people of the Tan family. Jiang Qin, since all of us saw these treasures together, we should share them together. I think we should each take half. You have offended the Xiaoyao Palace, you should befriend the Tan family. Am I right? Chapter 668. Swoosh. As soon as the voice of the disciple of the Tan family faded away, he saw a golden light pouncing towards him. It was the silhouette of the Huang dog. Ka-cha! A clear and crisp sound was heard, followed by a spurt of blood. The blood spurted onto the faces of the other 2 disciples of the Tan family. The 2 of them shuddered and quickly realized that the head of their comrade had disappeared. Only his body was left standing there and hadn't fallen down yet. Beside them, there was a De Huang dog who was as strong as a horse. He was holding a bloody head in his mouth. De Huang dog's eyes revealed a ferocious expression. He threw the head aside and spat, "Stinky, disgusting. I don't know where this trash came from. How dare you talk nonsense in front of Master Dog? Master Dog will let you know how to write the word death." The Tan family. It had a great reputation, but it was nothing in front of De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog's thoughts were simple. The treasure was found by me. Whoever wants to have a share of it, I'm sorry, but they can only die. De Huang Dog hated this kind of arrogant guy the most. He didn't have the right to be arrogant. He was just a 9th grade combat king, but he dared to give orders in front of a group of combat emperors. De Huang Dog used his death to tell him how to behave in the future. Of course, he wouldn't be able to continue being a human. Moreover, De Huang Dog had always looked at Jiang Chen's mood before doing anything. This Tan family obviously wasn't a friend of Jiang Chen. They didn't even have the chance to be friends. In this Death Mountain, in front of the treasure, if one wasn't a friend, then they would be an enemy. With regards to De Huang Dog's brutality, other than the old man of impermanence who was shocked, he didn't expect that De Huang Dog would kill someone without any explanation. The rest of them were calm, especially Jiang Chen and Han Yan. They knew De Huang Dog too well. According to the performance of the guy from the Tan family, being bitten to death by De Huang Dog was considered a quick death. Thump. The headless corpse of the disciple from the Tan family fell to the ground. Fresh blood was still flowing out from the place where the head was cut off. The expressions of the other 2 combat emperors from the Tan family had completely changed. The way they looked at De Huang Dog was filled with anger and a deep sense of fear. You guys actually dared to kill people from my Tan clan." The 3rd grade combat emperor's voice was trembling. He suddenly regretted rushing forward. They had sensed that there were people in the palace from the beginning, but they didn't think that it was Jiang Chen and his friends. These people weren't people they could provoke. Deep down in his heart, he wanted to beat the 9th grade combat king disciple, even though he was already dead. He was really blind. He dared to kill an elder of Xiaoyao Palace in front of so many people, so killing a disciple of the Tan family was nothing to him. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a disciple of the Nebula sect and he had a good relationship with the Moyin cult. With the support of the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult, why would he be afraid of the Tan family? "Jiang Chen, you dare to make the Tan family your enemy. The Tan family won't let you go." The 2nd grade combat emperor roared loudly. The 3rd grade combat emperor beside him rolled his eyes. He really wanted to block this guy's mouth. At this moment, what they needed to do was to leave this place as soon as possible, not to threaten him. This kind of threat depended on the target. The person in front of them obviously wouldn't fall for it. Killing 1 is killing 3 is also killing. Old Man Impermanence's eyes glinted with cold light. He suddenly struck his palm, hitting the 2nd grade combat emperor's chest. The 2nd grade combat emperor didn't even have the chance to react. His chest was pierced by Old Man Impermanence's palm and he died on the spot. Old Man Impermanence was a ruthless man. There wasn't anyone in the devil cult who wasn't ruthless. That year, Old Man Impermanence killed more than 300 of his enemies in one night, which gave him the name of Impermanence. After killing 1 person, Old Man Impermanence didn't stop. He raised his palm and struck the last 3rd grade combat emperor. "Wait!" Jiang Chen quickly stopped him. Old Man Impermanence stopped his palm that was about to hit the 3rd grade combat emperor's body and turned around to look at Jiang Chen. "I have a question to ask him." Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. Old Man Impermanence retreated to his side. Jiang Chen walked step by step to the front of the disciple. The disciple was terrified. Today, he had met these evil stars. He was really unlucky. Now that 2 of his companions were dead, judging from the way they acted, they wouldn't let him live. He understood the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Let me ask you, where is Tan Ji Hao? Jiang Chen's eyes were like ice blades. Under his gaze, the disciple of the Tan family felt as if his whole body had entered into a cold pond. Even the deepest part of his soul felt cold. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he didn't dare to not answer Jiang Chen's question. Immediately, he said with a trembling voice, Tan Ji Hao has been imprisoned. What is Tan Ji Hao's status in your Tan family? Jiang Chen continued to ask. The direct young master has a higher status than me. The disciple didn't dare to hide anything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was even more confused. He had already guessed that Tan Ji Hao's status in the Tan family wasn't ordinary. It seemed like his status was the same as Tan Ji Bai, a direct young master. However, he couldn't understand why a direct young master with a high status would be imprisoned. Moreover, Tan Ji Hao's innate talent was not bad. He was definitely worthy of being nurtured by the Tan family. Why did you imprison him? What did he do? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Trespass into the ancestral shrine. The disciple said with a trembling voice. Why did he trespass into the ancestral shrine? Jiang Chen continued to ask. For a big family like the Tan family, the ancestral shrine was an important place. Ordinary disciples didn't even have the chance to enter. Tan Ji Hao wasn't a reckless person. If it wasn't something serious, he wouldn't do something like trespassing into the ancestral shrine. It's Tan Ji Hao's grandfather. In the Tan family, Tan Ji Hao's lineage has always been sparse. He was brought up by his grandfather. A few years ago, the old master went out to search for something for the Tan family and never came back. All these years, Tan Ji Hao's status in the family wasn't considered high and he would be ostracized by the other young masters. However, because the old master was highly respected in the Qin family, no one dared to touch him. Not long ago, the family found the old master, but they only found his corpse. After the corpse was brought back, it was placed in the ancestral shrine. Tan Ji Hao wanted to go to the ancestral shrine to pay his respects, but he was stopped, so. Obviously, the disciple knew about Tan Ji Hao's situation very well. He told Jiang Chen the whole story, hoping that he could perform well so that he could stay alive. Although the disciple didn't finish his words, everyone at the scene had already understood. Obviously, Tan Ji Hao had always been relying on his powerful grandfather to support him. Since his grandfather left, his status had deteriorated and he was often bullied by others. Now that his grandfather was dead, his backer was gone. Naturally, Tan Ji Hao wouldn't be taken seriously by others. Those young masters who bullied him didn't have any concerns at all. It was human nature for Tan Ji Hao to pay his respects to his grandfather's spirit. His beloved grandfather had passed away and he, as a grandson, wasn't even given the right to pay his respects. Tan Ji Hao, who was originally sad, was naturally infuriated and broke into the ancestral shrine. With Tan Ji Hao's current status, he probably wouldn't have the chance to make a comeback. He was probably completely disappointed in this cold family. From this aspect, he was the same as Tan Lang. Back then, Tan Lang was ruthlessly abandoned by the Shura temple because of a small matter. However, Tan Ji Hao's situation was even more infuriating than Tan Lang's. Tan Ji Hao is really unlucky. The Huang dog couldn't help but say. Let me ask you. Is there a person named Tan Lang who was following Tan Ji Hao? Is he also imprisoned together with him? Jiang Chen continued to ask. In fact, in his heart, Tan Lang's safety was much more important than Tan Ji Hao's. After all, in a big family like the Tan clan, the fights weren't any worse than in a sect, especially the fights between the direct disciples. Tan Ji Hao could only say that he was unlucky. However, it was Jiang Chen himself who pushed Tan Lang to the Tan clan. If anything were to happen to Tan Lang, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to get over it. I don't know about this, that disciple said. His expression was serious and he didn't seem to be lying. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Compared to the Tan clan, Tan Lang was after all a small figure. It was normal that no one knew about him. The person in front of him didn't seem to be lying and he didn't have the courage to lie in front of him. However, Jiang Chen had basically guessed Tan Lang's ending. Tan Lang was a person who valued friendship. He must have been imprisoned like Tan Jihao because he wasn't a member of the Tan clan. His experience was even worse than Tan Jihao's. If nothing had happened to Tan Lang, he would have appeared to look for Jiang Chen a long time ago. Alright, you can leave now. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said. What? Let me leave. That disciple of the Tan clan was stunned and couldn't react in time. Jiang Chen had always been brutal and overbearing. He even dared to kill the elders of the Xiaoyao palace. He was an out-and-out devil. Now that two of his companions had been killed, according to Jiang Chen's character, he should have eliminated the source of trouble. But now, Jiang Chen said that he was going to let him go. This was just like a dream. Why? You don't want to leave. Do you want a share of the treasures? Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. No. I don't dare. That disciple quickly waved his hand. He couldn't care less about the corpses of his companions. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. He was afraid that if he ran any slower, Jiang Chen would regret his decision. Even when he was far away from the palace, that disciple was still in a state of shock. He couldn't believe that he had really come out alive. The scene just now was like taking a stroll through the gates of hell. That disciple didn't know why Jiang Chen wanted to let him go. It was probably because his performance was better and his answers to Jiang Chen's questions were more satisfactory. Brother Jiang, why did you let him go? You should eliminate the source of trouble. Old man Impermanence was puzzled. He felt that this wasn't the way Jiang Chen would do things. I, Jiang Chen, kill people as I like. If I want to kill, I will kill. If I don't want to kill, I won't kill. I have obtained the information that I wanted to know from him. I don't mind exchanging it for his life. As for becoming the enemy of the Tan clan, do you think I will care? Jiang Chen said casually. That man was only a third-grade combat emperor. He didn't pose any threat to him. It didn't matter if he killed him or not. As for the Tan clan, they were already his enemy. Jiang Chen didn't care about the revenge of the Tan clan. Moreover, the relationship between the Moyin cult and the Tan clan wasn't good. Chapter 669. To Jiang Chen, the appearance of the three disciples of the Tan family was just a small interlude in the Death Mountain. But at least he got the news of Tan Jihao and Tan Lang. He wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, but he would have to wait until he got out of the Death Mountain. That would be about a month later. Although Tan Jihao was imprisoned, he was still a member of the Tan clan. At the very least, he would be bullied by the Tan clan and wouldn't lose his life. However, it was different for Tan Lang. He was an outsider. Anyone from the Tan clan who disliked him could easily kill him. Therefore, Jiang Chen was worried about Tan Lang. After walking out of the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen decided to pay a visit to the Tan clan. These treasures should be distributed among everyone. Jiang Chen looked at the heaven elixir and the battle weapons and said, I'm not interested in these. The battle weapons and heaven elixir are useless to me. But little Chenzi, your consumption of the heaven elixir is very powerful. Han Yan said. I don't want it either. The elder impermanence immediately expressed his stance. Even the young lord didn't want it, he was even more embarrassed to take it. The elder impermanence was a very smart person. He could tell from Han Yan's words that the elixir was prepared for Jiang Qin. Moreover, Jiang Qin had saved his life before and gave him the 9 less rond pill. Naturally, he wouldn't fight with Jiang Qin over the treasures. I'm not interested either. Tyrant expressed that he wasn't interested in these treasures either. He also needed the heaven elixir, but it wasn't as terrifying as Jiang Qin's consumption. As a matter of fact, other than Han Yan and De Huang Dog who could advance by relying on their bloodline, no cultivator didn't need the heaven elixir. However, they knew what Jiang Qin needed, so they didn't have any ideas on the heaven elixir. Big brother, you've consumed a lot of energy to advance. You should keep these pills. Master has already prepared everything for Ling Air. You don't need these. Hee hee. Zhuo Ling Air smiled mischievously. What she said was true. It wasn't easy for Hua Gui to get such a monstrous disciple. Naturally, she had prepared everything. These pills are indeed very useful to me. In that case, I won't be polite. Ah Yan, you and I will take half of these weapons. We don't need them, but they will be very useful to the Moyin cult and the Nebulous sect. Xuanyu will soon fall into chaos. We need to make some preparations. Besides, I have 2 9 less rond pill here. You and Ling Air can take one each. After refining it, we'll leave this place and head towards the depths of the Death Mountain. After saying that, Jiang Qin kept all the heavenless rond pills. He and Han Yan each took half of the weapons. Han Yan was now the young master of the Moyin cult. With these weapons, he would be able to win the hearts of the people. If these weapons were used by the Moyin cult and the Nebulous sect, the strength of the 2 superpowers would rise to a new level. Jiang Qin took out 2 9 less rond pill and gave them to Han Yan and Zhuo Ling Air respectively. He had forgotten about this before. That was why Zhuo Ling Air hadn't gotten the 9 less rond pill yet. Now was the time to give them to them. Everyone on the scene had already refined the 9 less rond pill, only Han Yan and Zhuo Ling Air were left. The legendary 9 less rond pill. Han Yan's eyes sparkled. Ever since he became the young master of the Moyin cult, he had seen a lot of things. He had read about the terrifying 9 less rond pill in some ancient records. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes today. This pill is concocted by me personally. After you refine it, your cultivation will improve. Jiang Qin said. All right. Han Yan didn't want to be polite with Jiang Qin. He took the 9 less rond pill and swallowed it. There was no need to be polite between him and Jiang Qin. They were brothers who had gone through life and death together. They would never haggle over anything. Zhuo Ling Air hadn't heard of the 9 less rond pill, but she knew that whatever Jiang Qin took out was definitely something good. The 9 less rond pill had a pure yang qi. When it fell into Zhuo Ling Air's hand, her eyes sparkled. This is a supreme saint pill. Big brother, if I refine this pill, my cultivation will improve and reach the peak of the 3rd grade combat emperor. Zhuo Ling Air was very excited. Her heart was filled with excitement when she thought about improving her strength. One should know that although she was strong, she still felt that there was a big gap between her and Jiang Qin. She wouldn't miss the chance to improve her strength. She didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Qin. After that, they started to refine the 9 less rond pill. De Huang, Tyrant, you two and Old Impermanence guard this place. I need to go out for a while. Jiang Qin didn't wait for the crowd to reply and disappeared without a trace. Where is Jiang brother going? Old Impermanence asked. I don't know, but I'm sure he has something to do. De Huang Dog said casually. Every action of Jiang Qin wasn't without a reason, there was a reason behind it. 10 miles away from the palace, Jiang Qin's figure appeared in a desolate area. He stood there without moving, as if he was waiting for something. Jiang Qin stood there for half an hour. During this time, he closed his eyes and didn't move an inch. No one knew what he was waiting for. Suddenly, the void trembled. A bone-chilling long sword rushed out from the void, aiming at Jiang Qin's head. Has he finally appeared? Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. He used the spatial shift and the 9 phantom volts, his body moved with lightning speed. The cold long sword pierced through his body, but it was only an afterimage. Such a keen sense of perception. You are actually able to escape my assassination technique. A cold, hoarse voice rang out from the void. Then, a black-robed man walked out from the void. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Although his face was covered with a black cloth, one could tell from his eyes that he was not very old. His attire, the ice-cold murderous aura, and the near-perfect assassination technique all proved the black-robed man's identity and background. An assassin of the dark shadow. 5th grade combat emperor. Jiang Qin's eyes swept across the man in black, revealing a faint smile. He knew the dark shadow too well. This organization was extremely scary. From the moment he killed the first assassin of the dark shadow, it was destined that he and the dark shadow would never end. Even after entering the Death Mountain, Jiang Qin still couldn't get rid of the assassins of the dark shadow. When he first entered this spatial zone, Jiang Qin felt a hidden murderous qi. He had guessed that the assassins of the dark shadow had followed him here. Only the assassins of the dark shadow had such a terrifying ability to hide themselves. The assassins of the dark shadow would definitely find the best time to strike. Even when there were so many treasures in the palace, the man in black wasn't tempted and didn't make his move. From this point of view, this assassin was undoubtedly very qualified. The reason why Jiang Qin walked out of the palace alone was that he didn't want to create an opportunity for the assassin in the palace. Now, the two of them were concentrating on refining the 9 yang less rond pill. If the assassin chose to strike, it would have a great impact on the two of them. It might even cause harm to the others. That was why Jiang Qin walked out of the palace. The assassins of the dark shadow would only target their own targets. They wouldn't target anyone else. Jiang Qin was sure that as long as he appeared in a place alone, the assassin would definitely strike. It seemed like his prediction was right. You are very powerful, but I'm not comparable to those stupid elders of Xiaoyao Palace. I am more than enough to kill you. The man in black was very confident. Obviously, he had already noticed Jiang Qin when he was outside the Death Mountain. The scene where Jiang Qin killed the elders of Xiaoyao Palace was also seen by him, but it didn't affect his determination to kill Jiang Qin. In other words, this was his mission. The assassins of the dark shadow had never retreated. You talk too much. An assassin wouldn't talk so much. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He slowly drew out his heavenly saint sword. To deal with an assassin of the dark shadow, and his opponent was a 5th grade combat emperor, Jiang Qin had to be extremely careful. Just like what the man said, the assassins of the dark shadow couldn't be compared to the elders of Xiaoyao Palace. They weren't on the same level at all. The methods of the dark shadow were unpredictable and scary. Humph. The assassin harumphed coldly. He suddenly thrust his sword at Jiang Qin, but his entire body disappeared, as if he had never appeared before. At the moment when the assassin vanished, an extremely dangerous icy qi came from behind Jiang Qin. Even Jiang Qin had to admit that the assassin's body technique was brilliant and terrifying. The sword was thrust from the front, but it moved to the back in an instant, making it hard for the enemy to defend against it. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be able to react in time when facing this sword. Unfortunately, the assassin's opponent was Jiang Qin, an extremely abnormal person. The scariness of the great soul derivation technique wasn't something that an ordinary person could imagine. Jiang Qin could clearly sense the traces and qi of the assassin. Moreover, Jiang Qin had the spatial shift and the 9 phantom wolves. His speed was much faster than the assassin's. Almost at the same time when the assassin thrust his sword, Jiang Qin's heavenly saint sword also thrust backwards, colliding with the assassin's sword. Clang! 2 swords collided with each other, producing a clanging sound. The void was directly pierced through, creating a large amount of sparks. Under the impact of this sword, the assassin was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with fear. You can actually see through my sword technique and body technique. The assassin was shocked. He had seen Jiang Qin's techniques before. Jiang Qin was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he could easily kill a 5th-grade combat emperor. Even he wasn't a match for Jiang Qin if he were to face him head-on. Jiang Qin relied on his elusive assassination technique, ghost-like movement technique and sword technique that was like a venomous snake. However, Jiang Qin's scariness was beyond his imagination. He could easily deal with his assassination technique. Jiang Qin's sensitivity was rarely seen in this world, which caught him off guard. When your assassination techniques are useless against me, with your battle prowess, the only thing that awaits you is death. Chapter 670. The assassin's gaze turned incomparably dignified. He knew that he had failed his mission. For someone like him who had never failed before, this was undoubtedly a form of mockery, a stain on his career as an assassin. The assassin had already measured the difference in strength between him and Jiang Qin. Just as Jiang Qin had said, if his assassination technique was useless against Jiang Qin, he would not be a match for Jiang Qin at all. In that case, he had to retreat. Swish! The assassin's figure flashed and instantly disappeared without a trace. With his assassination skills, even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, escaping was not a problem. Running now? Is it too late? I have already secretly sealed this part of the void. Jiang Qin said Lang Lang. The heavenly saint sword stabbed towards the void. Clang! Wherever the heavenly saint sword touched, another sword collided with it. The assassin was forced out of the void by Jiang Qin's sword. How is this possible? The assassin was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Qin's perception to be so strong that he could instantly find his escape route. In fact, if the assassin had fled from the beginning, he still had a chance. However, Jiang Qin had secretly sealed this part of the void. No matter where the assassin fled to, Jiang Qin would be able to detect him instantly. You won't have a chance. Jiang Qin swung his long sword, rippling with endless golden radiance. His killing intent soared to the sky. His body flashed, and 9 identical Jiang Qin appeared at the same time, surrounding the assassin. 9 incomparably resplendent long swords lit up the entire space, stabbing towards the assassin at the same time. The assassin's expression changed drastically. For a moment, he was dazzled and didn't know how to deal with it. Puchi! Jiang Qin's sword pierced through the assassin's back. The assassin spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining the black mask covering his face. The scene froze at this moment. The assassin's eyes were filled with shock and despair. It turned out that failure meant death. You have offended the dark shadow. You will definitely die a horrible death. Next time, the dark shadow will send an assassin with a higher cultivation. You are dead for sure. The assassin said with his back facing Jiang Qin. Boom! A destructive force burst out from the heavenly saint sword, shattering all the life force of the assassin and completely obliterating him. Another genius assassin from the Shadow sect died tragically at the hands of Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen withdrew his sword and lightly said, "Do you think I'll still be at my current cultivation level when your next killer comes? No matter how many of you come, I'll kill them all. If the dark shadow provokes me, it'll be the same as before." Jiang Chen's face was full of confidence. He had never been afraid of his enemies being too strong. The assassins sent by the dark shadow were getting stronger and stronger, but Jiang Chen was also gradually getting stronger. The geniuses of the dark shadow were destined to become the targets of Jiang Chen's training and stepping stones on his path of advancement. Jiang Chen set the assassin's corpse on fire and burned it into nothingness. As for the assassin's sword, Jiang Chen naturally put it away. It was a rare emperor weapon, and a sharp assassination sword was a rare treasure in the outside world. Inside the palace, when Jiang Chen came back, Han Yan and the little girl were still working hard to refine the 9-yang less rond pill. Although only half an hour had passed, their auras had undergone tremendous changes. "Where did you go?" asked De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen directly took out the assassin's sword and waved it in front of De Huang Dog. The sword was abnormally sharp and carried an ice-cold murderous aura. At first glance, one could tell that it was a sword that was often stained with blood. An assassin from the dark shadow. De Huang Dog and Tyrant spoke at the same time. They had seen the means of the assassins of the dark shadow, so they could tell that the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was from the dark shadow. "Are you talking about the legendary assassin organization?" exclaimed the old man of impermanence. Obviously, he had also heard of this terrifying underground organization and was very afraid of it. "That's right. The people of the dark shadow wanted to kill me. Naturally, I won't be polite to them. When I entered this space, I sensed the assassin's aura, but the assassin didn't make a move. I was afraid that the assassin would attack Ah Yen and the little girl when they were refining the pill and affect them. That's why I left," said Jiang Chen. "It seems that the assassin has been eliminated by you." Tyrant smiled. Even the combat weapon was taken back by Jiang Chen. One could imagine the fate of the assassin. Offending this assassin organization is really not a fun thing. The old man of impermanence sighed. He couldn't see the slightest trace of nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. It was as if offending this organization was an incomparably easy thing, like playing a game. In the entire divine continent, perhaps only Jiang Qin could remain so calm after being targeted by the assassin of the dark shadow. Looking at Ah Yen and Ling Er's situation, they should be fine in another 2 hours. "Old man of impermanence, go and guard outside the palace. If you see anyone, drive them away," Jiang Qin said to the old man of impermanence. "All right." The old man of impermanence turned and left. He was now a peak 6th grade combat emperor. As long as he didn't meet the terrifying existences like Li Long or Tan Ji Bai, he would be able to defend himself. Even if he met the Dark Soul, the old man of impermanence would be able to handle it. 2 hours later, Han Yan's chi experienced a tremendous change for the first time. His surroundings were shrouded by terrifying black devil chi. The devil chi turned into black devil dragons that lingered around him. It was extremely terrifying. Han Yan's chi began to rise gradually until it reached the peak of 7th grade combat emperor before it stabilized. On the other side, Ling Er was doing the same. Her body was glowing with golden light. A surge of ancient force was as heavy as a mountain. She didn't want to lose to any man. She had reached the peak of 3rd grade combat emperor. Although she wasn't as strong as Han Yan, it was still terrifying for a 12-year-old girl. The old man of impermanence had spent a day and a night to refine the 9 sun-less Ron pill, but Han Yan and Ling Er spent less than 3 hours. This was the difference between an ordinary cultivator and a genius. Big brother, this pill of yours is too powerful. I can feel that I have experienced a tremendous change. This pill's effect is much better than the Emperor elixir. It almost made me advance to the 4th grade combat emperor. It has strengthened my foundation and potential. It won't take long before I reach the 4th grade combat emperor. Zhuo Ling Er said happily. Me too. My foundation is much stronger than before. It won't take long before I break through to the 8th grade combat emperor. Han Yan's eyes were glowing. The effect of the 9 Sun-less Ron pill was much better than what he had expected. His whole body had undergone a tremendous change. And increasing your cultivation grade is the most important thing, especially in the inner part of the Death Mountain. There are dangers everywhere. Only those who are strong enough can survive. Let's leave this place and continue to search for treasures in other places. Jiang Qin said. The old man of impermanence was still guarding outside the palace. In 2 hours, there were indeed some people who came to the palace, but when they saw the old man of impermanence, they quickly left. This old man was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. After they left the palace, they flew towards the inner part of the spatial zone under the guidance of De Huang. In a place like this, it was never wrong to listen to De Huang. The direction that De Huang dog chose, regardless of whether there would be danger ahead, there would definitely be treasures. Along the way, they met some rogue cultivators, but when they saw Jiang Chen's group, they quickly distanced themselves from them, not daring to come close. This spatial zone wasn't big. Other than the palace, they didn't meet any other buildings, let alone any treasures. They did meet 1 or 2 dark souls, but they were easily dealt with by Han Yan. Their current group had the presence of Han Yan, so they could do whatever they wanted in the Death Mountain. They wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Even if they met an 8th grade combat emperor like Li Long, Han Yan would be able to deal with him. After flying for about 10 minutes, the air suddenly became extremely hot. Not far ahead, layers of heat waves could be seen floating in the sky, causing the void to turn red. There is a strange phenomenon in front, let's go and have a look. Jiang Qin said. The group increased their speed and flew forward. There was a magma river in front of them, blocking their way. There were dozens of cultivators standing on the bank of the magma river, looking at the terrifying magma in the river. Their faces revealed a trace of fear. Hoo. Even though there was a distance between them, they could still feel the rolling heat waves from the river. It was terrifying, even the combat emperors could feel a trace of burning sensation. 2 disciples in Nebula Sect's uniform came to welcome Jiang Qin when they saw him. Brother Jiang. Both of them held their fists at the same time to greet Jiang Qin. They were the core disciples of Nebula Sect, but when they saw Jiang Qin, an inner sect disciple, they had to be respectful. After witnessing the power of killing a 5th grade combat emperor in Xiaoyao Palace, they naturally didn't dare to show any neglect to Jiang Qin. What happened? Jiang Qin asked. Brother Jiang, there is a magma river in front of us, blocking our way. We can feel it. As long as we cross this river, we will enter another space in front of us. However, the magma in this river is too terrifying, even a combat emperor can't withstand it. One of the disciples said. Jiang Chen and the rest came to the front of the river, looking into it. The magma in the river was wriggling like a flood dragon. It was very scary. Not only was the temperature of the magma high, it was also emitting a scorching poisonous gas. Even a combat emperor couldn't withstand it. More than 10 of them were blocked by it. Can't we just fly over it? After saying that, Big Yellow was about to fly over from above. No, someone tried to fly over it, but he was immediately attacked by the magma and was sucked into the river. Not even his remains were left. Chapter 671. Upon hearing this, the Huang dog halted his steps and looked at the disciple of the Nebula sect with admiration. If it wasn't because of the disciple's reminder, he would have jumped over the river. There were many cultivators standing by the riverbank. Each of them had a solemn expression, looking at the magma river in front of them with fear. No one knew how terrifying this magma was, but there was a second-grade combat emperor who tried to jump over the magma river. He was instantly engulfed by the magma and burned into nothingness. That was a second-grade combat emperor, but he couldn't withstand the attack of the magma. Who would dare to jump over it? Jiang Chen and Han Yan took a few steps forward and came near the magma river. They could feel the heat wave from the magma and their faces were filled with surprise. What a powerful magma! There is a hidden ferocious qi in it. The temperature of the magma not only has a strong attack power, it also contains heat poison. My devil qi can't resist it. Han Yan said. Let me try the power of this magma. Jiang Chen said and took out a combat weapon from his qi si. It was an emperor weapon. Jiang Chen circulated his yuan force and infused it into the combat weapon. The combat weapon let out a violent buzzing sound. After that, Jiang Chen swung the combat weapon to the other side of the magma river. The strength of Jiang Chen's swing wasn't small and its speed was extremely fast. According to the width of the magma river, it could cross the magma river in an instant. It was as fast as the speed of light. Bang! At the moment when Jiang Chen swung the combat weapon, a magma dragon suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the river. The magma dragon was even more ferocious and its strength was as vast as the ocean. When the combat weapon was at the center of the river, it was attacked directly by the magma dragon. The magma dragon coiled up and sucked the battle soldier into it. The battle soldier fell into the magma river and was quickly submerged by the surging magma. There was no trace of the battle soldier. Seeing this, everyone's facial expression changed once again. Even Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. One should know that putting aside how strong his strength was, just the speed alone was extremely fast. However, even with such speed, it still couldn't pass through the magma. What a terrifying magma. We can't cross it. Yeah, because of the existence of this magma river, it has completely blocked our way. We can't even use our spatial force. The combat weapon that Jiang Chen took out just now was an emperor weapon. Despite its incredible speed, it still couldn't pass through the river. This means that the magma here will take the initiative to attack. Anyone who tries to pass through here will be attacked by the magma. This is too scary. Are we going to be trapped here? The space here is gradually shrinking. There is only so much space in front of us, and it just so happens to be separated by the magma river. Everyone's face was filled with fear. As long as they could cross the magma river, they would be able to enter another spatial zone to search for other treasures. However, there were no treasures in this spatial zone. Instead, it was filled with dangers. Now, there was a terrifying magma river blocking their way. If they couldn't cross the magma river, they would be trapped here forever. Little Chenzi, you have the true thunder fire to protect you. You should be able to cross the magma river. Why don't you use your true thunder fire to cover us? We should be able to cross it. Tyrant suggested. No, I can try going there alone, but I can't bring you guys along. We don't understand the magma here, and we don't know how strong its attack power is. The magma here isn't as simple as just high temperature. It's too risky to force our way through. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head and rejected Tyrant's suggestion. He didn't like doing things that he wasn't sure of. They didn't know how strong the magma river was. If something went wrong, the consequences would be dire. Look, there's a stone tablet over there. I wonder if the magma river has anything to do with the stone tablet? Someone pointed to a distance. There was a blood-colored stone tablet that was as tall as a human. Many people had noticed the stone tablet from the start, but due to the heat from the magma river, no one paid attention to it. Now that they couldn't cross the magma river, only then did they shift their attention to the stone tablet. "Little Chinzi, look at that stone tablet," said Han Yen. Han Yen also looked at the stone tablet. Dozens of cultivators walked towards the stone tablet and surrounded it. Jiang Chen and the others also walked over and carefully inspected the stone tablet. It was a blood-colored stone tablet. It was covered with variegated marks and potholes. The blood-colored stone tablet was as tall as a human. It was unknown how long it had been standing there, but it was emitting an ancient aura. There wasn't even a word on the stone tablet. No one knew what it was called. "De Huang, what do you think?" Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog because he couldn't see anything with his eyes. "This stone tablet is a treasure." De Huang Dog's eyes lit up as he stared at the stone tablet. "This stone tablet looks very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. It's just that the color is a little scary." Zhuo Ling Er was puzzled. "Ling Er, this stone tablet is indeed extraordinary. Think about it, this place is very close to the magma. You all should feel how high the temperature here is. Even a combat emperor needs to circulate his yuan force to resist the heat wave. If it was just an ordinary stone tablet, it would have been burnt to ashes by the heat wave. However, this stone tablet has existed for God knows how many years. Nothing happened to it even after being hit by the heat wave. This is what makes it extraordinary." Jiang Chen said. "That's right. This stone tablet must be something good." De Huang Dog nodded his head. Although he didn't know what this stone tablet was, he had an innate ability to sense treasures. His instinct told him that this stone tablet wasn't ordinary. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, if it was an ordinary stone tablet, it would have been burnt to ashes. It was a miracle that this stone tablet was still intact. "Everyone, look. The magma river must have something to do with this stone tablet. If we pull it out, we might be able to cross this magma river." Someone said. "Let me try. This stone tablet is a good item. If I can pull it out, it will belong to me." A strong man with a stocky build strode to the front of the stone tablet. Both of his arms hugged the stone tablet and pulled it up with all his might. It didn't move an inch. Everyone's facial expression changed. A second-grade combat emperor, even if he didn't use his yuan force, the strength of his body alone was enough to uproot a huge mountain. But now, he couldn't even move a stone tablet, not even a little bit. "Motherfucker, why is this stone tablet so heavy? I don't believe that I can't pull it out with my second-grade combat emperor cultivation." The strong man was infuriated. He immediately circulated all of his strength. His body was covered with energy waves. Waves of energy surged around him. All of his energy was channeled into the stone tablet and pulled it up. However, the stone tablet didn't move an inch. It was like a divine iron that couldn't be moved at all. "Arg!" The strong man roared and exerted all of his strength, but to no avail. In the end, he fell to the ground with a puffed sound. This stone tablet was really terrifying to be able to exhaust a second-grade combat emperor to this extent. What a heavy stone tablet. Han Yen and Old Man Impermanence's facial expression changed slightly. Many people's facial expression changed too. Even an idiot would know that this stone tablet wasn't an ordinary item. "Trash, get lost. Let Master Dog do it." De Huang Dog swayed his sturdy tail and swaggered to the front of the stone tablet. He used his hind legs to support himself and his front legs to hug the stone tablet, then exerted his strength. He didn't exert too much strength, the stone tablet didn't move at all. The Huang dog almost fell on his face because he had exerted too much strength. For God's sake, why is this thing so heavy? The Huang dog couldn't help but curse. At this moment, even Jiang Chen's facial expression turned serious. The second-grade combat emperor couldn't pull out the stone tablet. Perhaps it was because the stone tablet was too heavy and too mystical, but the Huang dog was now a peerless expert who was at the peak of the third-grade demon emperor. The body of a dragon horse was unimaginably strong and its strength was many times stronger than before. Now, even the Huang dog couldn't pull out the stone tablet. This stone tablet was too heavy. Master Dog doesn't believe it. The Huang dog pounced on the stone tablet again. Demonic chi soared up to the sky. All of the Huang dog's strength fell on the stone tablet, but it still couldn't budge. In the end, the Huang dog was infuriated. He rammed his sturdy head on the stone tablet. Since he couldn't pull it out, he might as well destroy the stone tablet. Bang! Unfortunately, the Huang dog's head rammed on the stone tablet, creating a lot of sparks. However, the stone tablet didn't budge at all, not even a mark was left on it. Motherfucker! The Huang dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a huge blow. How could this be? What is this stone tablet? Why is it so heavy and hard? It's over. Even this dog couldn't pull it out, let alone us. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little hopeless. However, most of their eyes fell on Jiang Qin. Perhaps Jiang Qin could pull it out. Little Qinzi, why don't you give it a try? Said Han Yen. Jiang Qin nodded. His eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. Even the Huang dog couldn't pull it out, so he didn't have the slightest confidence. Jiang Qin walked to the front of the stone tablet. He stretched out his arms and hugged the stone tablet tightly. He circulated the dragon transformation art. Streaks of blood-colored dragon marks emerged from his body, wrapping the entire stone tablet. Ha! Jiang Qin let out a loud shout and circulated his full strength. The terrifying force that was enough to lift a mountain was all used on the stone tablet. However, the stone tablet still didn't budge. Even when Jiang Qin circulated the dragon transformation art, Jiang Qin's stone tablet didn't budge at all. Even Big Brother can't pull it out. Zhuo Ling Er's tone was a little unlucky. Jiang Qin shook his head. This stone tablet is a mysterious object. Such an existence can only be pulled out by a fated person. Let me try. He was very confident, but Tyrant didn't buy it. Amitba. This poor monk is fated with the stone tablet. I can't put it back. Tyrant said sincerely. Damn it. Many of them almost fainted. You are fated with the stone tablet. What does that have to do with us? It's not worth risking everyone's life just because you are fated with it. Tyrant, you are a Buddhist. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Are you going to watch everyone die here? The disciple of Tianshan's sect continued to speak loudly. He knew that Tyrant was in cahoots with Jiang Qin. Hence, he didn't dare to flip out on the spot. Amitba. With the stone tablet in hand, the magma won't attack this poor monk. Tyrant didn't seem to have heard the man's words. Instead, he said something that almost infuriated everyone. How was this an eminent monk of Buddhism? This guy was too selfish. With the monument in his hand, even if the magma didn't attack him, it would still attack others. Tyrant, are you trying to get all of us killed? Look at how many lives there are here. Someone shouted. And there are indeed a lot of people. But what does that have to do with me? Tyrant's serious words made many spurt out blood. Even De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. He fell to the ground with a plop. De Huang Dog once thought that he was the most shameless existence in the world. He didn't expect Tyrant to be so shameless. Han Yen and Wuchang Old Man rolled their eyes. After walking for so long, only now did they realize how outrageous this monk was. Han Yen finally understood why Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were so serious when they first met Tyrant. Hand over the thing in hand. What a joke. Tyrant wouldn't do that. He only knew that the stone tablet was in his hand. He also knew that the magma wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. As for the others, he didn't care. As for Jiang Qin and the others, Tyrant wasn't worried at all. He was sure that as long as Jiang Qin was here, everyone would be fine. Damn it. This monk is trying to get us killed. Everyone has to join forces and force the stone tablet out. The disciple of Tianshan sect shouted. That's right. Hand over the stone tablet. The magma is about to attack. Otherwise, all of us will die here. Tyrant, hand over the stone tablet. Everyone came up and surrounded Tyrant. However, Tyrant was still as serious as ever, as though he couldn't see the situation in front of him. Enough. At this moment, Jiang Qin shouted, the stone tablet has already been pulled out. Even if you put it back, the raging magma river won't calm down. Jiang Qin, but the magma is about to attack and destroy this space. We aren't willing to die here. Only the stone tablet can suppress the magma river. The disciple of Tianshan sect shouted. I have a way to let all of you live. Jiang Qin spoke. What? What way do you have? Although you are strong, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with the magma. Someone questioned. All of you, retreat back. Jiang Qin shouted. After that, he flew towards the magma. As for the heat waves emitted from the magma, it didn't affect Jiang Qin at all. With the protection of true thunder fire and true dragon fire, the magma wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. It would only become his nourishment. Big brother, what means do you have to deal with the magma? Zhuo Ling asked worriedly. Little girl, don't worry. Since this kid dares to make a move, he must be very confident. Let's just wait and see. De Huang Dog wagged his tail as he spoke. He was full of confidence in Jiang Qin. That's right. The little Qinzi wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. Although the magma is troublesome, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for the little Qinzi. Chapter 673. The attacking power of the magma was too terrifying. Moreover, the magma had become agitated, its attacking power was much stronger than before. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone withstand the high temperature. The moment Jiang Qin rushed out, everyone's eyes fell on him without blinking. Jiang Qin was their only hope. If Jiang Qin couldn't deal with the magma, it wouldn't take long for the magma to attack every inch of the spatial zone. At that time, everything in the spatial zone would be destroyed under the magma, including them. This place would truly become a land of death. Roar sensing that someone had come to provoke it, the magma screen that was completely formed by the magma-like pillars suddenly became violent. 3 magma-like pillars turned into magma dragons and lunged at Jiang Qin from 3 different directions. The attacking power of the magma was extremely terrifying. Before the attack could reach Jiang Qin, the terrifying heat of the magma had already hit Jiang Qin's face. 9 Murdering Flood Dragon. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand and casted the 9 Murdering Flood Dragon. 9 flood dragons roared and rushed out. These 9 flood dragons weren't only formed by Yuan force, they also contained a large amount of true thunder fire and true dragon flame. The condensed flood dragons weren't afraid of the magma at all. They pounced on the 3 magma dragons. The reason why Jiang Qin chose to attack was because he wanted to see how powerful the magma was. If he unleashed his 9 murdering flood dragon, he could kill a 5th-grade combat emperor. Hong Long, 2 types of extreme heat energy collided with each other. The explosion of energy waves was too strong. The center of the magma was agitated and was completely submerged by the magma and flames. Even Jiang Qin was submerged in the magma, his figure couldn't be seen. Not good, Jiang Qin has been swallowed by the magma. Someone exclaimed and his facial expression changed dramatically. Damn it, the magma is too terrifying. Jiang Qin is too careless, he chose to confront the magma-like pillar. Isn't he courting death? It's over. Jiang Qin is dead. Now, no one can deal with the magma. Many people's faces were filled with despair. Regardless of whether the people present were friends or foes with Jiang Qin was everyone's hope. If Jiang Qin died, no one could save them. Although Han Yan and Wuchang Old Man were powerful, they were from the Devil's sect. The devil's skill that they cultivated was restrained by the magma. Facing the powerful magma, it was impossible. Bang! However, just when everyone was in despair, a figure once again jumped out of the magma. It was none other than Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was like a fire dragon, constantly shuttling through the magma, withstanding the magma's attacks, but his body was completely unharmed. Big brother is fine, that's great. The little girl jumped up and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, their hearts were filled with shock. This Jiang Qin was really terrifying. He was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he was able to travel back and forth in the magma. This ability alone was too terrifying. Swoosh! The light beam of the magma was getting stronger and stronger. It attacked Jiang Qin again. Jiang Qin's eyes had turned red. The heat, poison and the high temperature of the magma couldn't affect him, but the attack of the magma itself was extremely strong. Even Jiang Qin couldn't deal with it. Heavenly earth, pure water. Jiang Qin simply kept the true thunder fire and true dragon fire. A layer of cold mist appeared on the surface of his body. The moment this cold mist appeared, the attack of the magma was weakened. The temperature around Jiang Qin began to drop. The magma around him seemed to have met its natural enemy, its attack on Jiang Qin became gentler. The heavenly earth, pure water, was the coldest thing in the heavens and earth. Since the strong flame couldn't restrain the magma, then he would use the element to restrain it. It seemed that the scariness of the heavenly earth, pure water, had a great restraining effect on the magma. However, this wasn't what Jiang Qin wanted to do. It was undoubtedly a fantasy to use the heavenly earth, pure water, to eliminate the magma. The magma had existed for a very long time. It had almost developed its own spirituality. It was impossible to eliminate it. Of course, Jiang Qin didn't have such an idea. The reason why he chose to barge in was to test the power of the magma. As for how to deal with the magma and save these people, Jiang Qin had other ways. If Jiang Qin was alone, he would be able to pass through this spatial zone and enter the other spatial zone to search for the treasure, but he had to consider for the sake of the others. Those rogue cultivators were innocent. If they were killed because of Tyrant's action, Jiang Qin would feel guilty. Of course, Tyrant wouldn't be able to take out the stone tablet that he had obtained from Tyrant. Moreover, the magma would be of great use to Jiang Qin. With the protection of the heavenly earth, pure water, Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast. He turned into a ray of light and flew above the magma. His black hair fluttered and his white robe fluttered. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the rolling magma below. What is he doing? The magma doesn't seem to have any effect on him. Is he going to go through by himself and not care about our lives? I don't think so. His friends are still here. There are also disciples of the Nebula sect here. Even if Jiang Qin doesn't care about our lives, he still has to care about them. Some people thought of Tyrant's words. They were instantly afraid that Jiang Qin would also leave them behind. Reality proved that Jiang Qin wasn't that kind of person. Under the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Qin flipped his palm and took out an item. When the crowd saw what it was, they were instantly stunned. This guy actually took out a broken pot at such a crucial moment. That's right, it was a broken pot. However, if one looked closely, they could see that the surface of the pot was engraved with ancient runes. When De Huang Dog saw the broken pot, his eyes instantly lit up. He didn't forget that when the island of ice first opened and this broken pot rushed out, it was filled with blazing flames. Among the flames, there was a pillar of magma that was extremely powerful. To think that I, Master Dog, had actually forgotten about this treasure. That lad is really smart, huh? He wants to use this broken pot to collect all the magma. But, I wonder if he can do that. If he can, the magma might very well be able to bring about a strong attack. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He had a good understanding of treasures. When he first laid his eyes on this broken pot, he knew it was an extraordinary item. Jiang Chen threw his glance onto the broken pot. Ever since he obtained this broken pot and used it to kill a combat soul warrior, it had become a piece of trash, and he had thrown it away in a corner. Now, facing such a terrifying magma, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of this broken pot. Perhaps, this broken pot could be used to collect the magma. If that was the case, the magma could be used as a powerful attack in the future. Let's give it a try. Jiang Chen pulled out the top of the broken pot. He hovered above the magma and injected all his yuan energy into the broken pot. The broken pot seemed to have sensed the terrifying aura of the magma underneath, and it instantly became restless. It started violently trembling in Jiang Chen's hand. Buzz, as the broken pot trembled more and more violently, Jiang Chen could feel the weight of the pot increasing. He felt like he was carrying a huge mountain in his hand. Swoosh! A gust of wind suddenly rushed out of the broken pot. It was an extremely strong suction force. The force instantly turned into a tornado, and a pillar of magma light was sucked into the pot in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, a joyful expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Now, it looked like his guess was correct. This broken pot was a rare treasure that could absorb magma. Furthermore, the magma beam that was sucked into the pot had shrunk by over 100 times. That was because it had been purified by the pot, leaving behind only the essence of the magma. What a frightening treasure. It can actually extract the essence of the magma. But, there's too much magma here. I wonder if this broken pot has such a big appetite, and if it can absorb all the magma here. Jiang Chen said in a pleasantly surprised manner. As if it was dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's disdain, the broken pot started trembling even more violently, and the suction force became stronger. In an instant, 3 magma beams were sucked into the pot. Next up, one magma beam after another charged up into the sky. All of them were sucked into Jiang Chen's broken pot. Look! The broken pot in Jiang Chen's hand is a terrifying magic treasure. It can actually suck the magma into it. This is great. This treasure is really powerful. If it can suck away all the magma, we won't be in any danger anymore. However, it looks like it'll be a little difficult. There's too much magma here and that broken pot looks really small. What do you know? You cannot judge a real treasure by its surface. The space inside this pot must surely be very big. Absorbing the magma here will not be an issue. We are saved. Many of the cultivators there revealed looks of pleasant surprise. None of them expected Jiang Qin to possess such a terrifying treasure. Not only was it not afraid of the magma, it could even suck all the magma away. It was truly terrifying. Brother Jiang sure has an endless number of tricks up his sleeves. To think that he would possess such a treasure. Elder Impermanence sighed. His admiration for Jiang Qin had reached the point of prostrating himself before Jiang Qin. What a guy who is good at creating miracles. Tyrant couldn't help but shake his head. He had thought that after following Jiang Qin for so long, he would already know what tricks Jiang Qin had up his sleeves. From the looks of it, he was wrong again. He had to give a thumbs up to Jiang Qin's endless tricks up his sleeves. Senior Brother Jiang is indeed a rare genius. With him around, our nebulous sect will surely become even more terrifying in the future. Chapter 674. Such a method was undoubtedly heaven-defying. No one had expected the power of the broken pot to be so great. Looking at Jiang Qin's appearance, it seemed like he was going to absorb all the magma. In just a few minutes, half of the magma had been absorbed. The remaining magma seemed to be absorbed as well. As the broken pot continued to show its power, Jiang Qin's expression changed. He realized that the space inside the broken pot wasn't as big as he had imagined. The reason why it could absorb so much magma was that the broken pot had the ability to purify. Any magma that was absorbed by the broken pot would be purified immediately, leaving only the magma essence. Until now, half of the space inside the broken pot had been filled with magma essence, which was much stronger than the previous magma. According to the current situation, this broken pot should be able to absorb all the magma here. By then, the broken pot will be filled with magma essence. If it were to launch an attack, the power would be unimaginable. Jiang Qin sighed. The magma here was already terrifying enough. Now that it was purified by the broken pot, it was filled with magma essence. Coupled with the power of the broken pot itself, the power released was something that even Jiang Qin didn't dare to imagine. Motherfucker, with this thing, whoever dares to provoke me, I'll just spit them out. Jiang Qin grinned and smiled happily. He couldn't help but give Big Yellow a praising look. Big Yellow was right to choose this spatial zone. Apart from obtaining so many heaven rank restoration pills, Jiang Qin had also acquired a powerful trump card. More importantly, Tyrant had obtained the stone tablet. That stone tablet must be a rare treasure. Jiang Qin didn't think that Tyrant would be able to obtain it. What a powerful broken pot. The internal capacity is too big. It has already absorbed more than half of the magma. It seems like it won't be difficult to absorb all the magma. This is great. As long as we can absorb the magma that is blocking our way, not only can we save our lives, but we can also pass through and enter the inner space to find the real treasure. We owe Jiang Qin a favor. Although he is arrogant and unruly, he is a good person. At least, he is much better than those arrogant geniuses from the big forces. Many people were grateful to Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin was strong, he wasn't an arrogant and rude person. People could see that Jiang Qin's strength and ferocity were only directed at his enemies. As long as you didn't provoke him, Jiang Qin was still a person who was easy to talk to. After a few more minutes, the broken pot displayed its might and finally collected the last magma pillar. The original magma river had completely dried up. The high temperature in the entire space was also gradually recovering. It was no longer as hot as before. Great, someone shouted excitedly. Everyone had a relaxed expression on their faces. Compared to the despair they felt before, they were in a much better mood now. The obstacle had been eliminated, and there were no more obstacles in front of them. Many people looked at Jiang Qin with gratitude, especially the rogue cultivators and the core disciples of the Nebula sect. Jiang Qin held the broken pot in his hand and felt that it was extremely heavy. The outside of the broken pot was engraved with ancient runes that even Jiang Qin didn't recognize. However, Jiang Qin's great soul derivation technique seeped into the broken pot. Under his perception, he could clearly tell that the magma essence in the broken pot could allow Jiang Qin to use its power 3 times. In other words, Jiang Qin could use this broken pot 3 times. After 3 times, the broken pot would return to its original state and become useless. 3 times, that's not bad. Jiang Qin smiled. He could imagine that with the power of the magma essence in the broken pot and the terrifying power of the broken pot, once it was released, it would be difficult for a War Emperor realm expert to resist. Of course, the specific power would only be known when it was truly released. Everyone, the obstacle has been removed. Everyone can leave this place now. Jiang Qin turned his head and said loudly to the crowd. Young Master Jiang, we will remember today's kindness. Someone cupped his fist and said to Jiang Qin. Many people's impression of Jiang Qin had changed greatly. No matter what, if it wasn't for Jiang Qin today, even if they didn't die, they would be trapped in this spatial zone. They would only be able to leave after a month when the spatial zone was opened. This trip to the Death Mountain would be in vain. Everyone flew through the magma river and flew for a few hundred miles. An illusory spatial barrier appeared in front of them. As long as they passed through this spatial barrier, they would be able to enter another spatial zone. This kind of spatial barrier didn't have any offensive ability. Everyone could pass through it directly. Without wasting any time, they passed through the spatial barrier and entered another spatial zone. As for this spatial zone, it didn't have any good treasures. The only palace that existed had been taken away by Jiang Qin. The monolith was obtained by Tyrant. Even the destructive magma was smelted into a magical weapon by Jiang Qin. It could be said that all the good things in this spatial zone were obtained by Jiang Qin and the others. The others didn't even get a single strand of hair. The Huang dog allowed them to enter this spatial zone. It was indeed a boundless benefit. Tyrant, what's that monolith? Why can't Master Dog pull it out, but you did it? The Huang dog had been feeling gloomy about the matter of the monolith. He couldn't help but ask Tyrant. I haven't had the time to comprehend it yet. At that time, I only felt that I was fated with this monolith. I didn't expect it to be pulled out directly. I guess it's because I'm too imposing that even the monolith was subdued. And that must be it. Tyrant said seriously. Get lost. Jiang Qin and the Huang dog spoke at the same time. The Huang dog immediately moved away from Tyrant, completely dispelling the thought of knowing the secret of the monolith. Big brother, they have entered another spatial zone. Let's follow them. Swolinger said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. Everyone immediately crossed the spatial barrier and disappeared in a blink of an eye, entering another spatial zone. With a flash of brilliance, Jiang Qin and the others appeared. In front of them, there were green mountains and clear waters. Spring was in full swing, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. The air was filled with incomparably rich heaven and earth yuan qi. It was truly a treasured land for cultivation. What a rich heaven and earth yuan qi. The heaven and earth yuan qi here is even richer than the mountain gate of the Nebula sect. Swolinger suddenly felt refreshed. Everyone was astonished. Compared to the previous spatial zone that was like a dead land, this place was simply a holy land. It's hard to imagine that the Death Mountain that has existed for such a long time actually has such a holy land. Let's not talk about the treasures inside. Just by cultivating in such an environment, one would be able to obtain great benefits. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for dozens of days outside. Old Man Impermanence's eyes lit up. He kept looking around and deeply felt that this place was truly a holy land for cultivation. Kaka, there must be some good treasures in this place. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. De Huang, what did you discover? Jiang Chen asked. Isn't it simple? The Death Mountain was originally a dead land. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a holy place here. Look at those flowers and plants, they are about to turn into spirits and are filled with heaven and earth yuan qi. There must be a reason for this. I'm guessing that there must be some kind of treasure that caused all of this. It must be so. De Huang Dog said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Since De Huang Dog said so, Jiang Chen definitely had a reason to believe it. Let's go and have a look inside the spatial zone, said Han Yen. The group didn't waste any time and quickly flew towards the inner part of the spatial zone. They could feel that this spatial zone wasn't big, but the heaven and earth yuan qi was extremely abundant. There were ancient pine trees that were hundreds of meters tall, piercing through the clouds. After flying for more than 10 minutes, they suddenly saw a lot of people heading towards the same direction from all directions. The people inside the spatial zone suddenly became lively. This spatial zone was a level deeper than the other spatial zones. Now, it seemed that many cultivators from the previous spatial zones had already entered, which made this place so lively. Big brother, where are so many people going? Asked Zhuoling Air. At this time, two people saw Jiang Chen and Zhuoling Er and quickly came to greet them. One of them said, Senior brother Jiang, there seems to be a treasure unearthed in front of us. Why aren't you going over? These two people were from the Nebula sect, and they admired Jiang Chen very much. Hearing that there was a treasure unearthed, De Huang Dog rushed out like a wisp of smoke. Jiang Chen and the others naturally didn't hesitate. They quickly increased their speed and flew forward. 100 miles ahead of them, hundreds of people had already appeared, surrounding the area in all directions. When Jiang Chen got closer, he found that there was a huge herb garden in front of him. Back when he was on the island of ice, a herb garden had also appeared, but compared to this herb garden in front of him, the difference was not small. The huge herb garden in front of him had an area of more than 10 miles. It was filled with rare and precious spiritual herbs. Many of the spiritual herbs were incomparably thick and full of spirituality. It was obvious that they had been growing for many years. A dragon ginseng directly turned into a small person, jumping around in the herb garden, making the people outside salivate. However, the herb garden was sealed by a layer of restriction, and the people outside couldn't enter. Now, the restriction was weakening bit by bit, and people were waiting for the restriction to disappear before they rushed in. Damn, this is the real treasure. Look at that dragon ginseng, it has already become a spirit. If I can eat it, I will immediately be reborn. A cultivator licked his lips. Many people's eyes were locked on the jumping dragon ginseng, preparing to enter the herb garden, catch it, and eat it on the spot. However, at this moment, a big hand suddenly appeared from the herb garden and grabbed the dragon ginseng. People saw a person covered in green light appear from behind a spiritual herb that was even more majestic than an uncle. That person grabbed the dragon ginseng, and regardless of the dragon ginseng's resistance, he opened his mouth and ate it. For God's sake, I've been eating this stuff every day. My mouth is so bland. Chapter 675. Heavens! There was someone in the herb garden. How was this possible? There was a powerful restriction placed outside the herb garden. No one could enter. Moreover, it was obvious that this herb garden had existed for a very long time. How could there be someone here? Could it be someone from that super sect who survived by luck? Impossible. That super sect had already been annihilated. The people who survived had all become Aeon spirits. This guy in front of them was not a Aeon spirit. However, no one was in the mood to think about this. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring unblinkingly at the person who was emitting a green light. This guy was tall and strong. His face was extraordinarily handsome. He looked like he was in his 20s. Of course, what people cared about was not the guy's appearance, but the dragon ginseng that he had swallowed. That was a dragon ginseng that had turned into a spirit. It was a dragon ginseng that had already grown intelligence. It was a supreme treasure. It was an unimaginable treasure. It had the effect of regrowing bones and reviving the dead. So many people were watching anxiously. This peerless treasure was eaten by a bastard just like that. Wait, what did this guy just say? He said that he ate this thing every day. His mouth was getting bland. Fuck your grandpa. There was actually someone in this world who didn't like the taste of dragon ginseng. What was even more infuriating was that this guy seemed to be eating this thing every day. Heavens, please strike him to death with lightning. Why is there someone in the herb garden? How did this guy get in? Who is he? Look, this bastard's body is emitting a green light. That's the power of medicine. It seems like this guy has been eating the spiritual medicine here every day. His body has become like a treasure. God damn it. This bastard's casual burp is full of pure medicine. How did he get in? He just ate a dragon ginseng that had turned into a spirit. It's such a waste. Everyone's eyes were red. They wanted to kill someone. From the power of medicine emitted by this guy, they could tell that he was not lying. He really ate dragon ginseng every day. Moreover, it was a dragon ginseng that had turned into a spirit. Apart from the dragon ginseng, there were also many rare and ancient medicines here. Who knew how many of them had been wasted by this guy? While all the cultivators were gnashing their teeth at the man in the herb garden, wishing they could drag him out and eat him, 3 guys were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They were Jiang Qin, Han Yen, and Big Yellow. All 3 of them had the same expression on their faces. They stared at the man in the herb garden without blinking their eyes. Apart from shock, there was more surprise in their eyes than joy. The extremely strong guy in the herb garden had just swallowed a dragon ginseng when he suddenly felt many strange gazes. He hurriedly raised his head. Indeed, there were countless gazes outside the herb garden that wanted to eat him. These angry gazes did not make the man feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it made him extremely excited. The man burst into tears on the spot. I've finally seen a living person. Ah, Nan. A voice suddenly sounded. The guy's body shook. He hurriedly stopped crying and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Jiang Qin, Han Yen, and De Huang Dog, he first roared excitedly. Then, he crawled to the edge of the herb garden and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. God damn it. This bastard is so embarrassing. He's a man, but he's crying like a bear. De Huang Dog couldn't help but despise him. The guy in the herb garden was none other than Nangong Wendian. Ever since Jiang Qin stepped into the divine continent, he had lost contact with Nangong Wendian. He didn't expect that Nangong Wendian would appear here. He was worried about Nangong Wendian, but after seeing his current condition, his worries were gone. This guy must have gotten a great fortune. The chi that Nangong Wendian emitted was already at the peak of the 6th grade combat emperor. He was only a step away from the 7th grade combat emperor. The scariest thing wasn't his cultivation, but his physique. No one knew how many divine herbs he had consumed. His entire body was like a divine herb. To put it bluntly, his entire body was a treasure. As long as one cultivated close to him, one's cultivation would improve day by day. If this guy was dragged out to bleed, a bowl of blood would be priceless. Even a piece of meat on his body would be snatched away by others. My family, I can finally see my family. Little Chenzi, De Huang, Yen, hurry up and get me out of here. I'm going crazy in this broken place. Nangong Wendian was crying his eyes out. When he saw Jiang Chen and the others, it was as if he had seen his family, and he was overwhelmed with emotions. When he thought about all the grievances he had gone through these past few days, he started crying even harder. However, after hearing Nangong Wendian's words, many people had an impulse to go up and beat him until he was paralyzed. Such a precious place was actually called a broken place by him. Eating spirit herbs that turned into spirits every day, in his words, became a grievance. Was he even trying to let people live in this place? Didn't he know that a lot of people wanted to suffer such grievances even in their dreams? Moreover, this was a motherfucking grievance. Let me suffer to death. Shameless, too shameless. It turned out that he was acquainted with Jiang Chen and the others. Ah, Nan, don't be agitated. Calm yourself down. Jiang Chen quickly comforted him. However, when Nangong Wendian suddenly saw so many people, especially when he saw his own family, he was simply too emotional, he was unable to calm himself down. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only did Nangong Wendian not stop, he even cried even harder. This is so embarrassing. Han Yen held his forehead with his hand. For a man to cry like this, how could he be so heaven-defying? Young master, who is this person? Do you know him? The old man of impermanence asked curiously. He is the Nangong Wendian that I told you about. We came from the eastern continent together. I have no idea how this guy got here. Han Yen explained. The old man of impermanence was stunned. So this crying guy was Nangong Wendian. His image was not flattering at all. Big brother, this guy is still trying to act innocent after getting a bargain. He's actually crying after eating so many elixirs. The little girl couldn't stand it anymore. Amitba, this guy is too shameless. Tyrant sighed. Tyrant, it's rare for you to speak the truth. The Huang dog nodded in agreement. Ah, Nan, if you continue to cry, we will leave. Jiang Chen said. Hearing that Jiang Chen was leaving, Nangong Wendian immediately stopped crying, regardless of whether it was true or not, and replaced it with a smile. This guy really changed his expression faster than flipping a page. Little Chenzi, hurry up and think of a way to get me out of here. I fell into the crack of space, and when I came out, I fell into this herb garden. I wanted to get out, but I found out that there's a seal outside of this herb garden, and that's why I'm trapped here. Damn it, I'm going to die of boredom from eating medicine every day. If you guys don't show up, I will go crazy. Nangong Wendian said. The moment his words came out, another wave of curses erupted from the crowd. The majority of them were cursing Nangong Wendian for being shameless and shameless. There were even some who were envious of his good luck. From Nangong Wendian's tone, it wasn't the first or second day that he had been in the herb garden. Thinking about how many spiritual herbs had been wasted by him, the crowd couldn't help but feel enraged. This was simply asking for death from the heavens. You also know that there's a seal outside, so how can I let you out? Jiang Chen shrugged. De Huang, oh right, De Huang is an expert in seals. Hurry up and break this seal, then let me out. Nangong Wendian looked at De Huang dog. The restriction here is gradually weakening. It won't be long before it disappears on its own. If you think of a way to break this restriction, it will cause the restriction's energy to backfire. Don't you see that so many people are looking at these divine medicines but don't dare to touch the restriction? Wait a little longer, you can come out when the seal disappears. De Huang Dog said. Great, this is great. Daddy can go out now, ah. Hearing that he would be able to go out soon, Nangong Wendian was overjoyed and laughed out loud. Ah Nan, listen to me. Jiang Chen lowered his voice, then sent a message to Nangong Wendian using his divine sense. Before the defense mechanism disappears, I need you to collect all the older herbs, especially those that have turned into spirits. Jiang Chen's face revealed a sinister smile. There were too many spiritual herbs here, and once the seal disappears, everyone would definitely rush over. Now that there were more and more people here, once the seal was broken, the situation would be out of control. Now that Nangong Wendian was in the herb garden, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. This guy could collect all the spiritual herbs, and the people outside couldn't do anything about it. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't allow Nangong Wendian to do that. He just wanted to collect some of the more valuable spiritual herbs, and let the others fight for the rest. If he collected all the spiritual herbs here, it would definitely cause the crowd to be angry, and that wouldn't be good. Alright, this daddy here wants to puke anyway, I'll go get some for you guys. Nangong Wendian turned around and rushed into the herb garden. He had obtained enough benefits, and it would be a waste to eat more herbs, as they wouldn't have any effect. Therefore, he needed to get some herbs for Jiang Chen and the others. Nangong Wendian was obviously very familiar with the environment of the herb garden. With a sway of his body, he arrived at a place with a dense amount of spirit herbs in the blink of an eye. He extended his hand and grabbed 2 dragon ginsengs that had turned into spirits, one after the other, and stored them in his chi si. What is this bastard doing? He took another 2 ginseng that had turned into spirits, damn it. Look, that's a huge golden lotus, its roots are almost as big as a tree, and he just uprooted it. Chapter 676. Realizing what Nangong Wendian was planning to do, many of them were enraged. Some of them started cursing and cursing, wanting nothing more than to tear Nangong Wendian apart. Nangong Wendian pretended that he didn't see their angry expressions and gazes. He strode towards another unknown spirit herb and grabbed it. God knows how long this spirit herb had existed for, it was as big as a tree. Even a single leaf on it was extraordinary. If it was placed outside, it would definitely be a priceless existence. In the blink of an eye, 5 to 6 ancient and rare spirit herbs were swept away by Nangong Wendian. Seeing the number of rare spirit herbs decreasing, the eyes of the crowd turned red. Damn it! Is he going to take away all the spirit herbs? This is ridiculous. Damn it! This is simply a reckless waste of God's gifts. Just one of these elixirs would be enough for me to undergo a complete transformation. This bastard took them away as if they were weeds. Can't I just have fun with them? Bastard! Stop! I told you to stop. The crowd was extremely agitated. Everyone was angry and gritting their teeth. If they were allowed to enter the herb garden right now, they would definitely pounce on Nangong Wendian and bite him. Kaka, however, Nangong Wendian laughed loudly, as if seeing so many angry gazes, he felt incomparably refreshed in his heart. This was too refreshing, he had been suppressed in this medicinal garden for too long. If he could make the people outside vomit blood, that would be truly satisfying. The feeling of building one's happiness on the pain of others was truly wonderful. Nangong Wendian started to get high on himself. From time to time, he would make provocative and lewd gestures. Seeing the number of rare spirit herbs decreasing in this bastard's hands, as well as Nangong Wendian's infuriating look, even the most cultured people started to curse. Wakaka, ah Nan, well done. Up ahead, right, there's a tualuo flower that's at least 1,000 years old. Pluck it out and make it into wine. The Huang dog was jumping up and down outside, feeling extremely unsatisfied. After hearing his words, some people couldn't take it anymore and squatted on the ground with a plop. This dog was even more shameless. That was 1,000-year-old tualuo flower. It could heal all kinds of injuries, and it was a rare sacred medicine. How was this dog going to brew wine with it? Go to hell. Behind, yes, behind us. That's the dragon fruit tree. Uproot it. Such a thick tree trunk, cut it down and make a bed. It'll definitely be very comfortable to sleep on. The Huang dog continued. Thump thump thump. Another group of people fainted. Using the trunk of a dragon fruit to make a wooden bed, was this dog going to suffer the wrath of the heavens? Even if it was a reckless waste of natural resources, there was no need to do this. Furthermore, there seemed to be a few blood-red dragon fruits on top of the dragon fruit. Those were mature dragon fruits, a true treasure of the heavens and earth. It was very difficult to find them in the outside world. Just these few dragon fruits alone were priceless existences. However, Nangong Wendian naively followed the Huang dog's words. Without saying a word, he carried the dragon fruit tree and uprooted it. Then, he chuckled as he kept the entire tree. Fuck. This bastard will definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. A treasure of the heavens and earth, wasted just like that. Some people immediately cried. Plucking the dragon fruits wasn't enough, did he have to uproot the tree too? What a waste. Elder Impermanence couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, thinking that the friends of his young master and Jiang Qin were all such outrageous people. There was no need to mention the Huang dog, he was the worst of the worst. Tyrant was even more shameless. This could be seen from how they dealt with the magma earlier. Now, there was another weirdo, Nangong Wendian. Shameless. Tyrant grinned. Although he said so, the smile on his face was incomparably happy. Although this was the first time he met Nangong Wendian, his impression of him was very good. This was probably what they meant by having the same interests, regretting not meeting him earlier. Jiang Qin, hurry up and ask your friend to stop. This herb garden was discovered by everyone, and all the herbs here belong to everyone, not just him alone. At this time, someone shouted at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin turned his head and saw a powerful 8th grade combat emperor. This person had just arrived, he was wearing the uniform of Xiaoyao Palace. He wasn't Li Long, he was one of the other geniuses of Xiaoyao Palace. His face was filled with arrogance. An 8th grade combat emperor was enough to show his strength. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold humph, he didn't even bother to reply. He didn't have a good impression of Xiaoyao Palace. It was fine if this guy didn't provoke him, but if he dared to attack him, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Jiang Chen, do you think I won't dare to kill you? Let me tell you, you are dead meat after offending Xiaoyao Palace. The disciple of Xiaoyao Palace was infuriated. A murderous aura overflowed from his body. Encountering Jiang Chen here had triggered his murderous intent. Freedom King had specially instructed him to kill Jiang Chen in the Death Mountain, but this disciple didn't dare to attack here. The herbs in the herb garden were too precious. The seal was going to disappear soon. If he attacked, no one would be able to get the herbs. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell in front of me? Han Yen shouted at the disciple, not giving him any face. Of course, there was no need for him to do so. He was the young master of Moyin cult after all. His status wasn't something a core disciple of Xiaoyao Palace could compare to. Even if they didn't compare their status, Han Yen, who was already at the peak of 7th grade combat emperor, wouldn't put him in his eyes. Humph. The young master of Moyne cult sure has great prestige, but your prestige is useless in front of us, Xiaoyao Palace. At this time, another cold humph was heard from afar. Everyone saw a few disciples of Xiaoyao Palace coming from afar. The one leading them was Li Long. After Li Long appeared, his eyes immediately locked onto Jiang Qin. He didn't conceal his murderous intent at all. It was his biggest regret that he couldn't kill Jiang Qin outside the Death Mountain. Brotherly, the 8th grade combat emperor disciple of Xiaoyao Palace quickly greeted Li Long when he saw him. Ignore them for now. After I get the spiritual herbs, I will kill Jiang Qin with my own hands. No one can stop me. Li Long said confidently. Among those who entered the Death Mountain, his grade was first class. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of anyone. From his point of view, Jiang Qin only wanted to rely on the young master of Moyne cult and Guo Xiaofei of Nebula sect. He didn't put the young master of Moyne cult in his eyes. As for Guo Xiaofei, he hadn't shown up yet. No one could tell which spatial zone he was wandering in. If he wanted to kill Jiang Qin, no one could save him. It looks very lively. At this time, another group of people appeared. They were a dozen experts of Sky Hill School. The leader was the jade-like Yan Hui. He was at the peak of 8th grade combat emperor, an existence on par with Li Long. Seeing Yan Hui's appearance, the people of Sky Hill School found their backbone and swarmed behind him. Brother Yan, look, there is a guy in the herb garden. He is plundering the ancient spiritual herbs everywhere. Judging from his speed, he will take all the good stuff when the barrier disappears. Someone said. As he was speaking, he saw Nangong Wendian putting another spiritual herb into his pouch. He was so angry that he almost spurted out blood. Yan Hui's gaze landed on Nangong Wendian, and a strange expression blossomed in his eyes. He did not show any displeasure towards Nangong Wendian's continuous gathering of spiritual herbs. He turned to Li Long and asked, "Brotherly, what do you think? Is there a need to ask? Since you're here, I'll give you a share. Once the restriction is activated, you and I will join hands to trap that person. At that time, all the spirit herbs he obtains will be ours. Furthermore, I can see that this person's entire body is filled with medicinal energy. We might as well give him our share as well." Li Long had a smile on his face. He had a well-thought-out plan. From his point of view, Nangong Wendian was already his prey. He wasn't worried about getting more spiritual herbs as they would all be his in the end. As long as the barrier of the herb garden disappears, he would make his move decisively. At that time, he would grab both the spiritual herbs and the spiritual herbs. It seems like both of us have the same idea. Yan Hui nodded. What Li Long said was exactly what he was thinking. The treasures now weren't just the spiritual herbs in Nangong Wendian's hands, even Nangong Wendian himself was a treasure. To the two of them, this was a rare opportunity. If they could get those spiritual herbs in Nangong Wendian's hands, given their innate talents, they would have a tremendous change. At that time, they would be able to break through to the 9th grade combat emperor or even minor saint in the future. Their words were heard by Jiang Qin and Han Yan. Both of their eyes were filled with a cold light and intense killing intent. Jiang Qin didn't have any grudges with the Skyhill sect, but if Yan Hui dared to attack Nangong Wendian, Jiang Qin wouldn't mind killing him. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with killing intent. These two bastards are treating me as their prey. Do you think I'm that easy to kill? Nangong Wendian glanced at Li Long and Yan Hui from the herb garden. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Putting aside the fact that he had Jiang Qin and Han Yan as his helpers, he wasn't an easy target. It wouldn't be an easy task to kill him, even for someone like Li Long. Nangong Wendian grabbed another spiritual dragon ginseng and bit off half of it. He spat the other half on the ground and stomped on it with his feet. This scene made countless people spurt out blood again. That was a spiritual dragon ginseng. Any one of them could cause people to bleed, but this bastard just threw it on the ground. Aw, Nan, there isn't much time left. Don't be angry with the cats and dogs. Hurry up and do your own thing. Chapter 677. What did you say? Yen Hui was instantly enraged. A murderous aura burst out from his body. He was an extremely arrogant person, but now, he was called a cat or a dog in front of so many people. How could he endure such humiliation? Brother Yen, don't be angry. Let him be arrogant for a while. Sooner or later, I will take his life. Li Long said ferociously. He clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. In his point of view, as long as he wanted to kill Jiang Qin, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Qin just sneered and didn't say anything. If the two of them attacked him later, Jiang Qin would let them know the meaning of pain and regret. In this world, there were some people that absolutely couldn't be offended. Jiang Qin was one of them. Once you offended him, the consequences would be very severe, so severe that the opponent wouldn't be able to bear it. They could clearly feel that the restrictive spell outside the herb garden was gradually disappearing. Looking at the figures jumping up and down in the herb garden, looking at the gradually decreasing number of ancient divine herbs, the eyes of the crowd turned completely red. Each and every one of them clenched their fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. They had the urge to eat someone alive. Many people wanted to rush in and beat that bastard up, but before the restrictive spell completely disappeared, no one dared to act blindly without thinking. Nangong Wendian was having a great time by himself. After so many days, today was the happiest day for him. To a living man, Jiang Chen had been imprisoned in a place for a long time without being able to see anyone. He had been feeling really lonely. Now, he suddenly saw so many living people, and knowing that he was about to be freed from the abyss of suffering, this kind of feeling was something that no ordinary man could understand, and it couldn't be described with words. Therefore, Nangong Wendian vented all his excitement on these herbs. As he picked the herbs, he didn't forget to stuff them into his mouth at the same time. This made the onlookers jealous. If he ate them like this, even a pig could become a genius. However, there were still many people who didn't agree with Nangong Wendian's actions. Most of them were rogue cultivators. They knew their own status and cultivation level. Even if Nangong Wendian didn't keep those ancient divine herbs, they wouldn't be able to get their hands on them after the restrictive spell disappeared. Their eyes were fixed on other divine herbs. They would be extremely happy as long as they could get some of those divine herbs. Little brat, I sense the aura of a treasure. De Huang Dog's eyes suddenly lit up. He sent a message to Jiang Qin. Where is it? Jiang Chen's expression changed. A treasure that could be sensed by De Huang Dog must be extraordinary. It's right under this herb garden. I thought of a divine object called the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land. This treasure is the ancestor of the 5 elements. It's in existence on the same level as the Heavenly and Earth Pure Water. I reckon that the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land exists under this herb garden. Big Yellow guessed. You should have noticed that the Death Mountain is filled with death chi. There's almost no vitality. Only this spatial zone is full of vitality and spring, just like a holy land. Especially this herb garden, it can actually grow spiritual herbs. This is too scary. Normally, spiritual herbs wouldn't appear even after 10,000 years. Look at these spiritual herbs, they are even thicker than the trees. This must be the reason for the existence of the heavenly and earthly pure land, which created this spatial zone. Big Yellow guessed, you should have noticed that the Death Mountain is filled with death chi. Heavenly and earth pure land. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. De Huang Dog's words couldn't be wrong. He had guessed that there must be a reason for the existence of this space, but he didn't dare to think about the direction of the heavenly and earth pure land. Now, it seemed like there really was a heavenly and earth pure land underneath this herb garden. If it's true, it's perfect. After I obtain the heavenly and earth pure land, my earth dragon seal will instantly reach the grand completion. At that time, my grade will reach the peak of the 3rd grade combat emperor, or even the 4th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. The matter of the heavenly and earth pure land must be buried in his heart, he couldn't let anyone know about it. Otherwise, this kind of treasure would definitely cause chaos. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental combat dragon seal had already been cultivated to the fire dragon seal and water dragon seal. If he could obtain the heavenly and earth pure land today, his earth dragon seal would also reach the grand completion. What Jiang Chen needed the most now was cultivation, a powerful cultivation. Thinking about the heavenly and earth pure land, the herbs in the herb garden were no longer in Jiang Chen's eyes. The heavenly and earth pure land was the real treasure. After a few more minutes, there was a sudden flash of brilliance outside the herb garden. Then, it completely disappeared. Seeing this, someone immediately cried out in surprise, "Look, the restrictive spell has disappeared. Quickly go in and snatch the spiritual medicine." Hong! The whole scene seemed to explode and instantly boiled over. The cultivators, who had long been tempted to the point of being unable to resist, suddenly rushed into the herb garden like madmen. They snatched the spirit herbs as soon as they saw them, for fear that they would be half a beat slower. "Brat, leave that divine herb behind." A 7th grade combat emperor of Sky Hill School saw Nangong Wendian holding a divine herb. He immediately flew towards him, wanting to snatch it away. "Fuck off." Nangong Wendian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He raised his hand and punched out a barbarian elephant shadow. The 7th grade combat emperor of Sky Hill School was sent flying away. This scene was witnessed by many people. Those who wanted to attack Nangong Wendian sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly changed their direction and went to dig for the herbs themselves. Don't be fooled by their hatred towards Nangong Wendian when they were outside the herb garden, but when they saw how terrifying Nangong Wendian was, they immediately became listless. After Nangong Wendian's 10,000 everlasting elephants was comprehended with the help of Jiang Qin, his cultivation grade had been improving by leaps and bounds. Now that he had entered the herb garden and eaten so many herbs, his entire being had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Everyone, try not to fight in the herb garden. Don't ruin the herbs. Someone shouted. It had to be said that these words were really effective. Many of the people who wanted to attack were suppressed. Most of the people here were combat emperors. Once a fight broke out, it was unknown how many elixirs would be destroyed. This place was filled with elixirs, it would be such a pity if they were destroyed. Many of them flew towards the inner part of the herb garden. There was still a part of the land that Nangong Wendian hadn't taken. There were some ancient divine herbs. Many of the experts from the 5 major powers flew towards the inner part of the herb garden. Those rogue cultivators and the disciples from the minor powers couldn't reach the inner part of the herb garden. Jiang Chen and the others rushed into the herb garden. Nangong Wendian didn't say anything and gave them a bear hug. He wanted to hug De Huang Dog, but he was afraid that De Huang Dog would bite him. "My dear ones, I finally get to see you all." Nangong Wendian's face was covered with tears. "You idiot. It's been so long, why didn't you collect all the high-grade herbs?" De Huang Dog said in dissatisfaction. At the same time, he bit a herb and wolfed it down. It's not a small amount. De Huang, don't be too greedy. Zwollinger patted De Huang dog and said. Go away. What does a kid know? De Huang dog said to Zwollinger while eating the herb. Look, I found something good. I wonder what it is. Someone cried out in surprise. He was holding a golden object in his hand. To be exact, it was a lump. That thing was shining with golden light. It seemed to have a strong medicinal effect. However, judging from the qi it emitted, it was definitely a rare treasure. The key was that this thing looked disgusting. It looked like a piece of shit. If it wasn't for the strong medicinal effect and the fragrance it emitted, people would have thought that it was a piece of shit. That's a high-grade herb. Let me have a look. Someone said. Wishful thinking. If you have the ability, go and find it yourself. I will enjoy this first. As he spoke, the cultivator swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he blinked his lips and said, There's a weird smell. Maybe it's because it's aged too long. All godly herbs are like this. Nangong Wendian, who had seen everything, was stunned. His expression was extremely rich. Then, he started laughing out loud. He laughed so hard that he bent forward and backward. He laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. What are you laughing at? Han Yen didn't understand. Cough cough, don't mind me. Let me enjoy myself for a while. Nangong Wendian directly sat on the ground and punched the ground with his fists. Ha, I found a godly herb too. There are godly herbs here too. There are so many of them. Many people found the lump of golden herb. All of their faces were filled with excitement. In order to not let others snatch it away, they started to enjoy it on the spot. What kind of godly herb is that? Aw Nan, why didn't you keep it earlier? I will go and try it too. De Huang dog glared at Nangong Wendian. Then, he turned around and wanted to rush into the herb garden. However, Nangong Wendian reacted quickly and grabbed his tail. De Huang, we have a lot of that. If you want it, I will poop it for you later. Nangong Wendian said seriously. As soon as he said this, De Huang dog fell to the ground with a thud. He looked at Nangong Wendian and was in awe of him. In his heart, he was glad that Nangong Wendian reminded him in time. If not, the consequences would be dire. Fuck. Jiang Chen, Han Yan and Tyrant almost fainted. All of them rolled their eyes. When they thought of the cultivators who had just eaten that thing, they couldn't help but shudder. However, when Nangong Wendian spoke, his voice was extremely loud. Many people heard him. One of them had just brought the thing to his mouth and hurriedly threw it far away as if he was throwing poison. Fuck, that thing was pooped out by him. Blurg. I am so disgusted. Blurg. Granny. Blurg. Just kill me, bastard, blurg. I ate 2 pieces, blurg. I want to kill him. Chapter 678. Many of them were on the verge of collapsing. It was the kind of collapse that came from the depths of their souls. Countless of them felt that they were going crazy. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they glared at Nangong Wendian, wishing they could eat him alive. Fuck you. Someone roared and rushed towards Nangong Wendian. Seeing this, Nangong Wendian crawled up from the ground and patted his butt, sending the person flying away with a kick. You guys are the ones who snatched it, what does it have to do with me? Moreover, eating that divine herb will greatly benefit your cultivation. Nangong Wendian said loudly. Although his words were incomparably infuriating, it was a fact. Nangong Wentian's body was filled with treasures. Even if it was just excrement, it was still more precious than ordinary spiritual herbs. Those cultivators who ate it would also benefit greatly. However, no one wanted such benefits. That kind of torture would cause them to collapse to death. It was simply too disgusting. If they didn't know, it would be fine. But why did they have to tell the truth? Wakaka, you are simply invincible. This master dog admires you, truly admires you. The Huang dog jumped up and down while laughing. Looking at those people vomiting, he felt extremely happy. Not only the Huang dog, even Tyrant and the others were completely convinced by Nangong Wendian's prank. There were too many weirdos in this world, and Nangong Wendian was definitely one of them. Ah Nan, aren't you being too ridiculous? Han Yen couldn't stand it anymore. He could imagine the feelings of those cultivators who ate the golden divine herb. They wanted to smash Nangong Wendian's body into pieces. Nangong Wendian's expression immediately changed. Ah Yen, how can you blame me for this? I ate too many spiritual herbs, I couldn't digest them, so I had to expel them out. Let me tell you, this daddy's excrement is the essence of spiritual herbs. If a pig ate it, it would become a demon. How dare these people despise it? How preposterous! Nangong Wendian was filled with righteous indignation. He looked at the Huang dog and patted his chest. De Huang, I have plenty of these things. I will give you as many as you want later, fuck off. Big Yellow opened his mouth wide and bit Nangong Wendian's butt. This guy was really shameless. However, what Nangong Wendian said was the truth. He had eaten too many spirit herbs, and it was impossible for him to digest all of them. However, there were many ways to solve this problem, but Nangong Wendian insisted on using such a crude method. It was truly speechless. Undoubtedly, Nangong Wendian had aroused public anger. Everyone was gnashing their teeth at him, especially the geniuses of the 5 major powers. Even some of the disciples of Nebula sect couldn't help but vomit, but because Nangong Wendian was Jiang Chen's friend, they didn't lash out. As for the other 4 major powers, they could not wait to tear Nangong Wendian into pieces. However, it was not the time for them to do so. There were still a lot of herbs here, and if they were to be a little slower, they would all be snatched by others. Therefore, the crowd suppressed their disgust and continued to snatch the herbs. The whole herb garden was in chaos. There were people everywhere. The spiritual herbs in the garden were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. The whole herb garden was in chaos. There were people everywhere. The spiritual herbs in the garden were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. Jiang Chen and the others didn't move. They had lost interest in these spiritual herbs. Nangong Wendian had already collected all the best spiritual herbs. He would distribute them later. 2 qi fell from the sky, locking Nangong Wendian and Jiang Chen in place. The origin of these 2 qi was Li Long and Yan Hui. Besides them, there were 2 to 3 8th-grade combat emperors. They were the disciples of Shaoyao Palace and Sky Hill School. Firstly, they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Secondly, they coveted the spiritual herbs in Nangong Wendian's hand. They even coveted Nangong Wendian himself. It was imaginable that once all the spiritual herbs in the garden were taken away, Li Long and Yan Hui wouldn't hesitate to take action. These 2 bastards are treating me as their prey. Nangong Wendian gritted his teeth and said, "If you walk out like this, everyone will treat you as their prey. They will bring you back to draw out your blood and skin you. They will refine you into a pill that is priceless." Jiang Chen said with a smile. The current Nangong Wendian was like a natural treasure. Anyone who saw him would be tempted. This bastard was a treasure from head to toe. Humph. They want to kill me. They are too naive. Look at me. Nangong Wendian said. Layers of light appeared between his hands. These lights were swaying continuously. They were the pure medicinal energy. Then, he shouted, "Advance!" As his voice faded, Nangong Wendian's chi surged, reaching the 7th grade combat emperor. Motherfucker. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin and the others rolled their eyes. What was wrong with this world? Since when did advancing become so easy? This bastard only needed to shout to advance and he really advanced. Could it be any more ridiculous? However, after advancing to the 7th grade combat emperor, Nangong Wendian could already fight an 8th grade combat emperor. Although he was still inferior to Li Long and Yan Hui who were half-step into the 9th grade combat emperor, he wasn't inferior by much. It was unrealistic for them to kill Nangong Wendian. Li Long and Yan Hui were stunned when they saw Nangong Wendian's advancement, but from their expressions, they didn't seem to care about it. This is indeed a treasure body. The spiritual medicine has developed almost all of his potential. From the beginning to the end, his body has been tempered tremendously. The speed of his advancement is unimaginable, but even if he advanced again, he is still a 7th grade combat emperor. How can he be a match for us? Li Long had a cold smile on his face. He didn't put Nangong Wendian in his eyes. That's right. After all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden have been swept away, we will strike immediately and kill all of them. While Guo Xiaofei and Nemo Sang aren't here, none of them will be spared. If the young master of the Moyin cult dares to resist, we will kill him as well. Yan Hui's eyes emitted a cold light. This was a ruthless character. Alright, we will split the benefits equally. As long as we get that bottle of medicine, we will have a meteoric rise. In less than 3 years, we will have the opportunity to advance to the minor saint realm. Li Long had already started to imagine his future. Although a combat emperor was terrifying, it wasn't considered as a true superior. In this divine continent, a saint was the true ruler. Only when one reached the minor saint realm could he be considered as a true success. A minor saint would be respected wherever he went. No one would dare to look down on him. Even those ancient families in the pure land of the divine continent wouldn't dare to neglect a minor saint. Little Chenzi, those 2 guys are already planning how to get rid of us, said Han Yen with a smile. His smile was very relaxed. With his current combat strength, he wasn't afraid of Li Long and Yan Hui at all. In that case, we might as well get rid of them directly. Jiang Qin glanced at the herb garden and saw that most of the spiritual herbs had been picked. His chi suddenly fluctuated and he flew up to the sky, arriving in front of Li Long. Jiang Qin, why are you so eager to die? Li Long was stunned at first. In his opinion, Jiang Qin should be running away at this moment. How dare he take the initiative to provoke them? This guy must be out of his mind. However, Li Long didn't care about that. He only knew that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin. Since the other party had taken the initiative to come to him, there was no need to be polite. I'm indeed here to die, but I'm here to send you to your death. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What? Li Long's eyes widened. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Listening to Jiang Chen's tone, he was here to kill him. A 2nd grade combat emperor was showing off his strength in front of him. This was too funny. Brotherly, why are you talking so much? Since he is courting death, let's fulfill his wish. This brat is someone that your Xiaoyao palace wants to kill. I won't compete with you guys. Yan Hui, who was not far away, said indifferently, as if in his eyes, Jiang Qin was already a dead man. Hong Lilong's chi fluctuated. The chi wave of a peak 8th grade combat emperor spread out, shaking the void and making a fluttering sound. The terrifying chi wave sent chills down people's spines. Look, they are going to fight soon. That Jiang Chen dares to provoke Lilong, isn't he courting death? The grudge between Jiang Chen and the Free Unfettered sect has been settled. However, he is only a 2nd grade combat emperor after all. Even if he has the ability to kill a 5th grade combat emperor, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for an 8th grade combat emperor like Lilong, a genius of Xiaoyao Palace. He should be running away. Taking the initiative to attack now is no different than courting death. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Chen has a trump card. Almost all the spiritual herbs had been collected. Many of them had obtained great benefits. Except for those who had eaten the golden items, the others were very satisfied with their harvest. When they saw that Lilong was going to kill Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but look up into the sky. That's right. They saw Lilong's chi soaring up to the sky. On the contrary, Jiang Chen didn't have any chi at all. Compared to Lilong's chi, Jiang Chen was like a small boat in the ocean. However, Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. This guy looks very powerful. Can little Chenzi deal with him? Nangong Wendian was a little worried. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was powerful, it was a child's play for a 2nd grade combat emperor to fight an 8th grade combat emperor. Watch and see how that guy is going to turn into a roasted suckling pig. The Huang dog was wagging his thick tail freely. He knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen, accept your death. Lilong roared and was ready to make a move. Chapter 679. At this critical moment, it could be said that it was a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen didn't display his powerful chi, nor did he display any powerful combat skills. Instead, he took out a broken pot. This was something that puzzled countless people. Even Lilong, who had his chi soaring to the sky, was stunned on the spot. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was doing. Was he going to use this broken pot to deal with him? Was he despising and looking down on him? It must be. A puny 2nd grade combat emperor, an ant-like existence, dared to look down on him. This was intolerable. He secretly swore that today, he wouldn't let Jiang Chen die easily. He must let Jiang Chen know the price and consequence of humiliating him in public. He wanted to capture Jiang Chen and torture him until he died. However, there was a group of people here who had truly witnessed the scariness of the broken pot. They were the cultivators who had walked out of the spatial zone of the magma river with Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen taking out the broken pot, they were stunned. Some were even laughing at him, but they were terrified. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Lilong. No one knew better than those who had experienced the scariness of the magma river. Tyrant and De Huang Dog's big eyes had narrowed into a slit. They were already waiting to see Lilong's miserable condition. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard. Lilong waved his hand and struck out a huge palm print. It tore the void apart and enveloped Jiang Chen. Hong Long. At this moment, a more intense and vigorous rumbling sound came out from the broken pot. The broken pot that was originally quiet suddenly became red and boiling hot as Jiang Chen continued to inject his yuan force into it. Just as Lilong's palm print was about to reach Jiang Chen, a dark red magma pillar spurted out from the broken pot. After the magma pillar spurted out, it roared furiously and turned into a magma dragon. The moment the magma dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire sky suddenly rose. Even the air was burning. The speed of the violent magma dragon was extremely fast. Under the impact of the terrifying attack force and the heat of the magma, the palm that Li Long struck out was destroyed in an instant. After destroying the palm, the magma dragon didn't slow down. In a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Li Long. "What?" Li Long exclaimed. His face was instantly covered with fear because he felt a strong sense of danger and death from the magma dragon. This kind of chi made his soul tremble. He had no doubt that if he was hit by the magma head-on, he would definitely die. There wouldn't be any miracle or luck. Hong Long. However, before Li Long could escape, the magma dragon suddenly exploded. The power of the explosion directly caused Li Long to vomit blood. The magma dragon turned into a magma ocean and swallowed Li Long's entire body. Li Long was completely immersed in the ocean. Arg! An incomparably shrill scream sounded from the magma sea. The void was burned into a black hole. Li Long's scream was hair-raising, but it only lasted for a few breaths of time before there was no more sound. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They couldn't believe what they saw. The disciples of Xiaoyao Palace opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were filled with horror and fear. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the magma in the sky gradually disappeared. Along with the magma, Li Long also disappeared. That's right, Li Long disappeared. He was attacked by the magma and turned into slag. He no longer existed. The whole scene was extremely tragic. For a moment, the whole scene became quiet. Everyone was immersed in the scene just now and couldn't extricate themselves from it. A powerful 8th-grade combat emperor was killed so easily. Not even his slag was left. He was completely and utterly dead. Everyone couldn't help but look at the broken pot in Jiang Chen's hand. There was no longer any contempt or mockery. What kind of treasure was that broken pot? How could it be so powerful that it could kill an 8th-grade combat emperor in a second? They finally understood why Jiang Chen was so confident and dared to provoke Li Long. It turned out that he had such a powerful trump card. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Li Long. Shocking. This is too shocking. The power of that broken pot is so powerful that even an 8th-grade combat emperor like Li Long was killed in an instant. It's too powerful. I don't know where did Jiang Chen get such a heaven-defying treasure. It's a pity that Li Long was killed by him. Xiaoyao Palace has suffered a great loss this time. Li Long was their leader in the Death Mountain. Now that his leader has been killed, they have lost the ability to fight against the other 4 major powers. Let's see. The battle isn't over yet. Yan Hui isn't dead yet. There are still a few 8th-grade combat emperors from Sky Hill School and Freedom Sect. I wonder how many times the broken pot of Jiang Chen can use it. No one wasn't shocked. The scene was too shocking. Jiang Chen's broken pot was so terrifying that it made people's scalp go numb. Nangong Wendian, Zhuoling Air and the others who were worried about Jiang Chen were also shocked. The disciples of Nebula Sect were cheering. No 8th-grade combat emperor from Nebula Sect had appeared yet. Previously, when they saw Li Long and Yan Hui ganged up to bully Jiang Chen, they were incomparably angry. Today, when they saw Jiang Chen kill Li Long, they felt that their gloomy feelings had been vented. The one who was most shocked was Yan Hui. He was the closest to the center of the battle. He could see the whole process clearly. He could even feel the terrifying qi that burst out from the magma. It was the qi of danger, the qi of death. Li Long's death made the high-spirited Yan Hui's mood fall to the bottom. He looked at the broken pot in Jiang Chen's hand in horror. If Jiang Chen aimed the broken pot at him, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was afraid that his ending wouldn't be any better than Li Long. You overestimate yourself. Jiang Chen said plainly and kept the broken pot. As a matter of fact, the power of the attack just now was beyond his imagination. He expected that the attack could kill Li Long, but he didn't expect that it could burn the energy into ashes. Now, it seemed that no one below the Minor Saint realm could withstand the attack of the broken pot. Even if it was a 9th-grade combat emperor, he was afraid that the result would be the same. It was because he saw the true power of the broken pot that Jiang Qin decided to keep it. He didn't use it to deal with Yan Hui. He could only use this attack 3 times. Every time he used it, there would be one less chance for him to use it. Jiang Qin cherished it very much. That was why he wanted to use it in the right place. Li Long had been killed. Now, he didn't need the broken pot to deal with Yan Hui. Yan Hui, do you still want to deal with me? Jiang Qin turned to Yan Hui. Humph. Jiang Qin, that treasure of yours can only be used once, right? Now that you have killed Li Long, how are you going to deal with me? Yan Hui's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He concluded that Jiang Qin's broken pot could only be used once. Otherwise, with Jiang Qin's character, he would turn the pot and spit it at him. Now that he had kept the pot, it was a sign of guilt. Then, you can try. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Right now, all his attention was on the heavenly earth pure land beneath the herb garden, and he didn't have the mood to fight with Yan Hui. It would be better if Yan Hui retreated because he was afraid of his broken pot. It wasn't that Jiang Qin didn't want to kill Yan Hui. He had never been merciful to his enemies, but Yan Hui's combat strength was too strong. There were 3 8th-grade combat emperors on the other side. Including Yan Hui, there was a total of 4 8th-grade combat emperors. If he didn't use the broken pot, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them even if they attacked at the same time. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to kill Yan Hui. If that was the case, he might as well stop wasting his energy and get the heavenly earth pure land first. Of course, if Yan Hui didn't give up, it would be a different story. Brother Yan, this man is bluffing. Just like what you said, that treasure can only be used once. It's as easy as flipping our palms to kill him now. An 8th-grade combat emperor of Sky Hill School said. We can work together to avenge Brotherly, the other 2 8th-grade combat emperors of the free and unfettered sect said while gritting their teeth. Jiang Qin's performance was too terrifying. Now that Li Long had been killed, if they didn't eliminate Jiang Qin before he matured, he would become a great threat to their sect. Yan Hui's eyes were like torches. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, his body began to exude a murderous aura. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin not only because they were enemies, but also because Jiang Qin had grown too fast. The main reason was because of Nangong Wendian. He really didn't want to miss such a great treasure. Jiang Qin, today is the day of your death. All of you will die. None of you will be able to live. Yan Hui's murderous aura was revealed. He was sure that Jiang Qin didn't have any backup plan. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Jiang Qin. Plus, if he retreated like this, it would be too embarrassing. The other 3 8th-grade combat emperors were also filled with murderous aura. They had locked onto Jiang Qin's qi, not giving Jiang Qin a chance to escape. Jiang Qin couldn't help but shake his head. Since these people were courting death, there was no need for him to be polite anymore. Just as Jiang Qin was about to take out the broken pot again, a silhouette suddenly flew from afar. The person's body was rippling with dense devil qi. His qi was incomparably strong. He was the genius of devil religion, Mo Sang. The appearance of Mo Sang made Jiang Qin immediately give up the idea of using the broken pot. Instantly, he decided to kill Yan Hui and the others. He immediately transmitted his voice to Han Yen. Ah Yen, let this person stop Yan Hui. We will attack together. Today, none of them will be able to escape. Chapter 680. Okay. Han Yen immediately responded with excitement. He knew very well what Jiang Qin wanted to do. Now that Emo Sang was here, there was a chance to make Yan Hui and the others stay. Since there was such a chance, there was no reason for him to miss it. Moreover, the two brothers had not fought side by side for a long time. Han Yan's body flashed as he flew up into the sky. He arrived near Emo Sang and said loudly, "Emo Sang, this group of people wants to kill this young lord. You block Yan Hui and leave the rest to me." Hearing Han Yan's words, although Emo Sang did not know what had happened here, he could clearly feel the tense atmosphere, especially when Jiang Qin and Yan Hui were fighting. He did not forget that Jiang Qin and Han Yan were good brothers. "Yes, young master." Emo Sang cupped his fists at Han Yan. He did not care too much, nor did he care about grudges. He only knew that he had to listen to Han Yan. If anything happened to the young master, he would not be able to explain it to the sect leader when he returned. After seeing Emo Sang, Yan Hui, who was originally full of murderous intent, immediately withdrew his aura and said to Jiang Qin, "Jiang Qin, the mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. I will remember what happened today. Let's meet again in the future." Yan Hui knew how to grasp the situation well. Before Emo Sang appeared, they could kill Jiang Qin and the others together. However, now that Emo Sang had appeared, it was impossible to kill them. Emo Sang was someone who was as famous as him. If they fought, it would be difficult to determine the winner. In other words, Emo Sang alone was enough for him. How could he have the time to kill Jiang Qin? There's no need to postpone it. Let's settle it today. Jiang Qin shouted. It was too late for Yan Hui to leave now. Upon receiving Han Yan's order, Emo Sang appeared in front of Yan Hui in a flash, completely blocking his path. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face as he said, "Yan Hui, since you dare to have designs on our young lord, don't even think about leaving." "Emo Sang, if I want to leave, do you think you can stop me?" Yan Hui was furious. "Then let's fight." Emo Sang's devil flame was steaming. It was obvious that he was a battle maniac. He waved his hand and shot out a group of devil wolves, which rushed towards Yan Hui. If he wanted to fight, then fight. There was nothing more to say. This was the character of the people of the devil cult. In terms of fighting, they were never indecisive. "Ah Yan, ah Nan, you two attack together and deal with the other three." Jiang Qin shouted at Han Yan and Nangong Wendian. "All right. Tisk tsk, I am about to suffocate to death in this medicinal garden. Today, I can vent my anger on these three fellows." Han Yan and Nangong Wendian's chi was like a rainbow. They attacked at the same time, dashing towards the three 8th-grade combat emperors. The three of them were merely 7th-grade combat emperors, especially Nangong Wendian, who had just advanced to the 7th-grade combat emperor. He didn't put the two of them in his eyes and charged forward. Hong Long. A great battle was about to begin. The void rumbled unceasingly. Emo Sang and Yan Hui occupied the battlefield, fighting intensely. Han Yan and Nangong Wendian were fighting against three opponents, but they didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. The cultivators below were sighing. They didn't expect that a battle would break out just like that. Li Long was already dead. "Big brother, what should we do?" Zhuo Ling Er asked. "You two just stand here and watch the show." Jiang Chen patted Zhuo Ling Er's forehead. With their current cultivation grade, they wouldn't be able to intervene in a battle of this level. Not only would they be of no help, they would also become a burden. Even Jiang Qin didn't want to join the battle. He was only a second-grade combat emperor. Without using the broken pot, he could only deal with a sixth-grade combat emperor. If he encountered a seventh-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be a match for them. Of course, even if Jiang Qin didn't join the battle, he still had other tricks up his sleeves. He looked at De Huang Dog and said, "De Huang, you and I will join hands and set up a grand formation to seal the entire battlefield. We won't give them any chance to escape. If we want to kill them all, we will kill them all." This was Jiang Chen's usual style. If he didn't want to do it, then he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to do it, he would do it swiftly and decisively. In this Death Mountain, an 8th-grade combat emperor was the peak combat power. If these people were to escape, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Jiang Qin hated to leave trouble behind. Since he had decided to kill them all, he would kill them all at once, not giving them any chance to escape. "All right." De Huang Dog responded and flew up from below. He and Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. They turned into two rays of golden light, circling around the battlefield in the sky. They didn't participate in the battle, they just circled around the battlefield. If there was someone with good eyesight, they would be able to see that Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's flying path had a certain pattern. Their palms were waving, striking out some mysterious talisman marks. The battle on the battlefield was extremely intense. No one paid attention to the movements of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog because they were busy with their own matters. Under the entanglement of Mo Sang, Yan Hui was also flustered. The battle between the two of them had reached its climax. It seemed like it would be hard to determine the winner in a short period of time. On the other side, although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, their cooperation and tacit understanding could be described as perfect. Even though the three 8th-grade combat emperors had joined hands, they were still pushed back by the two of them. They weren't a match for them at all. "Look, the young master of the Moine cult and that medicinal jar are really scary. They are only 7th-grade combat emperors, but they are able to force the 8th-grade combat emperors to retreat. Plus, they have the advantage in numbers. This is too strong. The people around Jiang Qin are all abnormal. This situation is normal. The young master of the Moine cult has Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body. His body has been tempered in the devil blood pool. He isn't an ordinary genius. Even though he is only a 7th-grade combat emperor, he is strong enough to defeat an 8th-grade combat emperor. As for that medicinal jar, that bastard has consumed so many spiritual herbs to create a treasure body. It's impossible for him not to be abnormal. It seems like the three experts of the Sky Hill Slope and Xiaoyao Palace won't be able to hold on for much longer. However, with their 8th-grade combat emperor strength, it won't be a problem for them to escape. A lot of people were shocked. All the spiritual herbs in the herb garden had been picked clean. Everyone's eyes were focused on the battle. This was a very exciting show. The battle between the geniuses of the 5 major powers was always the most exciting. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stopped flying. They had only used a few minutes to completely seal off the battlefield. It was impossible for the people on the scene to escape easily. If it was a formation set up by an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to stop an 8th-grade combat emperor from escaping. However, it was Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog who set up the formation and the restriction. Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. His techniques were beyond the heavens. No one knew how many formations he was proficient in, and the way he set up the formation was also very brilliant. De Huang Dog was even more terrifying. He was proficient in the heavenly book of formation source. There wasn't any formation or restriction that he didn't know. When he and Jiang Chen joined hands, they were like a pair of pearls and jade. No one would be able to escape from this formation without making a sound. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, the ruler in Nangong Wentian's hand hit on the chest of the 8th grade combat emperor from Xiaoyao Palace, sending him flying. That person's facial expression changed dramatically. He looked at the high-spirited Nangong Wendian as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't imagine that a 7th grade combat emperor who had just advanced to the 7th grade would have such a powerful combat strength. Nangong Wendian's potential was too great. To put it bluntly, his current physique wasn't any weaker than Han Yan, who had the bloodline of Gu Tianmo. His treasure body was even more abnormal than Han Yan's. Haha, grandson, it's your honor to die under my myriad star ruler. Nangong Wendian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he laughed. He carried the million stars ruler and rushed towards his opponent. On the other side, Han Yan was even more ferocious. He was fighting against two opponents at the same time, using the 9 layers devil wave. The power of his bloodline was perfectly stimulated at this moment. His white hair danced in the wind, like a peerless devil descending from the sky. Under the impact of the devil wave, the two 8th grade combat emperors were sent flying away. They even lost their direction in the devil wave and couldn't see Han Yan's silhouette. Clang! The moment Han Yan used the 9 layers devil wave, a terrifying devil saber appeared in his hand. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of them. The sharp saber light mercilessly slashed towards that person's head. That person turned pale with fright, but Han Yan's speed was too fast. The powerful demon emperor's aura made him feel like he was suffocating. The quick blade slashed across his neck. His head immediately flew up high, a dark red pillar of light floated in the air. What the fuck? Nangong Wendian couldn't help but curse. He thought that he would kill his opponent before Han Yan, but he didn't expect that Han Yan would be the first one to kill his opponent. The young master of the Moyin cult is very scary. He is only a 7th grade combat emperor, killing an 8th grade combat emperor. Amazing. He's worthy of being chosen by Wu Emo. How could he not have a second one? Looking at the young master of the Moyin cult, he has the confidence to defeat Yan Hui. According to this situation, even if Imo Sang didn't come, Yan Hui wouldn't be able to get rid of Jiang Qin. An 8th grade combat emperor has fallen. There's no way to fight this battle anymore. If the remaining two choose to run away now, they still have a chance to live. Everyone was shocked. They were stunned by the two ferocious men. The situation of the battle was very obvious. The two remaining 8th grade combat emperors could only run away to save their lives. Even if they couldn't defeat an 8th grade combat emperor, it wouldn't be a problem for them to run away. In fact, the two of them were thinking the same thing as the others, which was to run away. They couldn't win against him. His opponent was too strong, and the degree of his strength had exceeded their expectations. The only way to survive was to run for their lives. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.